over here. The APP Sunmed Houston Open. Trust me, the puns and amount of times that we say, Houston, we don't have a problem. Houston, are you ready for some pickleball? Houston, what's going on? It's going to be too many to count, so just like put a counter up in the middle. But thank you so much for joining us here in our head pickleball pregame show. Lauren McLaughlin here. First, I have to start out with two big birthday shout outs to two of my good friends in England. Anthony McIlvaine, his birthday was yesterday. A big happy birthday to him. And then Louis Laville, the number one pickleball player in England. It's his birthday today. So definitely give some shout outs to those guys, but just wanted to start with a big happy birthday to those two. But here in our head pickleball pregame show, a quick rundown of our Tier 1 weekend. We are back to our Tier 1 here, which means more money on the line. All of the heady hitters that you're used to seeing here on the APP Tour are all here, and we are going to have a championship Sunday. So we have our pro singles today. We will have our mixed doubles tomorrow, followed by men's and women's on Saturday, and then all of our gold medal matches in our pro events will be all in one place on Sunday. So we're streaming on Facebook and YouTube as always. And again, thank you so much for joining us. Definitely hit that subscribe button, like, follow, share, all that good stuff that we love on social media. But we have a fantastic match to start us off. Two of the best nicknames really in pickleball are going to face off here. We have Zane Gucci Navratil. He's taking on Austin, the Amazon man, Chikatilov. And it is going to be a great matchup. We have, as I mentioned, tons of the faces and names that you are excited to see this weekend, all here in Houston. So, as I mentioned, Houston, let's get ready for some pickleball. Welcome back, everyone, to the APP Sunmed Houston Open. Lauren McLaughlin, and I am joined by Adam Stone, who will be here for a good part of today. He actually is dipping his toe in some singles today, but he's on a break right now. Mm-hmm. And then you thought you'd be joining me permanently shortly, Adam? Is that the deal?
Well, I unfortunately have the pleasure of playing the loser of Rafa Hewitt and Gabe Tardio, both very, very good singles players. So I might take a little 15, 20-minute break and get back with you. All
right. Well, we are excited to have you, as always, here in the booth. We have Marcia Frezzo, our USA Pickleball Certified referee for this matchup. It's a second round for Zane Navratil, who had a bye. He is on the far end. He takes on Austin Chikatalov on the near end, a.k.a. the Amazon Man. I think most people familiar with Navratil, 27 years old, originally out of Wisconsin, now in Austin, quickly, 23 years old, out of Fernandina Beach, Florida. 6'5" is his height, Adam.
Yeah, Amazon. I mean, you can't describe it any better. He's a big boy, athletic, explosive. But not the enviable position of facing Zane Navratil right now, who is just a stud on tour, tons of results. Austin trying to get there. He has the tools.
Oh, absolutely.
He's got the shots. It's not just the physical stature. He's got the skill.
Hits that back corner.
Yeah, just a little barrage here from Zane Navratil early in game one, and Austin wants to stop that bleeding as soon as possible, and probably the right decision.
He is a student in chiropractic school right now, actually. He got the Triple Crown and won our last Next Gen tournament that we had in Dallas. So back here in Texas, he's hoping to have some good results again here in the Lone Star State.
Yes, and I had seen him in a couple singles draws in the pro division, but I got a really good look at him in that Next Gen in Oklahoma City, and like I said, he's got the tools.
Absolutely. But I love, too, that he's such a humble guy. He knows he's got to put in the work first. He doesn't expect it to just be given to him, just walk out and be amazing. He's putting in the work. He's putting in, the training off court when he has time, and appreciate that.
Yep, Lauren, we talk about it a lot these days. Maybe talent could, 2 or 3 years ago, talent could carry you a long ways. You better pair that up with some hard work ethic on and off the court if you want to be successful these days.
Absolutely. Good timeout here for Chikatalov, as he has managed to get a point on the board now.
Very nice second volley from Zane. Didn't do a whole lot with the first one, but able to get Chikatalov on the run on that second volley. Unable to come up with the passing shot, but he did half the lead. Ooh, okay, it was 5-2, not 4-2. So what's that? 40, cut 40% of the lead. There you go.
That's some quick math right there, Stone. I like it.
That is some next level mental math. You're welcome, everyone.
Not just a pretty face. I like it, Stone.
Good ball from Austin, catching Zane Navratil in the transition zone, not able to pick it up off his shoe tops.
Yeah, well, we know Navratil is a big fan of that cat and mouse, comfortable having both players at the net. Have talked to Chikatalov in the past. It's not necessarily his style that he wants to get into, so I don't think we're going to see a lot of both players at the net too often. Both trying to keep the other back.
Sure, I think you're exactly right. He's looking a little more to rip away, but I think he probably adapt his game a little bit with that wingspan to maybe get a little more comfortable in that kitchen game. Zane definitely does not have one of the bigger wingspans on tour, but man, he has the quick feet, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Catching the back line with that slice return. Chikatilov. Yeah, definitely a couple different ways to cover the court with the reach and the footwork, and if few of us are blessed with both, that's that happy balance combination when you can have some reach and the footwork. Yeah, definitely good. We're both right on that line here in the commentary booth.
It did curve a little, and there's a good breeze here in Houston right now, so that is kind of affecting some of these shots, something to keep in mind.
Yeah, definitely, and the past 2 days have been pretty crisp out here for Houston standards.
Oh, yeah.
At this time of year, kind of getting into the highs in the 60s, but as we move into the weekend, the temperatures are going to start to rise for sure. Yeah,
it should be a really nice weekend here in Houston.
Great passing shot from Zane Navratil. We talk about it a lot. Especially in the singles, with the quick points and the big hitting, those early matches with the crisp air can really get away from you. He had it. Great dipping passing shot from Zane Navratil, making Chikatilov very difficult volley, unable to convert.
You know, a lot of the players that we're going to see here this weekend coming off MLP last weekend, you guys played indoors, which is a whole different sort of environment, coming back outdoors. I mean, we talk a lot about the adjustments you have to make to your environment, and is that going to be something the players have to readjust back to if they were playing indoors last weekend?
Absolutely, for sure, and it was quite cold in the indoor facility as well, so... Missing that ball, but yes, so for sure, and maybe similar conditions for these first couple rounds, but as it heats up and that ball gets softer, you definitely need to make an adjustment in the middle and the end of the singles day.
So Chikatilov, I mean, he's trailing, you know, a little bit here, nothing crazy, but he hasn't let Navratil run all over him. So certainly, you know, some things here and there that haven't gone his way, but I think making Navratil work for it here for sure.
No, for sure. And in an 8-3, that can look a lot of different ways. This is a tight 8-3 in my opinion. Sometimes you have an 8-3 where it's very clear someone is in complete control. But yeah, Austin's right there. Missed a couple balls on the lunge, sprinkled in an error or two, and that's the difference right now.
Just missing that.
Yeah, missing that wide.
I thought
that was very interesting.
A little lost. Did it just have spin? Did it skip off the line? Like, I don't know what happened.
Yeah, he kind of called it out and then dropped his shoulders and then asked Marsha. I'm not sure what happened.
I thought it was going out, and then he just didn't really try for it, and then it like created that weird outcome. But
nice shot.
Must have caught a line.
Yeah, must have caught a line. Nice shot by Zane Navratil. I would say himself and J.W. Johnson with that carved backhand volley angle, two of the best in the business at it. Yeah, I think Austin was thinking Zane was going to drive that ball to space, and Zane kind of went at the body a little bit, and Austin not able to come up with it. Nice job. His hips and his shoulders said he was going to go cross court with that forehand, but he pushed it inside out, and Zane unable to anticipate that and got there a little late. All right, Austin, here we go. Putting a little pressure, make him feel your presence a little bit, big man.
Yeah, that was a nice return from Navratil. We talk a lot in singles that the return is often up the line, depending which side you're on, especially, you know, Austin, if he's going to stand far to the left when he's serving it. Navratil comes up that right sideline for Austin. It's a lot of space to cover, even with his very long legs, makes for a difficult third shot.
For sure. And he hasn't done anything too earth-shattering with his serve, but it has a lot of shape and it has a lot of depth. So nice return from Zavratil on that previous point. I just called him Zavratil.
I heard you, but I was going to let it go.
You're a professional. You're a professional.
Like,
that could be a thing. Zavratil, it's kind of fun.
Yeah,
maybe
I don't mind that.
It's better than Gucci. Nobody likes that. That's outdated anyway. Outdated.
I usually call myself out for those as well, so I appreciate that you did.
No, definitely.
All right, Navratil got a little momentum again here now, so he will have a game point.
Yeah, made the big man bend a little lower than he wanted to on that backhand roll, but Austin made him feel his presence a little bit towards the end of game one, but Zane Navratil too much, seals it 11-5.
We'll see if Chikatilo can push him a little harder this second game. We'll be back into the action here in Houston right after this. Back to the action here on Championship Court. Lauren McLaughlin and Adam Stone. Here in the booth, we have Austin Chikatilov on the far end, taking on Zane Navratil, our number 1 seeded player here in men's pro singles. Ooh, hello.
Yeah,
trying to break some ankles right out of the gate. Send a message.
Definitely Zane coming in hot. Austin doing a great job getting inside of the ball, pushing that inside out for a clean volley winner.
Navratil taking game 1, 11-5, looking to close this out in 2. Let's see if Chikatilov makes some adjustments.
Just missed. Had a tough ball there. Zane definitely guessing line correctly. It stinks when that happens. You know you have all that extra court over cross court. But it's a real part of singles. Sometimes you're in certain situations and you kind of have to lean or guess a certain way. Mm-hmm. You can look like a champion or a little foolish at times.
Wow. Great job. Push Chikatilov back. I thought he had the ability to keep coming forward. Chose to take that step back.
Yeah, I agree. And from that position, about as good of a volley as you could hit from Zane Navratil. I would have liked to see the Amazon man come forward and take that out of the air.
Mm-hmm. I think it's probably, you haven't maybe felt this in a while, Adam, since you've been around the game, but when you're a new player looking to break in, kind of starting to get a little bit of results, there has to be still a level of, you're up against players that you know are the top players in the world, and you know, you're maybe a little hesitant. There's something that's like, I got to play perfect, I got to hit the right spots, and I imagine it's hard to play as loose as you need to when you just kind of have it that, I don't know, how do you get that out of your head? Can you?
Just missed it. Absolutely right. I think that when I burst on the scene, it's kind of a happy to be there. Mm-hmm. And then that transitions to, okay, these guys are kind of like me. I can play with these guys. And to yes, to kind of get over that hump of I'm just playing with these guys to I'm competing with these guys and I can beat these guys is definitely a mental hurdle that some of these young bucks have to get through. Great backhand. Austin stepping over to his right, and Zane with the topspin short angle roller on the backhand side. Just a phenomenal shot from him.
Oh my gosh, the windscreen.
Uh-oh.
Coming down.
I finally get on the screen. And
there you go. There he goes. You were one too many, Adam. Tipped it over.
Right. But I do think that is a really important point that you brought up, because you can almost see it. They're kind of laughing, maybe even possibly joking with some of the top-seeded players, and then you play them a few times and you realize they might make a couple more balls than me. They might have some good pace on these certain shots, but there's nothing earth-shattering there.
Yeah.
They're just good, solid pickleball players. So to get over that and to kind of realize that they're a peer with you and you have a good shot to beat these players is definitely a mental thing that everyone needs to go through.
And we talked too about Austin has the goods, no question. But Navratil's got the time over him. He has the reps under his belt that Austin just hasn't had yet. And so we talk a lot about the big difference between sort of those up-and-coming pros and the higher level, if you have someone with the talent to get there, is the consistency. You have to do it enough times that, it's not as intimidating to be on center court. It's not intimidating to play those top players, even maybe start to come close to beating them, take a game off of them, and just build your confidence. That's just such an important level at that top that, Navratil goes into every match super confident that he can beat anybody because he can.
Right.
And it's been proven. So it's like, that I think, again, comes with time, which Chikatov is working on building. So
definitely. Yeah, that
he'll get there.
Yeah, that court time and that tournament experience is so important, and not just feel privileged to be on the court with that player, to feel that you can compete and beat that player. That is definitely something that is more mental than physical.
Absolutely. I don't think anyone's looking at Austin Chikatov and thinking, I don't know. Athletic, maybe. We'll see.
Yeah, for sure. He's always has some nice outfits too. He's always
does.
colorful.
I like it. I appreciate the
thunder quads, poking out of the shorts. I mean, it's crazy. The dude is just absolutely ripped and a total physical specimen. So, like we said, get that court time, get that experience, and watch out, everybody.
Yep. All right, and it is just 1-1 here in Game 2 as we have now moved past our windscreen. Houston, we did have a problem with the windscreen.
Oh, I see what you did there. Yeah, number one of many.
Gotta space him out. Can't make him...
Space him out?
Oh, my gosh. That was unintentional. Oh, all right. So there was a little cat and mouse.
Yeah, I grew up about 10 minutes from NASA, so I've heard all the puns, anything you can do with Houston. We have a problem. I've heard it. I can't wait to see what you got, Lauren.
Oof! I feel the pressure now.
That's the one. Got to have that one. Moving right into the court, had his balance underneath him. He knows that was a mistake, and he definitely enjoys that inside-out forehand. So. I imagine he will convert the next opportunity he gets. Jammed up, had the T-Rex arms there, couldn't get those big limbs extended with a nice deep spin serve from Zane Navratil. I think he might have got away with one right there. I think he could have done more with that ball from the kitchen line and kind of pushed it to the Zane forehand, but Zane unable to clear the net.
Oh, there's where the length
exactly, and so
comes in.
You're totally correct. He is with that frame and that skill set. He has got to find a way to be a little more comfortable in the cat and mouse because man, he took one step and he's there off of a good shot from Zane. He had what he wanted, so it's cool. It's cool to see a little adjustment here, kind of a side-out battle early in game 2, but definitely some different constructed points from him in game 2 early.
He's not putting a lot of power on these shots.
I agree, and I said the same thing a couple earlier. I think he could have released a little bit more on some of those shots from the kitchen, Lauren.
I actually think that's throwing Navratil off a little bit because he is expecting them to come back harder, and he's just not. I don't know if he's. Yeah, if it's the follow through, if it's where he's hitting it.
Or maybe just looking at him and being like, how is this not 80 miles an hour off his paddle?
I do agree. Chikatilo, I think, could be doing a little bit more here with the opportunities he's gotten. Oh, that's just too good.
Yeah, nice shot from Zane Navratil with the crow hop right into it. All his momentum and balance forward. Obviously, the position you want to be in when hitting ground strokes doesn't always work out that way, but great execution from Zane. Quiet timeout from the Amazon man. I didn't even realize.
One thing, too, is when I'm watching Chikatilo, watching him at Next Gen, I'm sure you saw this as well.
Sure.
Very vocal, really gets into it. He's that player that likes to kind of get loud when things are going well, of course. And it's just the energy is a little lower from him than I saw last time. And you wonder if that is a little, he's thinking much more about, I have more work to do here against the number 1 seeded team. It's kind of created a more thoughtful Austin as he's approaching the court, creating a little bit more quietness.
And, just some phenomenal players in the APP Next Gen series, but we are in a little bit of a different stage here, and I think that's very clear. So it is interesting to see his demeanor in the 2 events. Missed that serve long after a nice backhand volley from Chikatilo on the previous point, 2 points ago. But same guy, missing the serve long.
Five 3 here in game 2. Navratil looking to roll a little here, maybe get something started. Yeah, he's got the wind right into his face.
Yeah, another one from Chikatilo where you see the mid-pace attacks a decent amount in doubles. But I haven't seen the mid-pace shots from the kitchen in singles. I'm not 100% sure about it, but concedes the wide call.
Again, we obviously saw the windscreen go down earlier if you were watching, so we definitely have a decent amount of breeze here on court, certainly affecting the shots. Depending which end you're on, it's going to make a big difference.
Definitely. Yep, I have a feeling from what I've seen that be a little breezy throughout the weekend here in old H-Town. The old stomping grounds.
I know.
Been a while.
What are Houston's nicknames? What is this?
Third Coast.
Oh,
Third Coast.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, H-Town. That's good stuff right there.
Nice recovery.
Oh. Length almost bailed him out. Zane with a good anticipation of the line shot from Chikatilo.
Tough.
Yeah, fortunate.
He tried to let it go. I think he thought it was going to go out. It looked like he was pulling his paddle, tried to get it out of the way.
Yeah, either way, it looked a little funky, and as it often does when it clips off the tape, makes even the best players look a little silly at times. Nice deep serve, Zane Navratil. Chikatilo talking to himself. I think another effectively short. I think if that return is a couple feet deeper, Zane probably would have had a better crack at the passing shot. I would just love to know if it's intentional strategy at times, or he, maybe just isn't hitting a few balls as crisp as he wants to. But either way, he's been successful with a few of those so far in game 2.
I think a lot of pro players, they're expecting the speed in that helps their shot. They're expecting the pace to help their next shot as well. And when you don't have it, it's like, ugh. It's kind of like, what happened?
Definitely, and it's a real thing in the doubles game. If you see a lot of those defensive players in the midcourt, if you rip it, they get it back. If you hit a heavy spin, kind of medium pace shot, they struggle with it a lot more.
Oh, that was nice.
Great inside in there from the Amazon man, Chikatalov. Needed that in this game, too, as Zane has come out with a few-point lead, and now Chikatalov back within 2. Chikatalov right on par with Pedigamayete as one of the better 5-0 plus names out there. Always making it tough on us in the booth.
Oh, what a get. He thought that was done. Wow. That was tough. Did you see Chikatalov?
Oh,
he was done. He was finished over there.
100%. He was not fully ready for that ball. Great get from Zane Navratil with the fancy footwork. Incredible court coverage.
First time we've seen him get a little animated here in this match.
Wow. Incredible for Chikatalov to just get to the kitchen line after that amazing serve, and he was able to hit a crisp volley. He was at a big disadvantage early on in that point.
Oh, wow. It's the tomahawk.
The tomahawk, but you see the footwork on that previous shot.
Yep.
Zane made that decision. I can't take this out of the air. Took 4 or 5 little adjustment steps to get back to release on that backhand. Just phenomenal footwork from Zane Navratil, and as a under 6-foot player that I am, I really respect it when a shorter guy has that great footwork and can create such a consistent contact point to hit such crisp shots. And perfect example of that, and as you mentioned, finished with a tomahawk.
Little ball change out here. We got
change.
A cracked ball, I think.
Yeah, and you heard Zane say, just tossing the ball over to Chikatalov, letting him know it's a little more fresh than the previous one. That's good sportsmanship. A worn down ball and a fresh ball, definitely playing differently.
All right, 9-6 here, coming back from this ball change. Oh, my goodness, two-handed backhand cross court.
Yeah, fully committed to that one. I think the previous ball, he had the same shot. He kind of wasn't sure which spot he was going to go for. He picked his target there, and he absolutely hit it.
Match point. And he will get it done. But Chikatalov, again, I think really good showing from him here. I think a few more shots, little more pace, a little bit maybe more confidence behind some of them, and it's even closer than it was already. But Navratil will continue on. Chikatalov now going to go battle in the back draw. Adam Stone, you get called yet, or you got to play?
No, they're having a battle, Tardio and Hewitt,
all right.
which what I would expect to be a battle.
We still got you for a minute then, so don't go anywhere. We're back here in Houston at the APP Sunmed Houston Open right after this.
our wildest dreams. Follow me into our wildest dreams, our wildest dreams.
Welcome back, everyone, to the APP Sunmed Houston Open. Lauren McLaughlin and Adam Stone here at courtside for our first quarterfinal matchup of the day. We just saw Zane Navratil defeat Austin Chikatilov to get him into the quarterfinals, where he will face Yates Johnson. But here we have the other Johnson twin, Hunter Johnson, who will take on Jack Foster. Hunter taking out Grant Bond in his previous match, while Foster defeated Nate Matthews to get here into this quarter. So winner of this will face the winner of Yates Johnson versus Zane Navratil. And you know Hunter very well, out of New Braunfels, Texas, just about an hour outside of Austin. Him and brother have kind of burst onto the scene here in this last year. And he takes on Jack Foster, who I think is pretty well known now, especially in the singles side of the game. Came off of a big silver medal in Alabama 2 weeks ago. Was his first time hitting the podium in about a year. So a big result for him, and I think well-deserved. He's put in a lot of work this year, but we'll see how he can do here, facing off against the former professional tennis player, Hunter Johnson.
Hell of a start there, Jack.
I mean, that's a good way to get things going.
Yeah, I did have the privilege of playing an MLP with Hunter on my team this past weekend. And we had a couple real nice wins in doubles. My first time playing with him, really good partner, really talented player. And I would definitely say that in this moment, singles is his best event.
Sure. Great pickup from Foster.
Yeah, nice job. I think Foster early in that point thought that that Hunter Johnson was going to carve that drop volley. He ended up pushing it deep. Great deception from Johnson.
Yeah, Foster doesn't have a tennis background, so he has a pretty unique style with sort of that windmill forehand serve. All of that can be very hard to read
for sure.
A player that doesn't have traditional strokes.
No question. And having a little bigger backswing, a little more frivolous with that backswing in singles, you can get away with it. A little more difficult in doubles, but he can, when he gets hot with the forehand, it's trouble for his opponents, no doubt. Hunter also with a very, very good forehand drive. Mm-hmm. We played some nice shake and bake points in this MLP last weekend, and made my job easy as the poacher with some of those dipping forehand drives, making it very tough on our opponents. So definitely an intriguing matchup as a quarterfinal. I think this should be a very close match.
Yeah, Foster doesn't have any spin on that serve, but again, he just puts a lot of action on it. Very similar to a Deckelbar serve, I would say. Just all power.
Right, just traditional, nothing too cheeky, nothing too deceptive about it. Just a good, hard serve with depth, and that can get the job done just as much as a spin serve these days. A little early on the cross-court pass attempt, and I would also say that that is Hunter's favorite spot to go with the forehand is cross-court.
Great spot there from Foster. Johnson thinking is putting that cross court, makes a move for it. Foster goes back door.
A little too much air underneath that passing shot from Foster. Ball back to Hunter, who is at a quick 3-point deficit early in game one.
Oh.
Side up.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. Not that they can't do it, but I would consider both players more of a 1-2, 1-2-3 punch type of player. So to see some of this cat and mouse, I think could be a big factor in this match, some of the dinking and dunking, because both players have very solid serves and first ground stroke.
5-1. Side out.
Just missing that back corner.
Yeah, great return from Hunter Johnson. Jack Foster not able to get his body fully out of the way of that ball, even though he did have it lined up to a good target with the inside end forehand.
Point.
You can see lots of shape on that serve, lots of tumble at the last moment with the spin created by Hunter Johnson, and it created an error from his opponent there to get back within 3 early in game one.
Side out.
Yeah, definitely a shot that I think Hunter will find as this match progresses. Just unable to miss the tape on the last one.
Referee.
Yeah, just a little bit of audio issues with the referee mic.
Well, the speaker, too, is right behind
Gotcha.
Johnson, so I think he is wanting to either... And again, I mean, certainly within his right, a lot of players can be distracted by things. Certain things are going to affect certain players that are not going to affect others, so totally get it.
Yeah, for sure, and they're just going to figure that out off court and have our referee, Lydia Blackman, just take off that microphone for the duration of this match.
Blakeman.
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 Oh,
yes.
my, you stop it. I don't believe it.
Someone asked if you're a Houston native, Adam, and
Yes.
I know that you are not. You're not from here.
Okay,
you
so-
did spend a lot of your life here, but you're not
Yes.
from here.
So I'm a mountaineer. I was born in West Virginia, moved here in 4th grade, and I lived here all the way through high school and actually came back for a few years after. So I've spent probably a good 20 years in Houston, so I definitely consider this home.
Oh, no. That was definitely sort of a miss hit / net cord. Hate to see it.
Yeah, first sorry, not sorry of the day.
Oh, that was
That's
beautiful.
That's the balance, the control right there. So he's 2 or 3 feet inside the baseline, and man, that makes it really tough on Jack Foster if he cannot get that return deep.
Another point given up on the serve. I got to foot fault. Regardless, it was
Yeah, they're
out, so Foster just needs to calm down a little.
sure. Definitely, that was two. I mean, it's all it takes is 2 or 3 short returns, and then a 3-point lead completely disappears. So Foster even guessed right on that last passing shot by Hunter Johnson. But when Hunter's that far inside the court, hitting the ball as crisp as he does, really tough on Foster.
Yeah, Foster, 21 years old in Vero Beach, Florida. Currently full-time student as well, so I know at a lot of tournaments I'll see him doing homework in between his matches.
What a champion for doing
I know.
that.
I mean, just what a good student. He's being, preparing for his future, as
That's
they
right.
say. Johnson, 28, along, of course, with his twin brother, Yates. They played professional tennis for about 8 years. Were hitting partners with the Bryans brothers. Bryan brothers?
Bryan brothers.
I was
yes.
like, there's no S in there. What am I doing?
Bryan brothers. Yes.
Just throwing some S's in there.
No, very cool. Very solid, accomplished doubles players. And Hunter with the 1-inch height advantage on the
Yep.
twins there.
Yep.
And-
I have learned to tell them apart a little bit.
That's right. And the white socks. That
Yes.
gives it away, too.
All right, and from this timeout, we'll see if Foster can just settle a little bit here and get back some of the control that he lost.
There it is. That's the key to the match for me so far is contact point on third shot drives. When those returns are short, the player serving has a big advantage, and we've seen it from both players so far in this game one.
All right.
Yeah, great ball from Foster there. He was not near as in the court he was on the previous one, but it was just too good. About 2 inches inside the sideline with that inside in forehand. Well executed.
Oh, good effort from Foster. A couple almost splits on each sideline. Can't believe you even got a paddle on that.
Yeah, you can almost see Hunter thinking, no, he's
Yeah,
not
no.
going to get there. Yes, he is.
Oh, gosh, he's there. Yeah, Foster does not give up. I've seen him sacrifice the body on more than one occasion. Just kind of pulled back on that.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure if he decided to change his spot or just kind of short-armed it a little bit, but that return definitely looked a little awkward. Friendly game. Couple loose errors on a return and a serve from our players.
Johnson definitely a little frustrated with himself.
Yeah, you're exactly right, and he has not shown much at all, but you can tell. Little droopy on a couple opportunities that he didn't come up with, and tough not to show something out there when you're battling. The return just staying in. And a nice little poke volley from Jack Foster.
And I was wondering if we might see a timeout this time from Johnson, and we do indeed. Trailing again by 3. This is definitely, I mean, we talk constantly. Pickleball, especially singles, is a game of runs. And we have seen that textbook here in this first game between these two.
Yeah, we've even had, we had 5 or 6 minutes where there wasn't a lot of points being scored, and then just 1 or 2 minutes, and the lead increases to 3. So you're exactly right with the runs. I think it's a common theme in the sport, in all aspects of it, but especially in singles. Just clumps of points. We see it so much. It's 5 or 6 here, 5 or 6 here. You rarely do you just have a full-fledged back-and-forth match with just a couple. It certainly will happen, but these runs and these little hot streaks that only take 2 or 3 minutes can be huge factors in the match.
Absolutely. Is starting to warm up a little here in Houston. Looks like the breeze dying down just a smidge, which I think is probably helpful for our players to not deal quite as much with the wind factor. We'll see if Foster can. Oh, misses that just long.
Yep, all good. I believe that's the first service miss. He might have had one more earlier, but that's you mentioned it, and that's definitely part of his game. Yeah, that's really so. As you see, Hunter, sometimes his serve will land a little bit shorter, but Hunter definitely has more action, more spin on his serve, and Foster has more just raw power and depth. Hunter had both. He had it all on that one. He had the depth, the spin, and the power on that last serve, and you saw the result.
And again, Foster, one of the players, calls his second and final timeout here in game one. You can see he's telling himself to calm down. But he's a player that I love to point out. He uses his timeouts really well. He is very aware of when he needs one, and he's not super stubborn. Like you see some players, they'll just kind of gut it out. And no, I've seen him call timeouts so early. I wonder what in the world is he doing calling a timeout this early? It's like 2-0. But he knows what he needs, and he uses them accordingly, and I respect that tremendously.
I think a little too frequently I'm the gutted out guy, and I think I should probably.
I wasn't naming names, Adam, but
I was.
You know.
I'm naming names. You're exactly right, and I've commentated a handful of his matches, 4 or 5, and I think you're exactly right. There's been a couple times where we're deep into game one and he hasn't used it, and a couple times after 2 or 3 points he just didn't feel the vibe. So as they say, you can't take them with you. Why not use them when you have them? And there's not a lot of little things that you can do to help yourself.
Exactly.
Why not use those timeouts?
Especially in singles when you don't have a partner to be calming you down, giving you, pep talks, whatever the case may be.
Agree completely.
But we are tied at 9s now. Again, here's the run now on Hunter Johnson's side.
Wow. 3-point run, 4-point run. Can Hunter Johnson make it 5 in a row? If he does, he will seal this game one. Little bad luck from Foster on the let cord, but a very nice pickup from Hunter Johnson on the previous shot to seal that game 11-9 with a 5-point run. Incredible play from the fellas.
All right, game number 2 in this quarterfinal matchup here in men's pro singles at the APP Sunmed Houston Open, coming your way right after this. Our players have switched ends here for game 2 in this quarterfinal matchup. Jack Foster now receiving on the near end from Hunter Johnson. A game of back and forths for sure. In that first game, Johnson able to edge out Foster just at the end. Taking game 1, we'll see if Foster can push this to a third game. Looking for a spot in the semis. Oh, so much angle there from Johnson.
Yeah, did a phenomenal job getting outside the ball. Kind of last second flipping that cross court. Foster couldn't quite come up with it. Good deep return. That's what it's going to take from Foster. Yeah, Lauren, pretty much exactly what I expected in game one. Tight little seesaw affair. I would say, Foster labeled as the veteran with some very good talent, and Hunter Johnson, the up-and-comer with maybe a little bit more talent. So the fact that it went to 11-9, not shocking at all. There you go. Right on cue.
Did he call timeout?
I heard the paddle drop. I heard the paddle drop. I didn't hear him say timeout, but I heard the paddle drop. I know what that means.
Look at this. I just talked about this. He was like, let me prove a point. Let me prove your point, Lauren.
Yeah, for sure.
1-0, and he calls a timeout.
That's right. We got the camera on him. He's just, he's in his own thoughts there. I totally get it. I've been there so many times. Just, taking a second and just, just regrouping. So,
yeah, he didn't like how the second game started.
Boom.
Immediately. Nope. Got a hard reset. Reset here.
From what I've seen of Foster, he's not going to be taking many, if any, timeouts because he's tired.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
So it's all strategic, and it's all just to squash some momentum and use those timeouts that way. Lots of different ways to use them.
15 seconds.
We do have the twin in the stands watching. If Yates is able to defeat Zane Navratil in his quarterfinal match and Hunter takes this one, they could face each other in the semis.
Whoa. I like it.
Twin versus twin.
Just another storyline, just
right. They've been doing that their whole life, right?
Add it to the list. One of them has to have some kind of mental edge, though. I mean, they've been battling their whole lives. There's no way it can be 50-50. Somebody's got to have an edge.
Isn't it always the firstborn with twins? Like, I'm like 3 minutes older than you.
Okay.
I feel like it's usually the firstborn.
That makes sense to me.
1-2. Side out.
Both players just a little too loose, seems like, in this second game starting out here. Just swinging away perhaps a little too much.
Yeah, just caught it. Wasn't sure if that one was going to be able to drop or not, but it does.
Yeah, you can see how he backed up just a little bit, giving himself a little bit more space to work with. Ooh, boy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, interesting as Foster, kind of like myself, almost always hits a forehand return and almost always hits a forehand ground stroke after the serve. So
yeah, he will run around that for sure.
And while that you create some angles, and if you have a big forehand, that's great. Occasionally you can get out of position. Interesting. Did that hit I almost thought that hit the pole. I don't know if that was the sound, because we have a microphone on the net, but it almost sounded like it hit the top of the pole, not the net tape. That's interesting, because if it does hit the pole, that's point over. Just rip that thing cross court like your first inclination. you could see the mind change a little bit there. Probably overthought it a little bit and missed his passing shot wide.
2-3.
Yeah, I'm not sure he actually could have hit that, but he pulled back like he was confident it was going to go out, and it did not.
3-3.
Again.
Yeah, that's two. And you see Hunter off balance, even switching the paddle over to the left hand as the ball just drops right in front of him.
Now, he was already switching paddles to try and get it in the first place. Paddle hands, excuse me.
What?
I mean,
What?
come on, Jack
Stop that.
Foster.
That's silly. To hit, I mean,
And then follows it up with this.
right. I mean, the get's
Right.
great, but to hit that shot from that spot, that combination is fantastic, and just a little icing on the cake. Let's rip a cross court winner on the next ball because that's what we do.
We got a timeout here from Hunter Johnson, as he is now trying to. I mean, if you're Hunter, again, this is just such an evenly matched here with these two players. What can give Hunter the edge here as he's trying to regroup?
Well, I think you said it 2 or 3 minutes ago, or 2 or 3 points ago, where it was just loose and almost just intensify that footwork a little bit more, lock in a little bit more, because I think both players have been in some pretty good spots with passing shots and just not hit it like they wanted to. So that's the main thing. I like Hunter's passes a lot, especially on the forehand side. So just intensify that footwork, make sure you're super set, get that contact point as consistent as you can, and I think if he does that, he's going to be just fine.
5-3.
I mean, hitting returns like that also helps the situation, as that was, a few inches from the baseline, giving him that court position advantage, which is always nice, whether it's singles or doubles.
Oh, yeah, that ball took a funky bounce. Looks like
It
it
did.
jams Foster up a little higher than he was expecting it.
Just another opportunity for me to say T-Rex arm, one of my favorite sayings in pickleball.
Nice pickup. Those are some nice drops from Johnson.
Oh,
And
good
just
try.
can't close it out.
Yep, you're exactly right. They were very nice drops, kind of squealing the tires a couple times and put them in really good spots, but when he decided to let loose on the pass, just couldn't quite curl it in.
5-4.
Just missing that.
Yeah, it looked out from this vantage point, a little blocked from the net, but I am right on the line,
4-5.
so I do think it was wide. Yeah, we hear Jack Foster exclaim that he's going up the line every time with his backhand, and that he needs to be sitting on that and a little more prepared for that shot from Hunter Johnson.
I feel like now Hunter's not going to do that, though.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he heard it.
I mean,
I'm
we
pretty
heard
sure he
you.
heard. And that was the definitely the times that I have played and seen him play. That is the shot that really explodes off his paddle, is that cross-court forehand from Hunter Johnson, and we saw it right there, and forcing his opponent to take a timeout. Oh, we got some techno beats going. Let's go in the booth.
Where's my glow sticks?
Yeah, no, you need something.
It's a rave in here. I love it.
Yeah, so what do we have here? We have a three, I believe it was 2-2, so a 3-point run from Foster, and now 4 more from Hunter Johnson. Almost a similar kind of carbon
Deja
copy.
vu.
Yeah, carbon copy of that first game.
I spy with my little eye a J.W. Johnson high in the stands.
Ah.
I mean, he is playing today, but it doesn't look like he's played. He looks fresh as a daisy up there. Has
Is
this
he?
kid even played?
No, he's not playing today, is he?
Yeah.
You sure?
He was supposed to be, is he not?
I don't think he's playing.
Oh. Well,
'Cause I
then
think
never mind.
Well, if Zane's the 1 seed and Stacksrud is the 2 seed.
That's true.
I think that
he,
I think Dub.
he was in the draw. He must have decided not to play.
He went cross court with that one, backhand.
I mean,
Yeah.
secrets out.
Yep. I like to see J-Dub taking an event off occasionally.
Oh, yeah. I super respect him not playing today.
Yeah.
Especially coming off. Obviously, all you guys had a big weekend last weekend. Oh. Oh, my gosh.
Too good.
Yeah.
Too good. Very nice. Is that back-to-back cross-court backhands from Hunter Johnson? But I think there was even a stretch there where J-Dub was playing every tournament and he was playing the split pro.
Oh, yeah.
Where they had, so he's playing 4 events like 6 weeks in a row. I'm like, J-Dub, stop it. I know you're 19, but come on.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the tough part about the cat and mouse in singles is, I mean, you're hoping you read your opponent right, but
10-5.
Johnson quickly now with a match point. That kind of came out of nowhere.
Wow.
Point game snap.
And that'll do it. So one of the Johnson twins makes it into the semis. The other one, Yates Johnson, faces off against Zane Navratil in another quarterfinal match. But we will head to the Franklin studio now as Hunter moves on. You are facing Sir Rafa Hewitt in the back draw.
Uh-huh.
How are you feeling about that?
He's pretty good at singles,
He's
so
okay.
we'll just see what happens. I'm sure he'll be yelling stuff and whatever else, so it'll be a good time either way.
All right. Well, Adam Stone will be back whenever he's done with his day. Don't you worry. But we'll head to the Franklin studio to talk to Hunter and then back into the action here in Houston right after this.
We are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Hunter Johnson as he is heading to the semifinals. So Jack Foster, a little untraditional of a player. You come from a very heavy tennis background. He does not sort of have really easy, readable strokes in the way that he plays. Is it a little tougher facing an opponent like that that doesn't have sort of the easier to read shots?
Yeah, I mean, that was my first time playing Jack, so I've seen him play a lot, and I had a little game plan, but obviously his forehand's pretty deadly. He runs around his backhand really well, so I was trying to get it to his backhand, so he was putting up some big shots, and I just kind of stuck in there and luckily was able to pull out the win.
We talked a little bit in the booth, me and Adam. Sometimes your body language, you're a little tough on yourself, get a little frustrated occasionally. Definitely both of those games seem to be, both of you are going on runs at different times. How do you just sort of mentally stay in it when it's kind of seesawing back and forth like that?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of play games with myself in my head. I mean, I'm not too tough on myself. Maybe I could have better body language, but it kind of keeps me in the match, kind of like self-talk. So yeah, just going back and forth. It was just trying to see who could, get over the line, as fast as we could. So I was able to do that. So it was great.
You are a little bit newer on the scene this year, you and your brother, of course. As you're moving through the year, as you're getting more reps, more tournaments under your belt, are there things that you're feeling more confident with? Still have things you want to work on in your singles, in your doubles, as you're moving through towards the end of this year?
Yeah, I mean, you're always working on something. Drilling is a big new thing that we've kind of developed in our games. We just kind of started playing rec games right away and then just kind of went from there. But yeah, just every day it's like we kind of figure something else new out and we're like, oh, I have that shot now. And you kind of put it in your arsenal and just kind of hopefully you can put everything together in the bigger matches, and that's where you can kind of make your way to the top. So that's kind of our goal here, and just kind of trying to get better every day.
Yates faces off against Navratil in his quarterfinal. There's a chance you guys could face off in the semis. Is it always tough to play him? Do you feel like one of you has an edge over the other every time you play? How is that to face off against your twin?
I mean, Yates, I think he's 2-0 against me, so we'll see what happens with Zane. I mean, whenever we play together, it's super competitive. So hopefully he can defeat Zane, and we'll have a good little matchup for the semis. We'll see how it goes, yeah.
We will indeed, but you are into the semis. Congratulations. We'll take a short break. We're back here with more singles in Houston right after this. mute Adam's mic. Hello. Am I back, Spencer? Am I back? Everyone can hear me? Hello. Oh, that's me. That's me. We're good. All right, everyone. Welcome back. We have another quarterfinal match here at the APP Sunmed Houston Open. Lauren McLaughlin here at courtside. Adam Stone's off playing his singles match. He'll be joining me whenever he is done for the day back in the booth. We have John Cincola on the far end. He takes on Gabriel Tardio on the near end. Cincola defeating Brandon Lane in his previous match, while Tardio had a tough match with Rafa Hewitt, ultimately going 3-4-11, 11-8, 11-6. So a big win for Tardio there. Tardio, 17 years old, out of Jupiter, Florida. John Cincola, 42, out of McHenry, Illinois, in the Chicagoland area. Breeze has picked up just a little bit more. Again now into the face of Tardio. Cincola with that win to his back. Cincola holding that shot until the last second, trying to not let Tardio read where he was going with that. Oh, little net cord there stays in for Cincola, putting him up by 3 now here in this first game. Cincola, the number 3 seed here in men's pro singles. Tardio, the number 11 seed. Tardio, one of our next gen players, who is continually working his way up the ranks, looking to make a name for himself. He has a lot of really great people to play with where he lives in Florida. He's got the Johnson family, Mircea Marariu, Jonathan Wilson, just a big crew there in Southeast Florida. Anna Bright. Good spot there from Tardio. Let's see, gets up to that net, putting himself in a good position to volley that forehand. Ooh, just a little too much there. Tardio has a couple little trick shots that he pulls out and likes to use. Sometimes you can try and force those or rush. I think that call is going to be in. Cincola much too underneath that drive. Tardio easily able to put a lot of pace and a good angle on that as it sat up a little too high. Sincola follows it up with a free point on that return long. Both these players have a version of the spin serve that they are rocking. Tardio, 2 free points. Oh my goodness. He just, I mean, he didn't even put a lot of, watch the roll on this. Just dips up and over the net. That was a beautiful shot. Not seen too much cat and mouse yet between these two players. They both can play the cat and mouse very well. So far, these rallies really haven't extended long enough to get into that cat and mouse. Definitely had some serve return errors. Some quick putaways like that. So far, very short rallies here in this first game, but both players still in it again. Talked in the previous match how singles especially, a lot of runs that go on, and Sincola is the one back on a run here after Tardio was able to get much closer. Sincola possibly stopping his run there, though, with a serve into the net. Tardio, such a talented young player. Very exciting, always watching him. Still struggles a little bit with consistency. Oh, great anticipation there from Tardio as Sincola tries to go back cross court with this again. Takes it out of the air, so he sets it up a little high because that previous shot from Tardio was a good one. And Tardio he's a tall player. Certainly has already hit his growth spurt. He's got that long reach, recognizing when to take certain balls out of the air. Yeah, Tardio back within 1, but now Sincola 2 points away from taking this first game. Needed about 2 more inches of clearance there for Sincola to dip that over the net. Oh, great anticipation there from Sincola, but Tardio just never really relinquished control of this hands battle here. Had a lot of options to work with after he lets that last shot drop. Right in that back corner. Sincola did a great job not pushing that. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. Really nice job on both sides. Both of these players had some really good gets in this rally. I mean, Tardio did a great job getting to that. Just tried to do a little too much with it. Just needed to get it over the net, try and make Sincola hit one more shot. Push a little wide, though, and a game point here for Sincola, and he'll get it done. The beautiful little cross-court shot there. And again, a game of runs. Certainly this first game could have gone either way. We'll see if game 2 follows a similar pattern. We're back into the action right after this. Game 2 underway with a good amount of people already in the stands here for our singles day, first day of coverage and pro events here at the APP Sunmed Houston Open. Gabriel Tardio on the far end takes on John Sincola on the near end. Andrea Gately is our USA Pickleball Certified referee for this match. I am Lauren McLaughlin. Thank you so much for joining us. Sincola able to take game 1 after it, similarly to our previous quarterfinal match, kind of seesawed back and forth on that scoreboard. Tardio never able to get into the lead, though. Looking to push this to a game 2, though. He will have some different wind conditions to deal with on that far end now. Similarly, Sincola will have to adjust as well. Decent anticipation there from Tardio, just looked a little unfocused, wasn't quite balanced, sort of running through that a little. Just missing that back corner. Yeah, not a whole lot Sincola can do with that. Again, look how far off the court he is there to the left. He loves that forehand. Does put him out of position occasionally. Oh, hits that tape, just does not quite get the rollover Tardio's looking for. My sincerest apologies. That is Diane Anderson, our referee for this matchup. Oh, tips that. Oh, manages. Oh, I was like, it didn't stay in? Okay. Could not quite see it right in front of me. It was blocked. Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. That get from Sincola was ridiculous. I mean, he is fully extended. He barely gets that up and over the net. And of course, Tardio just tries to do a little too much with it. He tried to put a massive angle on that, and it wasn't needed. He didn't need that much angle. He's just got to get it over the net. Sincola completely pulled off the court, out of position. There's almost no chance he's getting to really any shot Tardio hits. And there's that forehand that Sincola loves. That's exactly why he runs around his forehand, because he can hit shots like that. It's Mitch. Hi, Mitch. Thanks for watching. He says, snazzy championship court. I think that's for you, Spencer. Big shout out. Pickleball TV rocking our production this weekend. Spencer Laurent at the helm. Again, Tardio's just been just ever so slightly too low on his drives. Hit right into that tape a couple times. Needs to give himself a little bit more margin to work with. Pretty sure it was the Pickleball Clinic that put out a tip of the day a couple days ago that they were reminded of from Paul Olin at our last Next Gen, which is getting the ball over the net is more important than hitting a perfect shot. And you're seeing that a little bit here between these two players, sometimes just trying to do a little too much, and they really just need to get the ball over the net. I mean, that right there is Goldilocks. Just right. Didn't do too much, didn't do too little. Oh, and follows it up. Pretty sure Sincola called a timeout. Oh, he didn't. He was clapping. I thought he was calling a timeout as, oh, no, he did. I don't know what's going on over here. Definitely a couple fantastic shots from Tardio. And the thing about Tardio, and I mentioned it in game one, is he still struggles a little bit with the consistency. So he can have a couple amazing shots like you just saw the previous two rallies. Just perfect. Beautiful shots, but he has a tough time stringing too many of those together. And a weather report here in Memorial Park Tennis Center in Houston. We got there's no way it's only 67. It's only 67? It feels warmer with the sun. All right, 8.2 miles per hour. This is like a live weather reading that Spencer's brought in. So we love it. Giving you guys basically the Weather Channel over here as well. Pickleball with a side of weather. All right, we are tied at 5s here. Oh, see, it's the, ooh. Ooh. Great job. Tardio handled that so well. Put a couple great angled shots here. Couple really great gets from Sincola, but Tardio stayed calm. Didn't try to do too much because it wasn't necessary. When Sincola is on the run and out of position as much as he is, you don't have to put too much. You just got to keep the ball in play. That's going to go just long. Free point for Sincola puts him back up by 1. Gorgeous. Right on that left sideline. You can see that path that ball traveled. Taking a left turn there. That is one of Sincola's, if not his favorite shot, that runaround forehand cross court passing shot. Oh, just clipped the net ever so slightly. Throws off Sincola here.
6-7.
Come on, he had that. How does Tardio even get a paddle on that? I mean, that is 2 feet behind him. Like to maybe see a timeout here from Tardio, as Sincola has gotten some momentum building here. A couple errors from Tardio. There was a gigantic butterfly that sort of flew past Tardio on that serve. I do wonder if that almost distracted him a little bit. Great job from Tardio. Got up to that kitchen line, stayed in control, never really allowed Sincola to get up to that kitchen line. Oh, yeah. Just ripped that forehand drive there with a lot of topspin. Good little hand exchange there. Haven't seen too many of those yet today as that gets sped up here. Tardio back within 1. Oh, too good. Right down that sideline, followed up immediately by the cross-court shot. And Sincola now with a timeout as we are tied up at 9s here. Tardio hoping to take the second game and force our first game 3 here on championship court. As I mentioned, stands filling up here at Houston Memorial Park. Enjoying the fabulous weather and fabulous pickleball. Love that we have all of these stands courtside. Really nice center court area for everyone to be able to see and also stay in the shade. Anyone knows, at a very sunny tournament weekend. All right. Gabe coming out of that timeout, not giving anything up. He's got a game point here. All right, door still open for Sincola to try and take this match in 2.
9-10.
Again, it's Sincola hits such an amazing forehand, but when he runs around it on that left side, he's so out of position. He just can't get all the way across the court to get the next shot from Tardio when he places it so well.
Side out. Nine-10. Side out. Timeout, server. 10-9. 1 minute.
All right, offensive timeout here from Tardio, as he's going to have a game point coming out of this. Wants to just reset, refocus, you know, shake off anything else that's happened before this 1 point. None of it matters. He just needs that one final point on the board here in game 2 to take this to 3. Tardio close this out. That was a great return from Sincola. Right up that sideline. Oh, and Tardio. Free point at this stage.
10-10.
Oh, wow. So I've mentioned earlier that Tardio sometimes does a little too much, but this time really well executed. Goes for that angle. The net cord. Sincola is not going to be happy with that. Another game point here for Tardio. Oh, and Sincola gives it to him with the return into the net. So game 3 indeed coming our way here in this quarterfinal matchup. One of these players heading to the semi at the conclusion. We'll take a short break back here at the Sunmed Houston Open right after this. Welcome back, everyone. Game number 3, and Adam Stone is back. He's excited to be joining here for this tiebreaker third game. John Sincola on the far end, Gabriel Tardio on the near end.
I mean, Lauren, they split the first 2 games. I didn't need to be here for that.
I know, right? It's very unnecessary. Didn't need you at all.
Ooh, tight ones, too. 11-8, 10-12.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Very,
Excellent.
very tight. Sincola definitely had an opportunity to not let Tardio take that second game. Ended up losing with a serve return into the net. So we will switch ends at 6 here in this third game.
I just love the kid versus the veteran, though. I believe, what's Sincola, 42?
Yep.
Oh, it's awesome. Yep.
Oh, great spot there from Tardio. Tardio loves to work those angles.
He's all legs and arms.
Oh, yeah, it's true.
I love the kid, I'll tell you that much. I've had some good conversations with you. He's kind of like, you see Tardio and you kind of smile, you know? You just get a little happier. So he's my guy. He's got a lot of talent, and he definitely is, at a very young age, one of the better shot makers out on tour. I mean,
sure.
Some of the stuff that comes off his paddle is just ridiculous. And if he ever finds a way to fully harness that and clean up some of the mistakes, watch out, everyone.
Yeah, I literally was saying basically exactly that. His consistency is just a little lacking still.
Oh, just, inside out, two-handed backhand up the line, 3 inches from the line. Easy game. Easy game.
I mean, who can't hit that? Please.
1-1.
Ugh. Yeah.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, that was nasty. Houston, that was disgusting.
Houston, yes. There we go. That's only number 2. I'm sure you got a couple in when I was gone. So
I didn't. I needed you to witness them and judge me. I mean, the consistency is here right now. I hopefully don't jinx Tardio, but like every single shot he's hit this third game has been spot on. A little high on those first 2. Sincola able to keep him back.
Yeah, better volleys from Sincola. But I actually watched Tardio and Travis Rettenmeyer play at the Beer City Open in doubles a few months ago, and that is when I was really like, this kid can win games now. Before he was just winning points.
Sure.
He was just winning points, and I was like, he's got what it takes.
Wow, great recovery off that net. Oh, Sincola, though, staying calm in the backcourt here.
The veteran, and I just want to give a shout out to Sincola. I mean, this is so tough on the body.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, great volley. Too high on the drop from Sincola, but like I said, this singles game is tough on the body. The changes of directions, and for Sincola to be at the very top of the game at age 42 is just fantastic.
And just a quick shout out. It was in the chat, but we are not only streaming on Facebook and YouTube per usual, but we are streaming on Twitter as well.
Oh.
Our handle is Official APP Tour. So check that out if you're a big Twitter nerd.
Is Twitter, this is the first time we've
I
done
think
that?
so.
Okay,
It's
gotcha.
an experimentation in the Twitter.
I signed up for Twitter
verse.
1 week ago. So
I do not have Twitter.
I'm a Twitter guy now, I guess.
I know. Just a week is all it takes, and you're a Twitter guy?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Houston.
Yes.
That was
but just look how
amazing.
look how effortless it is. Oh, just a little slide step and one big jump. Sharp angle with the tomahawk backhand. Just crazy stuff from Tardio, and loose mistake from Sincola, and Gabe with a 1-point lead. Wow, and that's, to be honest with you, I think that initial shot from Tardio might have gone wide. And for Sincola to stab that volley and then clean up on the next one, phenomenal court coverage at the kitchen line from John Sincola.
Oh, tough break.
Fourth break.
The runaround forehand. He just loves it, and it gives him so much more to work with.
For sure, and he even likes to do it in doubles as well. And he's gotten really good at being able to go to all the spots. So to flip that inside out with a short angle is very good from John Sincola.
I can't make that call, sorry.
That
Oh, I see.
was called long from
Gotcha.
Sincola. Mm-hmm.
I wasn't exactly sure what happened there.
He was running past the ball.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look at the shot. He's running past it and pulls that forehand out to still hit a great shot. Follows it up with that one, which not quite as good, but
I like the tone change. That one. Yeah, not good enough there from Sincola. Good forehand put away from Gabe Tardio, but that backhand up the line, leaving it a little high. Gabe knew what to do with it. A little too far inside the ball. That inside out forehand's a good shot for him, but if it gets away from you, it can get away from you a lot.
all right. So Sincola is the one crisping it up here a little,
Mm-hmm.
as he was certainly struggling at the beginning of this third game. Tardio definitely playing a little cleaner, but
Yeah, great deception on that last ball from Sincola. You could see Tardio kind of leaning towards the cross court. Sincola put it in the perfect spot. And as you mentioned, stepping around to his backhand side to hit forehand can be a very good strategy in a lot of situations, but if you're a little late with your footwork, puts you in a very tough spot. To not
he
only
did get caught a couple times earlier in this match being pretty out of position for the next shot when Tardio put it cross court.
Yep, sounds about right. And Sincola with a feathery touch on the drop volley, one of the better deceptive shots that he has in his arsenal. He kind of has that paddle in a higher position to stroke through the ball at the kitchen line, and he can just come right underneath it. Another player that I think of when I think of that deceptive drop volley is Jay de Villier.
Oh, yeah. Jocelyn?
I think Jay's actually a little better on the forehand side, and I would say John Sincola better on the backhand. So just a huge shot to have in the singles game where your opponents aren't sure whether to hang back or come forward.
Good leave there from Tardio. And I think, too, you mentioned, Sincola, one of the older players on the men's side at the pro level, still extremely competitive, great shape, a lot going on. He does have, a family at home, teaches a lot. And I think probably the last 6 months or so, his results haven't been quite what he would want or that he's had in the past. So I think that's probably been a little frustrating for him, but certainly always in contention. But I think results have slipped a little here, probably a little lower than he'd like.
Went right back at him. But, yes, I think you're exactly right, Lauren. And the thing is when you, with the talent coming in the game, to maintain your level or possibly get a little better at age 40+, the amount of work you have to put in is crazy. And like you said, he's got I believe, is it one or two daughters?
He has twins. He has twin girls.
Exactly.
Yep.
Sometimes you're teaching, you got kids, life gets in the way sometimes, and some of these young bucks, they're just on the grind playing great pickleball.
Good spot there from Sincola, getting the angle, keeping it very low. Look at that slice.
Oh yeah, it's great. It's great. Textbook, really, really clean with his technique as well. All he can do is chuckle to himself there. Got hit 3 or 4 shots to get that one, and then catches the tape. Always a little frustrating.
Ugh. It just makes it look so easy.
Mm-hmm. It's you can look at it as it's easy for him or it's annoying. It's a little annoying. It's so easy for him, to be honest.
Yeah. Makes me hate him just a little bit.
Right, exactly. Wow. That's a back foot inside out forehand. A couple inches from both lines. Just great shot making from Gabe Tardio. Last couple points as they switch sides at 6.
Yep. We will conclude this match with Gabriel Tardio on the far end, John Sincola on the near end. And I am getting some updates in the chat here that we have a bit of an upset situation.
Uh-oh, who's telling you?
Got to confirm for myself here.
Fact check.
All right, we have... I don't know. Is this an upset? Ryler DeHart over Pablo Tellez?
No, I would not.
3.
I would not say.
2-11, 11-8, 13-11.
Oh, 13-11.
So maybe just met that very tight third game. But Ryler DeHart will take on Federico Staxrud, who defeated Travis Rettenmeyer.
Okay. That's
coming up next.
Yeah, I would say Tellez and DeHart is a fairly contested match. So
yeah.
Maybe a slight edge to Pablo, but I can't imagine it being more than a slight edge.
And did you know it's Tellez?
Tellez
Is how you say his last name. We've all been doing it wrong, and he let us do it. I yelled at him. Tellez.
I like it. I like it.
7-5. Point.
Great forward movement from Gabe Tardio, exploding to the ball, not waiting on it at all.
8-5.
I always love to see that. Once again, the forward movement. So important. I always tell my students and you guys back at home, if you're taking time away from your opponent, it's no different than hitting a better shot. So great job by Gabe. Nice high backhand volley from Johnson Cole. Let's see if he can get back in this thing.
5-9.
Oh,
Wow.
wow.
What-
I mean,
Was that around the post? I don't even know.
it's he was up and over.
Okay, it was
like
over.
Went
It was
right
over.
clear, just cleared it. But what a spot from Sincola on that line. Like he's. It's almost like Sincola is also struggling with consistency a little bit more than he used to. Because, I mean, look at these shots. I mean, he's got every shot just like Tardio does. They're just kind of going back and forth on who is able to get consistent for a couple rallies.
I mean, you saw it. I mean, he had the as you mentioned, the crazy drop on the line on the inside-out forehand, and then the very next point rips a cross-court winner. So, I mean, like you said, the shots are there. The shots are there, no doubt, for both players. I don't really struggle with the too many options. So some of these guys, they little different mindset when they have all these options and all these abilities to shot make. So sometimes too many options is a thing, and
Absolutely.
Just picking one or two to really go to in the big moments, I think can help a lot of players.
Mm-hmm.
Time in. 7-9.
All right, Tardio hoping to throw some cold water on the momentum that Sincola has these last few rallies. Stay out in front here. Try and close out this match.
I think he accomplished that beautifully with that return there. About an inch over the net. Yeah, just popped up a little early. So when he has that nice low center of gravity exploding forward, it's great. But if you come out of that crouch a little early, makes it tough to be consistent. Throughout the gosh. I might have chose a different word if I was in that situation.
He has in the past.
We all have. Nice job.
I mean, he went right back essentially to Tardio's paddle.
Right. Yes, for sure.
Again, when you have so many options, we look at that and we're like, Sincola, go to an open spot. What are you thinking? But in his mind, it's like it's not so clear cut.
Sure. Nice carve volley from Sincola to get the ball back. Tardio coming in hot. Crunch time.
Mm-hmm.
Who wants it?
Rubber meets the road here.
Oh, stop it, Sincola.
That's one of Tardio's favorite trick shots. I call it the pretzel.
Attaboy, Johnny.
I don't know what it's been named yet, but I call it the pretzel.
Fair enough. I can roll with that.
Yeah, right? It makes sense to me.
You're going to have to, if you end up doing an interview after this match, you're going to have to bring it up to either one. So John beating Gabe with his shot, or what Gabe thought about what he thought about John using his shot against him. Interesting.
All right, Tardio again. The offensive timeout here saw this in game 2 as well.
Okay.
He didn't close it out immediately after his timeout. He's probably hoping to do so here, though. Take this match. We'll see if Sincola can hang in there. What are your thoughts on the offensive timeout at 10-9?
Oh,
you're trying to close it out obviously immediately, but then you're giving Sincola also the timeout here to adjust, refocus.
I'm kind of with it. So, this is obviously a very tight spot. So, I'd maybe have to think a little bit deeper about doing it at 10-9. But I think that there's lots of times when you get stuck on a number or you have several side outs and you can't get off that 8, that 9, that 10, whatever, where to regroup offensively and kind of set up a game plan or a pattern that you want to get into, I think it's completely fine.
Time in, 10-9.
All right, let's see.
He went body.
Yeah.
I've only been here for game 3, but I've not seen him go body yet. And Sincola ready.
9-10.
He says, are you serious?
I heard another word in there as well, Adam.
Okay.
He kept it quiet, though.
Gosh,
He kept it quiet.
It must have been gosh.
It was Fudge, but not.
No, is she on yet?
And that'll be it. So he lost game 2 sort of similarly with an error on the serve return, which is such a tough spot to be in. But Tardio, he's a teen of many, many words, so I'm sure I'll get so many out of him in this interview.
Oh, I can't wait.
We'll take a short break again, Gabriel Tardio. Moving on to the semifinals coming up next. We have who he will possibly be taking on, Ryler DeHart versus Federico Statute here in Houston right after this.
We are launching Cell Curve TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Cell Curve.
Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Gabriel Tardio as he heads to the semifinals. Had to do it in three very close competitive games. A lot of runs between the two of you. In game 2 and 3, you took an offensive timeout right at the end. What were you thinking taking a timeout? Did you just want to sort of refocus and try to only think about that 1 point that you needed to try and close out that game?
Yeah, 100%. Every time I'm usually doing that, and like before match point, and I'm just going for it.
When you have a player that you're playing and it's kind of going back and forth, you're getting a couple points, he's getting a couple points, is that a little tough to feel like you're never fully getting into any sort of rhythm long term?
Oh yeah, 100%. Happens to me all the time.
Of course, we saw him pull out one of your favorite trick shots, which is the, I call it the pretzel. Do you have a name for it?
Not really. Pretzel sounds good to me.
You think that works? We can dub it the pretzel?
Yeah.
Gabe's good with that?
Yep.
All right, you're headed to the semis. You will face either Ryler DeHart or Federico Staxrud, depending how their match ends up. Do you have a thought in terms of who you play? Does anything change for you? Do you adjust too much if it's one player versus another?
Not really. I'm just going, to do my 100% with either Ryler or Federico. So.
All right. Well, we'll see you in that semi. Maybe you'll pull the pretzel out. We'll see if we see it. But congratulations. Good luck in that matchup. Don't go anywhere. That next quarterfinal matchup is up next. Ryler DeHart takes on Federico Staxrud here in Houston right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to another quarterfinal matchup. Here on center court, we have on the far end Ryler DeHart. He takes on Federico Staxrud on the near end. Oh. All right, again, DeHart is a lefty. Doesn't seem to play too big of a role in singles. I've talked to players about it a little bit. Would you agree, Adam?
No, it's definitely.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, I thought that point was over 10 seconds ago. No.
We're like, wait, is this still going on?
No, absolutely. And I think it does play a little more role in doubles because of spot picking, when to speed up from the kitchen. So it plays a role in singles for sure. But at the same time, there's less situations that you get in when it really matters, and you can kind of figure out your spots early.
Mm-hmm.
But Federico Staxrud just playing absolutely huge these last couple months. Doubles game coming along as well with the singles game that is very much already there.
He's playing with Simone Jargim in mixed this weekend, so I'm very excited to see those two team up. Of course, they have been training a lot together. He is in the same area of Florida that she is, around the Naples Estero area.
Mm-hmm. And he's just got you can just tell he's got a legit work ethic.
Oh, yeah, he's got a hunger for sure.
You can see it. I've heard some rumblings as well, and we talked about it a couple times. Work ethic and talent is a deadly combination. Very nice. I talk about Ryler kind of has that buggy whip forehand. He just kind of slings it through the zone of contact before striking the ball, and he can get very hot on that forehand side.
What did you call it?
Buggy whip.
I was like, did you say buggy whip?
Buggy whip.
Love it.
He had that one, and Ryler DeHart a little bit older, either mid or late 30s. I'm not sure the exact age. I know you have it.
38.
There you go. So he
You
definitely
are
has the length for the court coverage.
Yep, played a little professional tennis in his younger days.
Oh yeah, Lauren, no big deal. He just played
played
Rafael Nadal at the U.S. Open. No big deal.
Whatever. Haven't we all? Please. You're not special, Ryler. Oh, just misses that sideline.
Yeah, just wide. Very close. Kind of got a little eye contact from Staxrud there. It wasn't for sure that ball was wide, but I do think it missed.
We're working on getting that scoreboard up. Don't worry, everyone.
There with Ryler DeHart with the great guess on the Ernie from Federico Staxrud. Had it right on his paddle but couldn't convert.
5-2.
5-2 is our score here in game one. Oh, yeah. I think Staxrud didn't think it was going to travel out as much as he did. He could have let it almost give it another half second maybe and try and go for that back corner. But again, when you're doing it and running for it, it's tough.
For sure. I think you're right, though. But either way, a beautiful feathery touch from Ryler DeHart.
Side out.
All right, 5-3. Let's start getting that scoreboard up and running. Oh.
Side out.
I just slipped a little on this side.
Yeah, ridiculous initial volley from Ryler DeHart on the full stretch. To get around that outside of that ball to push it cross court is very impressive.
Side out.
Had a good look at the buggy whip forehand. Sailed it a little wide.
5-3.
That has
yeah.
definitely been the shot of the match so far, is the inside-out forehand from
That was a
Federico
Sincola
Staxrud.
special
Oh,
right
yeah.
there.
I mean, just beautiful technique and just a phenomenal job with the feet to get where he needs to be in position to hit that ball.
6-3, Staxrud up.
Nice balance up at the kitchen from DeHart, who lost it a little bit after that first volley. able to stay out and finish on the next ball.
Wow, he took that next to his knee.
Yeah, that was impressive. Maybe a combination of skill and being a little fortunate on that particular shot, but either way, great job from Federico.
Oh, wow. That was the spot from Staxrud.
Yeah, that was
that
was a great 38-year-old grunt right there. I do the same thing myself on the full stretch.
Oh, yeah, just pushes a little wide. Davey is just rocking my updates here in the chat. We do have a legitimate upset alert. On the ladies' side, Lacey Schneeman takes out the number 1 seed, Georgia Johnson, in 3. 11-6, 6-11, 11-8.
Wow.
Well done, Lacey.
And you know what? I can see that. Lacey's...
Yeah, she's been up in her game.
Up-and-comer, great shot maker, real explosive, kind of a little, like, she's small but explosive. Very athletic, lots of muscle, and great movement from her. So absolutely a legit upset, but not terribly surprising either. Oh, my. Very nice inside-out forehand from Ryler to Hart. Yeah, that deserves an oh, my.
Side out. Set 4. Point.
Nice try on the stab volley, and you can see the Federico Staxrud pace of play. I would say of the top 10 guys or so, I think he plays as quick or as fast as anyone.
8-4.
And I thought it was really cool, Lauren. I've done an interview with him, and I asked him about that pace of play, and he talked about how he just wants to let him know he's ready. And it's a mental warfare, being ready for every point and ready to serve right away. So all this talent at the top is super close. A little edge and mental warfare can be the difference.
Side out.
Great volley from Ryler to Hart, keeping himself in this game 1, getting the ball back, serving at 4-10. And I believe, is this the last quarterfinal matchup? Is that
I believe it is. I
Okay.
believe the other one is happening on a side court, so this is the last one we will see before we get into the semis.
Gotcha.
Oh, I mean.
Beautiful hold from Federico Staxrud, and we haven't seen it yet this match, but he does like to take that specific ball up the line. So to change his spot and go cross court is great.
And he will close it out with a return into the net from Ryler to Hart. So we take a short break at game number 2 here in this quarterfinal matchup. Winner heads to the semis to take on Gabriel Tardio. Game 2 coming your way right after this.
We are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
15 seconds. Game 2, time in, 0-0.
Chris Galan, our USA Pickleball Certified referee, kicks us back into the action here in Game 2. And 26-year-old Federico Staxrud continues to roll here after taking Game 1. Originally from Buenos Aires, Argentina.
1-0.
Played college tennis at Tennessee Wesleyan and then the University of New Orleans. Was an NAIA All-American in his time. And I mean, you might think differently. You've been doing a lot of rankings lists recently on your podcast with Rob Nunnery. But I think Staxrud, while there's players that might still objectively be better than him, I think he is the most, I'm not sure how to describe it. He's the most threatening. Like, he can take off anybody. He can pick off anybody. He might not do it all the time, but he could at any moment. And I think he's so dangerous. Like, he seems to be one of the most dangerous players in singles right now.
Oh, there's no question. And I've not done the men's singles ranking, and
Oh.
shocker, he'll be in the top 25.
Point. One, two.
Ooh,
Point.
interesting. The run around and then he goes up the line instead of cross court. You don't normally see the run around up the line.
Definitely. And you got to change your adjust your spots every now and then.
Yep, keep him guessing.
Even if
Stays in.
Even if you are a little out of position occasionally, I mean, if he just takes that inside out every time against a player of Staxrud's quality, it's going to be a long day or a short one.
Side out.
Yeah, tough. Just a little slight breeze and a little side spin on that return from Staxrud.
2-3.
Ryler DeHart unable to get his feet completely underneath him.
Side out. Three, two.
Can't make them all, Fed.
Nobody's perfect.
Side out.
Yeah, Ryler DeHart showing a little frustration. Obviously forced into a couple errors, but that one was kind of sitting there for him.
2-3.
Always hurts a little bit to get that easy opportunity and not be able to execute.
Point.
Nice stretch and just a little anticipation and just a half step over to his left-hand side with Federico being
3-2.
so good going to that spot.
Side out. 2-3. Point.
Tough break for DeHart, who was thinking his return was going to go out.
Houston, we have another upset
Uh-oh.
alert. Yates Johnson takes out Zane Navratil 11-4, 11-5. The Twins face off in the semifinals.
Wow, that is definitely an upset, but similar to the Lacey Schneeman,
3-3.
that's a lot of talent on the paddle of Yates Johnson. So while certainly cannot
Side
label
out.
that not surprising, it's this is the world we live in the pickleball
Absolutely.
action now. Everybody is very good.
Point.
Well, yeah, we talked about it. The Twins battling it out. Who has that mental edge?
4-3.
It's going to be fun to see that one later.
Point.
Oh, the slumped shoulders.
Yeah, good decision there from Staxrud, mixing in a drop just to
5-3.
change up the rhythm.
Point.
Yeah, and he's just putting in so much work in between tournaments, training, fitness, all of that. You can see it. You can
Yeah,
see it on the
it's-
court every time he plays.
And I think one of the most
6-3.
impressive things with him is 1 second.
Point.
Is he has all the
Timeout's been
movements.
called by
We
the
see a
receiver.
lot of players
7-3.
really move well laterally, or maybe they explode forward there but are a little late in some of their lateral movements or changes of direction. I think the movement of Staxrud forward and laterally is just very, very high end.
Absolutely. So on our ladies' side, we did mention that upset Lacey Schneemann into the semifinals. She'll take on Jenna Hessert, who is sort of a new name to watch on the ladies' side as well. She comes from a big CrossFit background.
Oh, interesting.
Saw her have a really good result in Beer City on Center Court 1. Ended up cramping in that final match that she was in pretty significantly. But I expect to see her name more often on the ladies' side for sure. In the other semifinal, Paris Todd defeats Lina Padigamete, and she faces Megan Fudge in the other semifinal, who took out Alex Trong.
Point. A3.
Oh, I thought that was
Oh my
wide.
gosh, there's no question that was wide. That was a very, very friendly call for Federico Staksrud.
Is it even friendly, or is it just the wrong? Is it just wrong? Fed, wrong.
Point. Four eight.
Again, closing ground.
Mm-hmm.
Great spot.
Out.
Yeah, rightfully so. DeHart breaking to his left side to the open court, and a great volley to get it back cross court from Staksrud.
8-4.
Oh,
Side out.
funky bounce.
I think the very first point of the match, Ryler DeHart had one of those. So I think there has to be some form of crosswind. We saw it on the DeHart drop shot as well. It just moved to the outside of the court.
Side
And that
out.
does happen a lot when you have sort of bleachers or things blocking around the court. You can get sort of that swirling or sort of weird spots of wind.
Yeah, a little tunnel action.
8-4.
Yep. Oh, tried to,
Point.
just slice that a little too flatly, it looked like.
That was it. I mean, that was definitely a good look. Had some open court to work with, but
9-4.
sometimes that net just gets in the way now, doesn't it?
It does. It's so rude.
Side out. Four 9. Side out.
I mean, it's so tough. You can see DeHart running all over the place as Staksrud doesn't even move at all.
Annoying.
9-4.
Some could say. Wow, great
Boy.
anticipation.
It's just a great read. That's exactly what it was. To be honest, it wasn't a bad drop, but that drop was a little floaty. It kind of floated there, and for him to
10-4.
anticipate that next ball, just really high-level stuff.
Side
It
out.
was a match point for Staksrud. He will not get it done on his first try.
4-10. Side out.
Too good. DeHart cannot get there. Again, when you can hold the ball that long on your
10-4.
paddle before you show where you're going, it's just so
Point
tough.
in
And
match.
return into the net. We've seen a few games end this way, but Federico Staksrud is moving on to face Gabriel Tardio. Ryler DeHart drops to our back draw. Adam Stone heads to the Franklin studio to talk to Staksrud, and then we're back into the action with more singles in Houston right after this.
Congratulations to Federico Staksrud.
Hello, everyone. Adam Stone here in the Franklin studio with the winner of our quarterfinal matchup, Federico Staxrud. Federico, I think it's pretty clear that the last 6 months or so you've really been climbing with your game, and I know that you do a lot of drilling and work on and off the court. How important is that in this, specifically in this game of pickleball singles?
Pickleball singles, and also being able to play 3 events. I think that's the most important part. If you're not prepared for that off-court preparation, you're just not going to be able to handle it, because every day, regardless if it's doubles or singles, it's just hard.
Well, as we can see, you're in tip-top shape. You look great out there handling Ryler hard in that quarterfinal matchup. Next up, we have, I wouldn't say it was a major upset, but a slight upset with Gabriel Tardio beating John Sincola. Have you ever played him? And if you have, I know you've seen him play. What are you thinking about going into this semifinal match?
Try to be steady. Gabe is a great player. Maybe sometimes it could be a little bit of ups and downs on his game, but I'll try to stay solid. He can have a really good run, so I got to be careful because he's a good player and he can definitely beat me.
Well, congratulations again on that fantastic match. We look forward to seeing you back on this court here in about an hour or so. Yeah, something like that. Okay. Yeah, well, yeah.
I like
yeah,
it.
Yeah, exactly. Specifically 1 hour. I'm going with that. So we'll be back with a lot more singles action the rest of the day here at the APP Houston Open. Welcome back, Pickleball Junkies, to the APP Sunmed Houston Open. I believe this is our first women's match of the day. We have Megan Fudge versus Paris Todd, fresh off a MLP victory last weekend in Ohio. This should be a good one.
Absolutely. This is our semifinal matchup here. So our ladies have started already, obviously. This is our first streamed match of the day.
Yes.
I think they knew what you meant.
Okay,
I am winded, Adam. The bathroom is very far away. I feel like I ran a 5K. Oof. Goodness gracious, but yeah.
And I think Megan Fudge pulled off the default first round into the silver medal in Alabama a couple weeks ago.
She sure did. I heard you wonder about that. Did you get the story about what happened?
I think that this, talk about a keeper right here. I think Ryler was in a very tight, highly contested, kind of spicy match.
It was spicy.
She chose to support him and watch him. She was at the venue. That's a keeper.
Yeah, that is absolutely what happened in Alabama. He was facing off against Rafa Hewitt. Caliente indeed was that match. I was commentating it. Words were spoken. But yeah, she decided to stay and watch that match and be there supporting, and ended up through the back draw into the gold medal match. Took silver.
Wow.
Ultimately, but yeah, that's a wifey right there. That's a keeper.
That's impressive. And, of course, on the far end, we have Paris Todd kind of just storming onto the scene, just really impressed with her improvement, not only in singles and doubles, but definitely a force to be reckoned with out on the pickleball court. Had a slight muscle pull that she had at the second MLP, so I don't believe that has been affecting her doubles game, but possibly a little bit in singles. So hopefully she is 100% physically, because when she is quite a player.
Absolutely. She is the number 4 ranked player on the APP standings list. Fudge hot on her heels, though, right behind her at number 5. And a reminder, our standings list is an accumulation of points that the players receive based on where they finish at each APP tournament. Those roll over in sort of a cumulative 52-week time period. So this time last year, if the players had points, they will fall off the board and they will continue to add on. I actually think both of these players probably weren't even playing pro pickleball a year ago.
If they were, it was in the very beginning of their careers, for sure. So, yes, that was a good description of the point system. These days, I have a lot more points falling off than being added on at this moment. So hopefully I can hold on a little bit longer to that top 10 spot, because I have a bad feeling it won't be too much longer.
I mean, get it while you can, Adam. I tell you what.
That's right.
Angela Loomis is going to be our USA Pickleball certified referee. And, oh, my goodness, Tra Pickleball is in the chats.
No, they're not.
They are. Lumen.
I love those guys.
It's Lumen. I said it wrong?
It's Lumen.
Look
yes.
at you correcting me
Hey,
now.
I mean, come on. It's like 3-1. It's like 3-1.
Look at this partnership. I love it. But a big shout out to everyone watching. It is such a great time being here in Houston. The crowd's already. Is that Tim Klitsch that I see right there, front row?
Where is he?
Owner of the Ranchers.
Oh, looks
from
like he
MLP.
was playing. Looks like he was playing some pickleball. Awesome.
Without the cowboy hat, I didn't recognize him.
That's exactly who that is. So cool to see him jumping in the mix and getting on the courts.
I love it. I mean, that's what we're talking about. Owners of MLP teams out here playing the next day. Obviously, a pretty short commute for him.
Yes.
So happy to see him. Very exciting.
Yes.
All right, so we're about to kick off here again in this semifinal match. Again, Paris Todd, Megan Fudge, looking for a spot in our winner bracket final. Our other semifinal, Jenna Hessert, will take on Lacey Schneeman. So winner of this faces the winner of that. Our men's are just getting into the semis now as those shape up. We should, I believe, probably have a semifinal match coming up in the next match or two after the ladies. So Paris Todd will be on the near end for game 1. Megan Fudge on the far end. And here we go.
Yeah, already see a slightly different strategy. We talk about this a lot with the men and the women and some of the wingspan up at the kitchen. The ladies staying back a little more frequently and picking their spots when to come forward instead of just crashing in on almost every point. I expect that to continue this match.
That was a good get from Fudge on the previous shot, which was a really nice shot from Todd, but it's not enough to get that next one back.
For sure. Paris with 2 R's.
Exactly. Just long.
Yeah, didn't quite grab the ball. Didn't quite get the rotation she was looking for, the top spin. But I'll tell you what, her ground strokes are pretty ridiculous on both sides. Nice job sneaking in with a good volley and a clean put away on the overhead. But just notice Paris's shots. The shape of them is really spectacular. So she is hitting through the ball with a lot of spin and net clearance. So not only is it powerful, it's safe. And to have that combination is awesome. Right on cue.
Todd, 24 years old, from Newport Beach, California, recently made the move to Fort Myers, Florida, though. And recently joined Team Selkirk. Oh, I mean, great angle as she just continued to close ground up to the net there.
Yeah, just a slowly working forward, and then the swinging backhand volley. Once again, with the good spin, allowing her to create such an angle. So that's 3 or 4 net approaches from Paris Todd early in this match. We have yet to see Megan Fudge come forward. Always an important thing to monitor as the match moves forward.
Fudge, 35, originally from Germany, now in Villier, Florida, of course, with husband Ryler DeHart. And they have 2 young ones that are here, daughter and a son, who are both, I mean, they're going to beat you soon, I'm pretty sure, Adam. They can definitely beat me already.
I don't want to play them. I've seen them hit before. It's pretty impressive. I would guess maybe 5 or 6 years old and just hitting a clean ball.
Yeah.
They got decent genes. Fudge getting a little fired up. Letting Paris know, I don't give a dang who you are. I'm ready to play. Kind of effectively short. I'm not sure Paris was looking to return that short, but it worked out very nicely in that situation.
2-1.
Wow.
Yeah, too much power, but tell you what, Fudge, she can move. She can move. I know she's, for the pro ranks, a little bit older, but that lateral movement and some of the gets that she makes in singles and doubles are very impressive.
And I think, of course, we talked about it a little bit more when Todd burst onto the scene, but she did play a couple years in her juniors at professional level in tennis. So she does have, of course, really high-level tennis. Tremendously helpful in her switch over to pickleball.
Of course, I always talk about that progression of singles, the easiest to break into, then probably mixed, especially for men, and then that gender doubles. A little more difficult, takes a little more time. Yeah, she said it, not us. She knew that she lost her balance a little bit. She had a good look at that up-the-line backhand. But definitely the ascension of Todd it's been very quick. And,
Absolutely.
And I can only think of maybe a couple other players that have been this good this quickly.
Point.
Nice power on the volley from Paris Todd.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Todd definitely getting up to the kitchen a little bit quicker than Fudge has been. I think that's put her in a good position to control some of these rallies a little bit more.
Good return from Megan Fudge. Good depth. Returning middle, often a underutilized play. Fantastic passing shot from Megan Fudge, and it was all set up by a dipping forehand that forced Paris Todd to hit up on the ball, gave Megan a nice opportunity to go cross court to finish the point, and she did.
2-5.
Very nice approach shot, staying low with the slice approach. Megan Fudge was down, locked, and loaded for that passing shot, but she came out of her stance a little early, and that caused the error. But the slice approach, a couple inches off the net, and a foot from the baseline is a lot to handle. Missed it. Paris Todd changing directions, going up the line with the approach. Don't hate the decision, but a little more difficult to keep that ball in play, and she missed by a couple inches. A little less court to work with.
Push that. I mean, she called that out, right?
She had to have called that out. I mean, that was
think so.
That was like 4 inches out.
I was like, right? Okay. And the thing, too, you mentioned the difference in the women's and men's side of singles is so evident. On the men's side, not only do they get to the net much quicker, but the rallies are exponentially shorter.
Good hustle and anticipation, and I've said this a lot of times. I do not think that is because of any form of lack of skill.
Oh,
it's just
absolutely
it's just
not.
wingspan.
And style. It's just style.
Yes,
the style is very different.
I mean, to have 15, 16 extra inches on your wingspan when you're at the net, it's just much easier to do that when you're a guy.
As well, too, I think if the women got to the net as fast as the men did, in that they followed every return to the net, the rallies wouldn't be as long either.
Sure. I kind of like that it's different.
Oh yeah.
She can't. She had a funny look on her face. She's like, I can't believe it. I've hit like 25 of those already this match. What happened there? Not always a reason. Sometimes you just sail one.
I mean, speaking of, no reason, just sailing a serve along.
3-5.
I mean, a couple unbelievable gets there from Fudge before Todd was able to finish that rally. Again, we talk all the time, make your opponent hit one more shot.
Definitely. And really, Paris has been dictating. I know the score is very close, but she's been dictating the offense in a lot of these points. And I don't need Megan to blast away and charge forward, but I would like to see a little hint of offensive play from her.
Point.
We got a plane banner. We got a
my
lot going on. We got a lot going on here at Memorial Park.
A lot of other sporting events happening around this large venue. right down that line.
Yeah, beautiful inside-out backhand. Able to go to all the places, being the real key there. We've seen her whip through balls cross-court, push them up the line. Very difficult to hit that two-handed backhand everywhere, and she can do it.
Yeah, you could see sort of on that banner in the background behind Paris on the previous shot, wind picking up a good amount here.
Just missed, and that's the difference between topspin and slice. If you're trying to create an angle, that topspin diving down into the court helps a lot, and often that slice sails too far, as it did there for Megan Fudge.
Yeah, I think in the past when Fudge has been on the stream, that has generally been our maybe one of the minimal critiques is that she likes to slice a lot of her shots when it simply isn't the best shot to be hitting. It works sometimes, absolutely, but there's some just, puts her in a disadvantage.
For sure. No slice there on that backhand passing shot. Right in the middle of the court, Megan Fudge, and able to go inside out to the Paris Todd forehand. Great ball for Megan.
And she does have the wind behind her, so she is dealing with perhaps a little wind assist helping to sail some of these long, but got to make the adjustment and take a smidge off.
It's definitely there. The breeze comes and goes, but it's been more here than not here the last bit of time. Another example of that right there. The combination of breeze and backspin really cuts down on your margin for error.
9-3.
I like it. Smart move by Fudge. With that, yes, I mean it was really back and forth early on. Quite a few side outs that first 5 or 6 minutes of the match, and Paris Todd has definitely taken control in the last handful of points.
Ryler to Hart courtside, of course, supporting. No words of coaching, however, though, as Fudge is on the opposite side of the court.
It's yeah, I saw a little bit of Fudge coaching him in that previous matchup. Not sure if it was strategic or just some words of encouragement, but sometimes that definitely helps a little bit. You just need to, come on, let's go, and that's certainly better than nothing.
I really enjoyed. They played together in Alabama 2 weeks ago. Saw definitely a few times. Ryler did something Megan did not agree with, and she actually looked at me and gave me the look that women know, which is like, see what I got to deal with?
What am I supposed to do here?
What am I? Look at this. And I was like, I know that look explicitly.
Look, she did get some.
The daughter.
There you go. Way to get in there. Excellent job. Let mom know she's doing great out there. She's got this game.
It's just like her shots just kept getting a little shorter and a little shorter, and it's like she brought Paris in.
Yeah,
like Paris didn't even make a move; she just naturally went in because Fudge was not keeping those shots deep enough. If you're going to get into the ground stroke game, it's got to be deep. You got to keep them back.
I like it.
Yeah, I mean that was
it's on her paddle.
She's right there.
Yeah, it would have been a very tough pass on the next ball for Paris Todd if she was able to convert that volley. So sneaking in here and there, I love it. It just kind of puts in Paris's mind that she's not just going to always hang back there. She's going to sneak in occasionally, and that can even force some errors, just her knowing that. when she has that full comfort level of knowing her opponent's going to stay back, and that thought's not in her mind. It just gives her free rein to really release on her ground strokes.
9-3. Side out. 3-9.
Wow.
Point.
Great stab volleys from Paris Todd, but just too much passing shot power for Megan Fudge. It took her 3 or 4 to finish it, but she did exactly what she needed to.
Oh, wow. I mean, Todd, the breeze picked up just before
Yes.
Todd hit that. You could see her crank it a little bit harder.
Timeout called by receiver. Scoring is 5.
Just, I mean, perfectly placed. I mean, she's 3 or 4 feet behind the baseline on that ball, so just too good on the passing shot, and a smart timeout here from Paris, who I believe it was 2 points, so it was at 9-3, correct? Yes. So
Yes.
just two quick points for Fudge, and a smart timeout to stop that momentum and see if she can get back going here fairly late in game 1.
Yeah, and this is our number 2 and 3 seed. We mentioned the number 1 seed, Georgia Johnson, got knocked out by Lacey Schneeman, who is in our other semifinal against Jenna Hessert. Winner of that takes on the winner of this in our winner bracket final. Whose birthday is it?
That's Papa. That's
Is
Papa
that
Stone.
your dad?
That's Papa Stone.
It's Dad's birthday
That
today?
is the president of the
Terry
Greater Houston
Stone.
Pickleball Association.
What?
Terry
You
Stone in
didn't
the house.
introduce me.
Well, we're kind of doing something right
you,
now.
You got to say happy birthday to him. You can't just be like, my goodness. The Terry Stone.
Mama Stone's playing 3-5 singles today.
Let's go, Mama.
Let's go. Let's go. Come on
The
now.
whole Stone clan out in force. I love it.
Family
Well,
affair.
big happy birthday to Terry Stone.
Uh-huh. I think he's 71.
I mean,
Point.
All right, here a little tighter. Let's see what she can come up with. Man, that breeze, you can see it.
I know. I mean, it's pulling the ball away from her right now.
Paris hit the ball right to her, and it blew all the way up to the referee. Crazy.
6-9.
Oh, I thought she just missed it.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I was concerned for her approach shot, but it dropped right down in there with the topspin, and then a great two-handed full stretch volley. Fudge able to get there, but not able to hit the pass.
Side out.
That's the thing with the wind. It just died. So, Todd hits the previous one
6-9.
harder than she needs to because she's into the wind, and then it dies and she sails maybe the next one long. It's such a tough thing to
Very
adjust to when
difficult.
it's changing nonstop.
Yeah, as a pro player, I don't even care if it's 20 miles an hour. Just be consistent.
Exactly.
Be consistent, and that very tough when it's swirling. Great put away. I mean, Megan Fudge, as soon as she hit that ball, she left towards the open court, but Paris Todd too much power with that ball up about shoulder level, able to create the angle with the pace.
Point.
Tough one there after all that battle to miss the return and give Paris a game point.
10-7. Side out.
I think she would like that one back. Kind of half-hearted attempt there.
Point.
Yeah, and you can really see just with, you can see, I mean, these are elite players, and you can see the contact point in different spots. There's not a ton of consistency with the contact point, and I guarantee that is related to the wind.
Oh, yeah, that was a great spot. Had a little side spin as well, so kicked a little out.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal approach shot just on the outside of the ball, so moving away from Megan Fudge. Very difficult shot to come up with.
Game point here for Todd. Oh. Wow, that was a great spot from Fudge, but a great get from Todd in that exchange. And she does take game one. Fudge made it a little closer than she wanted it to be. But 11-8 here in game one. Game number 2 here in this women's pro singles semifinal on deck right after this. Back into the action here at the APP Sunmed Houston Open. Lauren McLaughlin and Adam Stone here courtside with our lovely group of fans here enjoying our women's pro singles semifinal matchup here. Oh, Kathy Dimitri is in the house again, firing up the crowd. She's got the heads. Love. I haven't seen Kathy in a second. I'm excited to have her back. You can see her there up on the right.
That deserves the love to see it. You love to see Kathy.
So great. Paris Todd will be on the far end here for game 2, taking on Megan Fudge on the near end.
Yeah, and we'll see if maybe a little change of shot selection depending on the different sides here. So
exactly.
That breeze can really affect the amount you approach the net, some of the shots that you hit. So we'll see if either lady makes an adjustment.
All right, so if you're playing singles in these conditions with the wind, do you prefer the wind to your back, to your front? Where do you start if you have the choice?
Okay, I'll tell you right after this point.
Think about it. Ponder.
Yeah, too much pressure from Paris. So in doubles, I prefer the wind to be in my face.
Okay.
So in singles, I do have a little bit of a flatter ball, so I can get in trouble with the wind. Some of these players that have the really good topspin strokes, I think the advantage is with the wind because they're going to get the penetrating depth on that shot. So that's what I would say about that. For me, with it hits a little flatter ball, sometimes with the wind, I get in trouble making mistakes.
Wow.
But there's a little comfort when you're against the wind to just know that you can fully swing out on your stroke, whether it's singles or doubles. And sure, if they're landing very short, that's an issue. But just to be able to fully release on the ball and not really, push it or guide the ball, I think really helps hit a consistent ball.
1, 2.
I mean, it has really seemed like, again, Todd is coming to the net much more consistently, much more frequently. But with that wind to her back now, she's able to pin Fudge even deeper in the court because she's got sort of the ability to put even more pace on it along with the wind. That one's going to sail long, though.
And, you know, that's just going to happen sometimes, and that's okay. But that is the difference in my mind so far in this match. It's just a foot or two of average court position with Paris being a little further in and Megan hanging back a little further. Oh, baby.
I mean, you're going to need to hit passing shots like that.
And the thing is, while that is phenomenal, and I've already mentioned how great of a mover she is laterally, that shot is a very high degree of difficulty. And if you have to come up with that consistently, it can be very tough. Got it. The pre come on. Happened to land on the line, though. So quick couple points for Megan Fudge, who takes a 1-point lead very early in game 2.
3-2.
Two great shots where I would say Paris made contact almost maybe even a foot below the net on both of those last two balls. And with Paris coming forward and Megan Fudge staying back, forcing Paris to hit up on the ball is going to be absolutely paramount for Megan.
And we have a timeout here from Todd. She's trailing by 2. Doesn't want it to get too away from her here, as Fudge has now hit a couple really nice shots in a row. And again, like you mentioned, that against Todd, who's one of the top singles players now in the game, Fudge, you know, a great player herself, but if you have to come up with shots that are that hard to hit consistently, it's not going to happen.
Right.
Like,
and
Paris is not going to allow her to do that, and so you have to find another way.
Right. So, it's hitting those shots or getting in those situations when they arise, but trying to maybe even avoid being in that spot is more of a sustainable long-term strategy. So, looking at your little note here with places and ages, look at this 53 from Paul Olin sneaking in the main draw.
Times.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Like, what's Paul doing in there?
I have no idea how he did today, but I'll tell you right now, I don't want to play that guy. He is tough.
Yeah. It's his warm-up. He just wants to play the pros and singles for a warm-up for his weekend.
I like it.
Point. Five, 2.
Fantastic approach shot from Paris Todd. But a great run from Megan Fudge, grabbing a couple points and kind of, just putting Paris in a situation that she has not been in yet this match.
Point.
Letting out a little emotion. You see it a lot, especially in singles. Nobody there to bounce ideas off of or talk to. Just you out there. So sometimes it builds up. You just got to let it out. Great ball. A couple of these last points, it almost seems like Fudge is trying to get Paris to come forward and give her a little bit of a target to hit to. I'm not sure if that's exactly what happened, but a couple pretty plain short balls, almost luring. Is that the word? Luring?
Yeah.
Luring?
You're luring them to their
to
death.
The net.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and that was
barely cleared the tape.
Sure, that was. I think that her point of contact, was a couple inches below the net. So to come up with that angle from that spot is very impressive. I mean, that was a foot behind the kitchen. So that's just a crazy angle from Paris Todd.
And again, she can't hit that if she's not up close to the net. I mean, you can't hit that farther back. So that's why getting up to the net can be critical.
Point.
Another very nice swinging cross-court volley from Paris Todd. One on the forehand side, one on the backhand side.
Four, five.
Almost got me. Great setup. You saw that approach shot very deep in the court, and then unleashing on the overhead. It's a lot of power. She's pretty slight frame. So to get the pace and kind of spin by whipping through the ball is pretty impressive from Paris. Paris not sure about that one. Angela Lumen letting her know it was deep, but as you can see, you don't have to look like Austin Chikatilo. If you have good technique, you have good timing. That's just, if not more important than being a big strong guy. So very cool to see the power on her shots. Great technique.
Tied up at fives here. Again, game of runs we're seeing here. Todd started first, Fudge answered, and now Todd seemingly back in control.
I think that's exactly what happened. I believe Fudge got off to the 5-2 lead when Paris took that timeout. So that's 4 straight from Paris, slowly working her way back into the heart of this game too.
All right, we're going to have a timeout from Fudge. And again, when you have the wind as a factor, both of these ladies you mentioned, there's not huge strategy changes that I feel like need to be implemented. It's simply you have to adjust to the wind. Fudge, as we've mentioned, has not come up to the net. She's not getting up to the net. Do you think that is maybe the one key factor that would put her in a bit of a better position? Yeah, and it's obviously not her go-to style, and I'm completely okay with that. I don't need her crashing, but an occasional sneak in, like I said, just kind of putting it in Paris's mind, like, oh, is she going to sneak in this time, or is she going to stay back? Might create something. It's kind of like squeezing the middle on a poach in doubles. Just knowing that they're there, you might not hit a winner poaching, but they have a smaller court to hit into, and it kind of puts something in their mind. So, but you're exactly right. When the wind is swirling, the main focus is yourself and getting set for your shots, taking those adjustment steps, making sure your contact point is consistent. And it's just very difficult when it's breezy. So, obviously, strategy, very important, but in these conditions, I think taking care of yourself is the most important. I think, too, if you just watch, Fudge she's just not getting deep enough on her shots. It's just she's got to get deeper, or she's naturally, as we mentioned, bringing Paris closer to the net.
7-5.
And she's into the wind, which makes it even that much more difficult.
Very nice shot, passing shot from Paris Todd. But you're exactly right, Lauren. I mean, we're just kind of trying to find something. These players are all so good.
Oh yeah.
And their opponents are putting them in such tough spots. It's very easy to be armchair quarterback and kind of talk about a strategy when in the moment it's just so tough.
Absolutely. Nitpicking for sure.
Picking nits.
Oh wow.
Point of the match.
Unbelievable.
Point of the match for sure. I think Paris was letting it go, and Megan Fudge, after about 10 shots, finds the back corner. Beautiful point from her.
Yeah, amazing defense from Fudge.
Let's see if she can put one on the board here after getting that ball back on the side out. There you go. Fist pump for Megan Fudge. Fired up. Two fantastically played points.
All right, good timeout here from Todd.
I think so, especially with the 0.2 points to go being so long. I think it's a good spot because she's only put 1 point on the board, Megan Fudge, but I do like the timeout call here from Paris.
All right, so our year is almost over, Adam. We only have a couple left, but next year already in our minds on the horizon. We kick off the 2023 APP Tour in Punta Gorda, Florida, January 11th through the 15th. And just off and running after that. It's going to be a fantastic time. Excited to be in Florida. Next weekend after that is our Boca Masters tournament. Are you planning to join us in Florida, Adam?
I am not exactly sure of my plans for next year, Lauren.
Just too far ahead.
I'm going to be cutting down my play pretty significantly next year. So going to be some combination of commentary and play, and I haven't exactly figured that out yet. I know Punta Gorda recently with the hurricane. I think they had a little damage to their courts. I hope everything is going great for them down there, and they're getting everything back to normal.
Yeah, we'll certainly be keeping an eye on that as well. Oh, wow.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I kind of liked the approach. Just coming up with the goods, though. Megan Fudge up the line on the passing shot, just out of reach for Paris Todd. 3 phenomenal points in a row for Megan Fudge. Oh, she missed it? I mean, Megan is.
No.
She's fist pumping. I thought she made that. I didn't see it land though. It is out. I think it is wide.
Interesting. I know. I thought it caught.
I couldn't say for sure.
I thought it might have caught the outside of that line.
Very close.
I thought she did. I thought Paris thought it was in, and Megan thought it was out. So I think. Again, here it is one more time.
Wow, that's close.
Yeah.
In real time, we were blocked. There she goes, little mini fist pump. Getting the ball back.
Oh, I think we lost the ball under the bleachers, perhaps.
And I think we're at 88 here. 8 apiece in game 2. We got it.
We are indeed.
8-8. Side out. It was out. Eight.
Wow.
Point.
Man, this is a great cross-court backhand from Paris Todd, but the knifing slice from Megan Fudge just inside the baseline, and Paris can't get low enough to come up with it.
Yeah, the last two rallies, I thought Todd had an opportunity to come forward a little bit, and she chose to stay back or back up that one. Similarly, I think she could have come up maybe a couple shots before the one that she finally did, but ultimately did get up there.
Yeah, sure.
But again, Fudge has burned her a couple times.
Yeah.
So
8-8 is different than 4-2.
Yeah.
Sometimes you take a little more passive route.
But does that put you at a disadvantage then? Is that not
right.
the game you want to play?
Yeah, so
it makes you a little tentative, a little hesitant.
Yeah, stick with what you were doing or maybe hold back a little bit. There's no perfect recipe. Every situation's different.
Yep.
Ooh, good look, but not enough to keep it in. Just sails wide. All right, real big point here.
Absolutely.
Let's see if she hangs out or if she comes forward.
Yeah, I think
Good
that
to
was the perfect time to come forward.
Great combination, approach and put away, and there was no real hesitancy there from her at all. She saw the ball that Megan Fudge gave her, and she went for it and came forward, and I really like that decision.
Timeout called by the receiver. Score is 9-9.
Is it just me, or has there been like 7 timeouts this game?
Yeah, I believe
there's just like so many.
I believe it's only 2 apiece. Am I wrong?
So that is what I think the rules say, but it's just so many. It seems like the second game. But I mean, with the game this close, this tight, a lot on the line, makes sense. Of course, they're going to be using them.
Yeah, there was definitely. Oh, there we go. I like those stats there with the weather and Memorial
Park. The wind
Park.
has picked up a little bit. It was only about 7.8 earlier, and now we're looking at 10.4 miles per hour. 71, still a lovely little temp here.
And the humidity.
All right, lot on the line for these two ladies, a spot in the winner bracket final.
15 seconds.
And a spot on the podium.
Both players have 0 timeouts.
On the line, and we are out of timeouts for both of these ladies.
Time in, 9-9.
Coming up, we will have a men's semifinal match. What?
Oh, my God.
That's just too good.
What the hell, Fudge? I thought you were, not going to lie, I thought you were screwed a couple times. This is a phenomenal passing shot.
She's not even on screen.
So good.
Wow.
Just great court coverage.
Ooh, yeah, just a miss hit there.
Yeah, that was a little funky. Not exactly sure what happened, if it was her setup or a little gust, but definitely a miss hit on that forehand volley.
Game point for Megan Fudge to push this to a third.
Wow.
The more that I watch Megan Fudge, the more you can never count her out. She will gut it out until the very end, and she got the job done in game 2. We're going to a third. We'll take a short break. Back into the action for the conclusion of this women's pro singles semifinal match right after this. Are we? Were you?
Can't hear anything.
Can't hear me. Can't hear me. There I am. There she is.
There she is. Let's go.
Were you singing a little Katy Perry?
Well, of course I was.
Wait, should be Texas. Can we say now? Because Texas is only 2 syllables. It doesn't work as well.
Okay.
I mean,
it's all good.
We'll figure it out later. We'll write a song specifically for this. I'm not busy. It's fine. All right. Game number 3 here in our ladies semifinal matchup. About to be underway. Paris Todd begins on the near end. Megan Fudge on the far end. We'll switch ends at 6. And one of these ladies heads to the winner bracket final.
Another great pass up the line for Megan Fudge. Just big difference from the beginning of the match to where we are now is really forcing Todd to hit up on a lot of those first volleys.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was just too good. But as we know, that kitchen, big equalizer, forcing your opponent to hit up on the ball is just absolutely paramount, especially in the singles matchup.
Oh, just too much.
Side out.
And this is kind of I call it like the Newman defense.
Mm-hmm.
You make a bunch of balls, they start going for a little too much. You maybe don't totally have the firepower that the other player has, but Megan's been putting so many balls in play, you can almost see Paris going for more than she should.
Yep.
That looked very close on the back line, but great 1-2 approach finish combination from Paris Todd.
And Angela Lumen, our USA Pickleball Certified referee for this match. And we do have twin-on-twin crime coming up next. Yates Johnson takes on twin brother Hunter Johnson in our men's pro singles semifinal match. That is coming up next after the conclusion of our ladies.
1-0. Side out.
Uh-oh. A little fun fact about Angela Lumen. She was in Dallas when I first started playing, and she has one of the most spectacular serves in all of pickleball. I cannot describe it. You must see it.
What? Well, I am intrigued. Oh, my. See, like, how did she get that back?
You stop
Come
it.
on.
You
Like,
stop it right
what?
now. Gosh dang it, Megan Fudge. That was ridiculous. I mean, a little assistance from the net is always nice, but to regain her bearings and then finish with that cross-court forehand, just really good stuff on the defensive side of the ball for Megan Fudge.
Yeah, and in Alabama, when I saw her play, like, defense was the name of the game for her. She just got everything back.
Point.
I like how Paris sticks. She's got her little routines. You know, she could be whooping up, or she could be in a tough spot, and she takes her time. She does her little routine. She comes back, says some words to herself, a little self-talk. So really cool to see her, regardless of the situation, kind of stick to her guns and her routines, as they are very important, especially in singles. Wow. Great job. I believe that's one of the first times that Paris's second hand has come off the paddle for a volley at the net. So great attempted pass from Megan Fudge, but adjustment to get a little extra reach, take the second hand off and carve that volley cross court from Paris.
And I do think the wind, as we mentioned, swirling a little, it's changing directions. So it is not, again, consistently staying anywhere. So it's certainly giving these ladies issues here and there throughout these rallies.
Side out. Zero, two.
Very nice volley.
Yeah, a bit of a short return from Fudge, I think, is what sort of set off that chain of events, ultimately putting Todd in the driver's seat up there to finish that.
1, 2. Side out.
Always fun as a pro player when the crowd go, oh. After you miss a server return, it's like, okay, thanks guys. I know.
I love when they gasp at net chords during rallies.
For sure. I mean, my goodness. Fudge. I'm loving it.
Trying to think of a good Fudge pun, but nothing's coming to me right now.
There's got to be a lot.
I know, but I want it to be good.
Point.
Are you a fan of Fudge?
It's not one of my favorites.
All right.
I mean, I like Megan.
Okay.
I like Megan Fudge.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
the creamy version.
I mean,
of
it's
Fudge.
not. It's not like it's. I mean, it's obviously not bad. I mean, it's Fudge.
Okay.
But
well, I was going to ask if you have a favorite flavor of Fudge, but probably not, since you're not really.
No,
a Fudge fan.
no, for sure. I know my mom likes it, but I would. If I'm going to go sweet, I'm probably going to do something different.
All right, I see.
I'm more of a salt tooth guy.
All right,
yeah.
Okay.
So I like the
well,
chips.
I'm from Michigan, Michiganders. We have Mackinac Island, which is famous for its fudge, as anyone from Michigan knows.
There you go.
Rocky Road's my go-to. It's good stuff. Good stuff.
I like Rocky Road ice cream.
Oh, big fan of that as well.
There you go.
There you go. See.
God. Oh my gosh, I'm getting a message from the lovely Corinne Carr.
The prof.
I didn't book a flight. I swear I did.
Oh no,
but
go home?
I must not have completed the purchase.
Professor.
Oh man, we're two peas in a pod. I got flight credit from Southwest because I booked my flight 1 week later than I should have. So I mean,
you guys, perfect pairing. I love it.
Yeah, I guess that's it.
All right, in to the action again.
Great approach shot from Paris there, coming out of the timeout. Really staying positive. I obviously know that she has, mishit some balls and not hit a few exactly where she was wanted to, but I really like the vibe and the energy that she's giving off here in this early in Game 3.
I just looked like Paris just wasn't quite ready for that to come back.
No, sure. I mean, and Fudge she didn't have much shot she's just crashing back to the open court and hoping for the best in that situation, and she was rewarded.
Point.
And Fudge 1 point away from triggering the end change here in Game 3.
5-1.
Oh, she chopped at that.
Yeah, so sometimes when you are on the full stretch, it's just kind of that's exactly what it was. That's a very aggressive swing, knowing that this is my shot. I'm very out of position, so I get the thought process there, but obviously hard to execute when you're breaking form a little bit and going for such a big shot.
Yeah, and I mean, Fudge, again, she was in a tough spot in Game 2, managed to pull it out, and it seemed like that has really given her the confidence to continue rolling here in Game 3. Look at Kathy. We got a Rob Nunnery sighting. We got a Vivian David sighting here.
Emily Ackerman.
I mean, love it. All these pros in the stands cheering on. their single playing peers,
For
as
sure.
they're like, you guys are crazy. We'll just watch. We'll watch. We're good guys.
We're going to practice here in an hour or
Yeah.
two, and then we'll play tomorrow. Smart people over there.
15 seconds. Time.
All right, Megan Fudge will conclude this match on the near end. Paris Todd on the far end.
Just missed. Some slight side spin on that ball. I believe it was pretty much in the court till it landed, but it did land an inch or two wide.
1-6.
See if just a point or two can springboard Paris here to make this tighter in game 3.
Side out.
Going to need another crack at it after that missed approach shot.
6-1. Point.
Todd's just making some errors here in this third game. We're not used to seeing her make.
Yeah, and I think a couple of those have just been errors for whatever reason, but I think that approach shot was a little ambitious. Her contact point was pretty low, and she's going over the high part of the net, so maybe that could have been a questionable decision, but I think a few of these errors are just, little off on the contact point, and Megan Fudge, give her all the credit. She's taking full advantage of everything right now.
Yep, she is playing fairly error-free for the most part in comparison. For sure, Todd's going to take a timeout here and see if there is something that she can do. And, I mean, is it as simple as that? She just needs to execute better.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I mean, of course, we don't have the stats right here, but I would say that Paris certainly has more winners, but certainly has more errors as well. So it's just Megan Fudge keeping it kind of close to the vest. If she gets an opportunity to pass, then, she's come up with a good several times, but she has given literally nothing to Paris in terms of unforced errors. So a lot of different ways to get it done in this game of pickleball. So it's very cool to see the different styles with a more offensive firepower of Paris and the rock-solid Megan Fudge.
Yeah.
15 seconds. Receiver, you have 0
All right,
timeouts
can
remaining.
Fudge keep the momentum
Server, you have 2 timeouts remaining.
rolling here coming out of the timeout?
8-1. Point.
She can with another error from Todd.
Nine, 1. Point.
This is an unexpected third game,
Yeah.
considering how games 1 and 2 went. Not that it wasn't possible.
10.
Again,
1.
Fudge has just gotten absolutely red hot here in this third game. And she will get it done 11-1. Unexpected, but again, Fudge just played lights out when it counted here in this third game. She heads to the winner bracket final. Paris Todd not done yet. Good chance we'll see her again. She drops to our back draw, though, so we head to the Franklin studio and then back into the action, as I mentioned, with that twin-on-twin semifinal coming up. Yates and Hunter Johnson face off. Which twin will reign supreme? We'll find out here in Houston right after this.
the setting sun into our wildest dream. Follow me into our wildest dreams, our wildest dreams.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the APP Houston Open. Adam Stone here in the Franklin studio with Megan Fudge, our first women's semifinal victor. Megan, you're playing Paris Todd, who definitely is a well-known player, has a lot of firepower. But, man, your court coverage, your consistency, and some of your passing shots when she was coming forward were absolutely on point today. What were some of the things that you were thinking about coming into this match against Paris?
Thanks, Adam. I mean, Paris is a phenomenal player. She's coming off a huge MLP weekend, boosting with confidence. I definitely got lucky today with the wind, kind of throwing off a little bit. I knew a lot of her patterns. I studied a lot of tape on her, so I knew kind of where the ball was going, so I helped my anticipation quite a bit. But yeah, I still got to get to the ball. So she's a big ball striker, and I got to run fast.
Well, you absolutely did that. Also, you weren't able to capture that game one. And I saw your daughter come over, and I'm not sure exactly what she said, of course, but maybe whisper something in your ear. How important is it to you to have your family travel with you to these events?
No, definitely. I mean, anytime I can look at my kids and give me perspective in the game, you know, whether I win the first game or lose the first game, knowing that it's bigger than just this match right here, just a reminder to myself, it's just like, this is just pickleball.
Well, once again, phenomenal job. Great playing out there, and we will be right back with plenty more singles action the rest of the day here at the APP Houston Open. and I played Yates then Rafa. Those are my 4 matches in the Tuesday.
All right, everyone, get the twin references ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
We got light versus dark, white versus black, good versus evil. Who's to say? Hunter Johnson in the white takes on twin brother Yates Johnson on the near end. Ron Punder is our USA Pickleball certified referee for this matchup. Lauren McLaughlin and Adam Stone here courtside. No matter what, definitely going to be a competitive match.
Certainly. Carbon copy. And I think they played one other time, but I'm real interested to see. I didn't see that match, so I'm interested to see the dynamic. Are they super fiery, kind of light? It'll be real interesting. Ooh.
I mean, how do you not just like smack talk nonstop when you're playing your twin brother?
I could really see it going either way. Lighthearted or just not at all.
Business. Again, it is Hunter in the white, Yates in the black. Yates is the older twin by 22 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
They are 28 years old.
Hunter 1 inch taller than Yates.
Uh-huh.
The second let serve. So let cord onto the line and then onto the line for the approach shot. That's just precision from Yates Johnson.
Jackie Kawamoto in the chats says this is too relatable. Jackie, we're still waiting for you guys to team up with the Johnson twins.
Yes, please. That's funny. Jackie doesn't say a lot, but when she does, it's kind of funny.
Oh, they're hilarious.
I like it.
And again, though, you know, two people that know each other better than literally anyone in the world. Is that a good thing or a bad thing when you're facing off in a sport?
2-1.
Yep, as familiar as you can be. Interesting in the interview with Megan Fudge talking about studying tape of Paris Todd. So these are the pickleball days we're in. It's no just Jolly Roger, let's just meet, play a game or two, and then go play the tournament. It's not like that anymore. People are getting real serious about this. Wow.
I mean, as they should.
No, as they should. Absolutely.
Beautiful two-handed backhand cross court there from Hunter.
We are far away from game territory. This is a sport. It was interesting. Hunter Johnson, my MLP teammate, this past weekend, and he was talking about when they were playing tennis together, how they're pretty much the exact same game style.
Makes sense.
Oh, wow. And so sometimes it's not just the looks or the last name. It's actually the strokes and the game style. As you see Yates hit the ball away from Hunter. That was pretty funny stuff there. So yeah, absolutely carbon copy, not just physically with the strokes and the play style as well. Wow, some crazy action on those passing shots from Hunter Johnson. I mean, those things are absolutely diving. Yates Johnson neutralizing a couple of those shots, but not able to catch that last passing shot from Hunter. Just a little too casual on the drop volley attempt.
And I was literally just thinking about that exact thing. When you're playing a sibling, family member, I imagine that has to make you feel almost like you're going to play as loose as you're going to play.
For sure.
Because you're so comfortable with them. There's, of course, something on the line, but there's something about the familiarity that lets you play at your highest level without getting tight, I would imagine. I mean, both of them just swinging away right now.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think there's something to be said for that. For sure. Just good spot there. Hunter Johnson not able to get in tight enough after that return. Great spot from Yates. Missed serve from Yates. I think that's one apiece on the missed serve so far.
6-4.
Yates talking to himself under his breath. Couldn't make it out, but I think he was being mean to himself there.
Well wide there. Double bounce, I'm pretty sure, regardless.
Yeah, but like you said, Lauren, I think it's probably something similar with J.W. Johnson. Like, looseness allows you to hit some really spectacular shots and probably do some of the things that J.W. can do. But occasionally it might be too loose, where some of that footwork intensity or some of that preparation to hit your shot is not quite there. So if you get too far either way, it's probably an issue. So to find that happy middle ground is just not the easiest thing to do.
All right, we're going to have a timeout here from Yates Johnson in the black as I feel like Hunter was just giving him a stare down.
No, that's exactly what was happening. Who knows? I wonder if they hedge their bets a little bit and just say, hey, I'll give you 25% of my prize money. Who knows?
All right, Houston, it's a little windy. It's a little windy. I am really hoping we do not lose a tent. Or a camera that you can see swaying in the breeze. All right, back into the action here. Game 2 of this semifinal match between the twins. We have Yates Johnson in the black on the far end, Hunter Johnson in the white. I mean, now they're just having fun.
Yeah, that was an interesting point, too, with the wind. It's he didn't take that ball out of the air, and it landed closer to the kitchen than the baseline. It was very interesting. But you can definitely see the talent in these guys. Some of
without question.
Yeah, some of the smoothness and the pace created with a little short stroke. It's very good stuff from these guys. Good deceptive little shoulder waggle, kind of making Hunter think he was going to go inside out and then pulling that ball inside in up the line. Very good deception and quality of contact from Yates Johnson.
Hunter took game 1, 11-5. Apologies that we missed a few of those points. Oh, missed it.
Yeah, I thought it was wide as well. But still, easy backhand power from Hunter Johnson. He did miss that one by an inch, but...
Very short spin serve there, a bit of a slice on it as well.
Yeah, no idea if that was intentional or not, but occasionally mixing it up and kind of throwing off the rhythm of your opponent can be very effective. Going with the middle passing shot there. I guess that doesn't qualify as a passing shot. I don't think he was attempting to create an angle. Yeah, you see the middle approach shot much more frequently, but you don't see the ground stroke drive at the net player too frequently into the body.
It's almost like there's something personal behind those shots.
I know you're just looking for all setups possible. I don't blame you. You don't get this opportunity too often.
When do twins face off against each other? Come on.
Oh, interesting. What?
How is this still going on? What?
Yeah, I don't know. Some of these shot selections are hilarious at this point, but
I'm literally just laughing.
It's almost like the intensity picked up as the point went. It's like the first handful of shots were, just a stroll in Memorial Park, and then all of a sudden they started turning on the jets, and Hunter finishing with a little half Ernie on the left-hand side.
A little long on that from Yates. Fairly low score here for the second game so far.
Very nice handle from Yates of the side spin serve from Hunter, forcing a third shot error.
3-1.
Brotherly love.
Handed
it right back to him.
1-3.
All right, just being nice, giving side out.
Friendly game so far.
3-1.
Very nice passing shot and a close following that. No hesitancy whatsoever from Yates Johnson, closing in, taking that second hand off and ripping the one-hander for a cross-court winner.
You can see both of them trying to use the wind in different ways. As we mentioned, a little odd sort of shot selection at times, but
Bad luck for Yates there, but a good close either way from Hunter. He was going to be in a good spot there, even if he did not clip the tape.
2-4.
Can you imagine if you had hit a tweener around the post from the back corner?
Wow, that would
I would have lost my mind. I would have thrown my chair on the court.
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. That's what that would have been. You would have been rolling on the floor. I remember that commentary.
Oh, yeah. That was on you.
Yes. I am on the ground, rolling on the floor. So good.
I've had some good moments. Tied up at 4s here. Let's see which twin decides to try and run away with this here, if possible.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Lauren. It's been 1 point here, 1 point there. No sustained runs at all. Just chipping away one at a time early in game 2. A little too much life. Both players really favoring that cross-court forehand. I would say it's probably both of their best shots.
4-4.
That one getting away from Yates.
That was just mean. How are you going to do
It's just so casual.
your brother like that?
Why? How do people play this game like that? I don't understand and be good at it. So casual and smooth. I feel like I'm working hard for everything I get. Nice crisp volley. Textbook tennis volley. I know we're not playing tennis, but certainly in the singles game, having that good compact stroke up at the net can really pay dividends.
All right, we're going to have an offensive timeout here from Hunter Johnson.
Yeah, so I believe Yates was up 4-1. So even though he didn't get them all at the same time, it is a 4-point comeback from Hunter.
They're just kind of smirking at each other.
Yeah, sure. It's like, well, I called it, you corrected me one time. I think I call it telekinesis one time. It's telepathy. It's telepathy. So they're not moving things with their mind.
Exactly. Magneto.
Yeah, Magneto.
Situation.
Exactly. But loving the little, you can see it on screen there, the Texas patch on the diadem uniform of Hunter Johnson. Love to see that. Oh, he's got the Lone Star State above with the, I really like to see that.
I do believe diadem is based in Texas. I'm not sure where exactly.
Right, Texas pride. As we know, there's plenty of that around this state. Some Texans think it should be its own country.
I mean,
it's big enough.
4-5.
Yeah, silky smooth on the passing shot up the line from Yates Johnson. Stepping into the court nicely.
5-5.
again, right at him.
Yeah, he could have played it to the open court. No.
No, I'm right at you.
We're going to go at brother. Oh, he went at him again.
That time he got out of the way.
Very nice drop. Forcing the half volley from Yates Johnson. Couldn't come up.
I'm being corrected.
With the goods.
Diadem's located in Pompano Beach, Florida.
Oh.
Pompano, excuse me. I was like,
Pompano.
I said that the first time when I didn't know better, and then Randy Coleman has been trolling me about it ever since. And I'm always like, where's that hot new spot in Florida? Is it Pompano Beach?
Randy Coleman, professional troller. He's
So
very
that
good
must
at
be
it.
a custom shirt made
Yeah.
for the Johnsons, since they are from Texas.
Awesome. I think that was probably the first real, verbal come on from Yates Johnson. Everything else has been kind of under his breath, muttering some things, but did not like his execution of that drop volley, and takes the time out chatting with himself a little bit on the sidelines.
All right, quick update. Ooh, the wind is just cranking up each time we get a weather update here. Now up to 16.4 miles per hour, 78. Lovely day. Again, players probably would like a little less wind.
Sure.
I get that. But nice day overall.
Yeah,
Definitely clear weekend.
I
Not a
think-
cloud in the sky.
Yeah, I think your first update was 7.8,
Yeah.
then it was 10 or 11, and now we're up to 16. So it's building, and already been a factor today. So of course will continue to be, especially if that number continues to rise.
All right. Yates Johnson has to win this second game to force a third if he wants a shot at the winner bracket final. Otherwise, little brother is going to take that spot.
Nine six.
Oh, a little net clip there on that put away.
Yeah, it was a funky bounce, but makes sense after the tape.
6-9.
Trying to pull off the 360, rarely works out.
And as I mentioned, they live in New Braunfels, Texas, which is very close to Austin, so they get a lot of play with all of those amazing pros that are at Dripping Springs, at Dreamland. Thomas Wilson is there as well, Wyatt Stone.
Yes, and I believe Wyatt Stone does live in New Braunfels.
Yes, he
which
does,
is
as does Thomas Wilson.
the Guadalupe River. It's always great to float that in some of my younger years. Really cool place in between San Antonio and Austin.
8-9.
All right, keeping the second game very close.
Oh wow, beautiful inside out. Really cleared his hips, got his body out of the way to be able to contact that ball out in front, and just placed perfectly from Yates Johnson.
9-9.
Oh, he had it. And Hunter knew he had it, as you can tell from his reaction. Just like that. 9 apiece.
9-9.
Almost looked if he was thinking about being patient and going around the post, and realized he couldn't do it and just took a wild hack at it.
I tried to curve that back in, but both of them on the wrong side.
9-9. Point.
0 for 2 on 360s. But
Looks good, though.
Yes, good sustained pressure from Yates Johnson from the back of the court. 3 or 4 really nice ground stroke rips. That's two backhands, one from the back of the court, one from the mid-court that Yates has not been able to come up with, and some clutch moments of this game, too.
Yeah, that was his game point opportunity. He'll get another one here as Hunter not able to tie it back up at 10s.
10-9.
And he gets it done. So we will have a game 3 with the Twins as they shove each other at the net. I mean, I legitimately think Hunter might be a little annoyed, like probably because they are so competitive, but I love to see it. I love
Yeah.
a little good sibling rivalry here. So we'll take a short break. Game 3 and the conclusion of this semifinal match coming your way right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to Game 3 and the conclusion of this men's pro singles semifinal match. The twins are on court. Hunter Johnson in the white, Yates Johnson in the black. Splitting games 1 and 2. Second game a little closer than game 1.
11-5, 11-9. It should have been 11-9, 11-9. I mean, we're twins here. Come on.
I mean, you balance it out, boys.
Nice two-hander from Yates Johnson handcuffing his brother.
Ron Ponder, our referee. Lord McLaughlin and Adam Stone here courtside. Oh, he got it. That was nice.
Wait, a beautiful little stutter step at the end to get himself in perfect position. Really nice cross-court shot from Hunter, but just too much court coverage from Yates.
Ooh, a little kick on that serve. Oh, again, right at the body. Yeah, a lot more body shots than I am certainly used to seeing in singles.
I think, was that a slight finger wag from Hunter Johnson? I believe it was.
Oh, I mean.
No.
I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Yeah, too good.
Both of them have the exact same mannerism when something doesn't go their way. It's the head drop. You just saw Hunter do it after Yates hit that line. Oh my. I mean.
Real big groundies from Yates Johnson right now, hitting it very clean to start game 3.
3-0.
Oh.
I mean, another good look. Clips the tape.
He wants the crowd. He's like, come on, guys.
Uh-huh. Woo-hoo.
That was nice. I think everyone's confused who's who, and they don't actually know who's winning. Like, I don't know who.
Great point. Good court coverage. Squealing the tires.
I was like, Yates slipping and sliding
Yeah,
over
just
there.
too much offense from brother Hunter.
Yeah, That is too good.
And see, the thing is we're blocked from the baseline, and we can obviously see it on the monitor. But just like Lauren said, no need to see it. Just look at the
watch the
reaction.
Body language tells you everything you need to know.
Wow, it almost looked like Yates thought he missed that. It was like 3 feet in. He was a little sluggish getting forward, but brother Hunter unable to find the court on the passing shot attempt. Head pickleball getting some love this match. About 4 or 5 of those shots have hit the signs on the edge of those C&D pickleball nets.
3-3. Point.
Yeah, and there's no question. I can't exactly put my finger on it, but this is different than other matches. I understand it, two brothers playing, but this vibe is definitely different.
Point.
It's like a little playful, but then one gets upset, and then so it's the dynamic is very, very intriguing.
5-3. Side out.
Good look on the kind of the shorter angle on the backhand side.
3-5.
Not quite enough topspin to bring it down.
I mean, again, I think there's so much familiarity between the two of them, and they play together so much that it's just like they just know what the other's going to do. And so there's this reading of each other that you don't see with players that don't know each other so well.
Yeah, it's like 3 levels deep. Everyone else it's one layer. It's surface. I mean, sure, they play each other, they know each other, but this is something much different and much more special. So, yeah, you got to dig very deep on these patterns.
Point. Switch ends.
All right, so very tight here still going into the end change, but it is Hunter Johnson in the white with a 2-point lead, triggers the end change, so he will come to the near end to conclude. Yates in the black will head to the far end.
And yeah, relatively at a loss for words, which is very unusual for me. I don't really know who needs to do what or what.
The patterns are so weird and unusual, and they're not sort of following the normal way that a singles match kind of plays out.
I think we're just gonna
They're
have to
just
just watch.
two brothers.
We're just gonna have to watch and see.
I'm just having a good time. Like, this is fun.
15 seconds. Time in.
All right, Hunter Johnson continues with the serve and the 2-point lead.
Side out.
A little unfortunate there from Hunter after an amazing serve to not get the cleanest look at that third shot passing shot. Yeah, too good. Really whips through nicely on the forehand side. lots of tumble on that ball, lots of rotation, enabling him to create that beautiful passing shot angle.
Oh, wow. What a great get from Hunter off that net, but...
Right, I think it actually allowed him to stay in the point. Normally the let court hurts you, but too much Yates on the next ball. Wow. Yates on fire right now to start off the second half of Game 3 after the side switch.
7-6.
Oh.
Tough break.
Yeah, he jumped with both feet, and I think that's what almost threw him off. So he did the 2-foot
I
land
see. You're right.
and then tried to come back instead of just jumping with the 1 and then kind of keeping his balance.
Yeah, I didn't catch that initially. But you're exactly right. I think that is exactly what happened. And, man, I mean, I think this is 90 seconds starting the second half of Game 3, and that's four straight points from Yates Johnson.
Yep, we got a timeout here from Hunter, as he is perhaps feeling it slip away a little here after it took Game 1, not super easily, but with confidence, I would say. And then Yates battles back, takes Game 2. And I have to imagine when these two play each other in rec and, when nothing's necessarily on the line, I think it goes pretty split maybe who's winning. Certainly neither of them is, they're clearly the more dominant, twin.
Right.
They're going to win more often. I think these two are extremely evenly matched, as you would expect.
Yeah, and I would say maybe from a result standpoint, a slight edge to Hunter Johnson, but you can see right here that the talent levels are very, very close together.
And I do think they've only faced off against each other in singles maybe 1 or 2 times, I think, in tournaments. Doesn't happen a ton, but I know it has. I don't know what exactly their record is against each other in tournaments. But Yates Johnson will have a match point here to head to the winner bracket final.
Just short enough. A little double hand on the hip there from Hunter Johnson. I'm not sure he'd be feeling it, but you never know. These grueling singles points, you never know when a player might be feeling it physically.
The air has changed in this match. They're both now very serious.
I believe that was match point number 2. See if Yates can get a chance for third time's a charm. He's got to get the ball back first, though, Lauren.
Yep, he's got to let Hunter not get in here.
18.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
Any bit of playfulness is gone now. That is dead. They have buried it and moved on.
Oh, he missed it. He can't believe it. He's looking over at Kai McMankin, who is probably the most positive person in the world.
Oh, he got overruled.
Oh, no. Really?
Yeah.
Oh, my. Ron Ponder. I would like to see that again. I didn't even look. Oh, no, I mean, if I missed it, I missed it.
No, Spencer can get it back. We just... Oh, we're changing out a ball, I think.
I don't know. Yates yelling at me to see if I could see the ball.
We are not allowed to make a call. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I think that's good.
I don't know. That's just so close.
It looks right on the line.
Oh, does it?
Doesn't it?
I don't. Oh, my. Oh, my.
What?
Things change quickly, ladies and gentlemen.
17.
Match point now for Hunter Johnson. Oh, no, and he's going to get it. Pushing it wide. Oh, no. They still love each other, though.
He said something.
Oh, wow. What a tough break. So it is Hunter Johnson who prevails here heading to the winner bracket final. Yates will drop to our back draw. We're back in the Franklin studio right after this. Welcome back to the Franklin studio, and yes, I'm seeing double. It is the other one here now with me, Hunter Johnson. Got to talk to Yates a little bit earlier after his earlier win. Did not get to see you play Zane Navratil, but a big win, and of course, you two facing off here immediately right out of the gate. What do you guys think when you have to face each other in a tournament?
Yeah, obviously it's never fun playing your twin, but at the same time it is fun just because you can, at least one of us is moving on. He's probably a little mad at me right now. I would bring him out here, but I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, it's all good fun, and both of us winning is a good thing. So,
I mean, Adam and I talked in the booth that it seems like watching you guys, it's a different feel than watching any other match. You have just the familiarity is at another level you'll never have with other players. You know each other so well. There is an air of playfulness between the two of you. You have some fun as well. But, I mean, at the end of the day, you both want to win. You're competitive. But do you guys still, you enjoy playing each other? There's that funness that still plays a little bit as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's basically practice out there. You know, we can maybe try to put on a show for the crowd a little bit, show them our stuff. But, yeah, I mean, it's pretty much like practice out there. As I said before, as long as one of us is winning, you know, hopefully you can come back in the back draw and maybe we'll play in the finals. That'd be amazing. And I still got to get one more as well, so that'd be a dream, so let's see that happen.
I mean, in that third game, as it sort of neared the end, it looked like both of you guys, fun was no longer on the table. It was someone's got to win now, and you got a little bit more serious. Did you kind of feel like that shift of, okay, now I have to finish this?
Yeah, I feel like we both kind of got a little serious. We're like, okay, this is someone has to win, someone has to lose, and luckily some of my shots dropped, and I got a little lucky on some serves. But, yeah, I mean, we're both the same level, so it's pretty much 50-50. So I was lucky to take the win today.
I remember talking to you guys when you started off a little bit earlier. There was some frustration probably on both of your parts that the results weren't coming necessarily as quickly as you wanted to after you sort of switched over from professional tennis. Do you feel a little bit more now that you have enough time sort of under your belt that you're feeling more confident, a little bit more comfortable, and the results are kind of matching what you feel like you should be at right now?
Yeah, I mean, I was able to play MLP. Yates unfortunately didn't get drafted, so next year. But he played in Dallas, and he got a big win over Jay de Villier's Tyson McGuffin. So he got that big win, and we both, you know, I made second place, and he made third in Cincinnati, big PPA tournament. So, yeah, just seeing the results is great. You know, everyone's kind of thinking, oh, I was getting the results in the beginning, but, you know, we're both the same level. I mean, we practice together all the time. So just seeing both of us succeed, we're both starting to, you know, come alive in this sport, and hopefully our doubles can start to match up as well. It's exciting.
I mean, you're always a great time watching. We're excited to have you guys both in the sport together and separately during singles, obviously. But congratulations. We'll see you in that winter bracket final. Don't go anywhere. Back into the singles action. Our ladies take center court right after this.
time to waste under the setting sun into our wildest dreams.
Welcome back, everyone. Apologies for the long wait. A quick update. We will just have a couple more minutes of commercials before we get into the action. So Gabriel Tardio has pulled out of our draw. We were supposed to have him and Federico Staksrud up in our semifinal match next. I misspoke about the ladies coming up, but so Gabe Tardio, he wasn't feeling well. We're not sure exactly what happened, but he is no longer playing. So Federico Staksrud moves on to our winner bracket final. We'll take a very short break here while Johnson Cole and Ryler DeHart just have a moment of warm-up time, and then we'll get into their match to 15 here in Houston. So don't go anywhere. That is coming your way in just a minute or two. Thanks so much.
We are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selker.
Welcome back, everyone. Big shot of our gigantic Durafast 40 ball there in the background of our center court as Ryler DeHart on the far end takes on John Sincola on the near end. This is 1-15 in our back draw. Both of these gentlemen hoping to stay alive here in our men's pro singles bracket. We'll switch ends at 8.
I believe we had both players on championship court earlier.
We absolutely did.
So we had John Sincola losing to Gabe Tardio, who unfortunately had to pull out of the tournament. Nice pressure from the kitchen line from Ryler DeHart, who we saw earlier playing a Federico Staxrud.
Yes.
0-1.
Shot in that back corner. And again, because of Gabe Tardio having to withdraw, that puts Federico Staxrud in our winner bracket final against Hunter Johnson.
1-1.
Just long there. And we did not hear exactly what happened with Gabe, just that he was not feeling well, so perhaps just felt a little sick, little, something.
If we get an update, we'll let you know for sure.
Absolutely.
Nice inside out. Forehand from John Sincola. Stretching Ryler DeHart out as much as possible. And that was the jump on the serve. You saw Ryler DeHart completely ready with his footwork to contact that ball and just took a little bit of a left turn on him.
3-1.
Nice fancy footwork at the kitchen line from Ryler, avoiding a kitchen fault and sticking that volley.
1-3.
Wow.
Fantastic close-in after the great dipping initial shot, and then not waiting, understanding that John Sincola is not in the greatest position, and then charging forward. Great combination from Ryler.
Side out.
Wow.
He really does tiptoe that line. I mean, he really puts the balance in his toes.
Yes, I like it.
A little teetery sometimes.
I like the grunts too. Max effort. We got 80 years of experience on this court, Lauren.
You said that, not me.
Yeah.
If that comes back to either of them,
Yeah, that's right.
Remember, Adam Stone said that, not me.
38 and 42 from our competitors. Love to see the old guys out here battling it out.
I know you're giving the 40-year-olds a bad name, Adam, here. You got to get out there.
I know.
Two, three. Point.
Yeah, a very high initial drop from Ryler to Hart. It was almost as if Sincola hit it right back to him, thinking that Ryler was DeHart was gonna make a move to the open court.
And some errors here from Sincola.
4-3.
Lydia Blakeman is our referee for this matchup.
Side out.
Very nice drop volley. Seen several of those from John Sincola today. Some really good touch up at the kitchen.
3-4. Side out.
Nice handle of the serve from Ryler to Hart. Serve took another left turn on him, but handled that one much better than the previous one.
Side out.
Just wide.
Yeah, it's a great look. Went to the right spot, chose the right shot. Just couldn't quite keep it in.
4.
Wow. You saw Sincola kind of exhale right there, like, that's too good, buddy.
I mean, he hit a great shot. But
Yeah.
again, DeHart just slightly better one back.
Yep, I call that the cap tipper. You just got to tip your cap sometime, just too good from your opponent. And DeHart friendly, giving it right back to Sincola. And a little quick seesaw affair early in this race to 15.
Seen that a lot so far today in our matches. Sincola in the upper Illinois area. Played college tennis at the University of Illinois, Chicago. Now is a teaching pro for tennis and pickleball.
4-4.
Had a slight opening on the cross-court ball, but obviously a very, very difficult shot to execute.
4-4. Point.
Sincola and I had the exact same reaction. What just happened?
What? you could read his lips clear as day.
4. Point.
Oh, wow. Amazing job of getting to his spot with the lower body and then getting through that cross-court passing shot. Very tough on the full stretch to pull that cross-court.
DeHart was looking for that 8th point to trigger the end change here in this match to 15, but didn't quite get it. Sincola's been struggling a little to get into a bit of a groove, but a return into the net certainly will help his cause.
5-7.
It just builds, Lauren. You got it.
He speaks truth as a teacher. A fundamental part of pickleball is get your shots over the net.
And he was great forward pressure from Ryler DeHart, but he was muttering something similar, less vocal, but something similar in the previous match. So as I said, these things build up, and it's not even necessarily in the same match. It could be match to match where it builds. Sure. Obviously not thrilled with some of the errors in the net, but it unfortunately is a recurring theme for John Sincola early in this match.
Yeah.
Now we got the
tough spot to be in, but taking a look here at our standings list on our men's side, we do have John Sincola at that number 4 spot. He has had some really good results in the last year, which is how long these points are accumulated into. Not quite as good a results the later half of this year, but Ryler DeHart has not cracked into those top 10 spots yet, so he is certainly looking to keep making moves in the upward direction. He will finish off this match on the near end. John Sincola now on the far end. Sincola definitely showing some visible and vocal, of course, frustration with how he's playing right now. DeHart fully on the run there. Can't quite keep that shot under control.
Side out. I saw that.
And that serve just long from Sincola as it takes a super funky bounce
9-5.
due to the spin that Sincola puts on that serve. Another just sort of missed two-handed backhand, similarly to when he was on the near end. Nice little quick exchange there at the net. Sincola coming out on top of that one.
5-10.
Another nice inside-out forehand from John Sincola.
Yeah, he needs a couple things to go his way here to propel him a little bit.
Very nice shot making from Ryler DeHart, who kind of possibly could have let his foot off the gas after Sincola got to that nice drop shot, but he stayed focused and finished that point 3 or 4 shots down the line. Not enough curl there on the forehand. Occasionally you catch that on the back foot. That's just part of the deal. Always makes it more difficult, though.
Oh, yeah, that kicked well to the left on that spin.
Very nice. Handled a couple of those serves with a big left turn, or maybe a left turn for us, right turn for him, and to follow that up with some quality volleys from the kitchen line. Very nice point from Ryler.
It's a little long there. And I do think we're starting to see, as you mentioned, two of the more elder gentlemen on the pro scene, and it's a little warm on court, starting to definitely see them taking some deep breaths, moving a little slower. Shots not coming quite as easily.
Yeah, there's no question. And I think that is definitely a factor with age. It's not only a little bit less explosive out there on the court, but the recovery and those grind of the long days definitely easier to get to the older players than, say, the Gabe Tardios of the world. Fantastic forehand, by the way.
Shot.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
And the thing, too, is we talk about, they're in tremendous shape. Like, they are still extremely competitive, but the body just doesn't react the same way at 17 as it does at 40. Anyone who's older knows that. You can be in the best shape ever, and your body still is not going to recover as fast,
for sure,
as well, doesn't spring back as quickly.
One might say that's the beauty of this game. They got better brains. They got better brains.
Absolutely.
They got better
the
brains than the 17-year-olds.
That is for sure a factor.
Seasoned veterans, in their tennis careers, they've been in some big spots. Had those nerves creeping on them throughout their career, sports career, and that's a factor.
That's what I was doing. I was taking the physical side, and
Yeah.
then I set you up
Yeah,
for the
it's-
mental
hey,
side.
It's boom. It's here. It's there. It's just how it works in the booth.
13-6. Point.
There's that buggy whip I talked about earlier. Kind of holds it down that mid-thigh kind of hip level and just completely whips through. Lots of paddle head speed, lots of spin. I think he missed a spot a little bit there, and Sincola made him pay with a crisp volley. He's going to need several more of those to get back into this match, trailing 6-14.
Side out.
Yeah, sometimes when they start laughing or smiling, the spirit's slightly broken at that point, you know?
Yeah, it's
just like, what else can I do?
whop.
Side out.
All right, he's got a little fight. He's got a little
There you
fight
go.
in him.
Absolutely.
I
Absolutely.
like
He
it.
took
Sincola with the hands.
he took the body shot there nicely. I think we lost the ball.
Oh. She gone. It's just too much. Another thing, too, is, they both know. They know the other's a little fatigued, so they're going to hit the shots that make them have to work that much harder. Another match point here for DeHart. And Sincola will hold it off one more time. Oh, no, someone get the ball.
Don't want to lose another. Sincola's got it.
Again, I think Sincola, he loves to run around that forehand. We talked about it earlier, but when he does that and he's almost off the court, he makes it that much more difficult on himself to get to the other side. And I wonder, is that something Sincola needs to not do as much, even though he loves it, because it does put him out of position? Does he need to hit a backhand more often so he's not? I don't know what the answer is, because he obviously, that's one of his favorite shots.
Yeah, it's a tough call because it really does work for him quite a bit. But very nice cross-court angle. But I do think compounding the problem is how crisp DeHart has been at the kitchen line. So Sincola might be a little bit out of position, but the crisp volleys from DeHart make it really an issue.
Yeah.
Nice smooth overhead there, not trying to do too much, picking a good spot into the corner.
14-7.
And that's how the match is.
Not like this. Not like this.
It's tough. It's a bit of a heartbreaker there. So Ryler DeHart stays alive with that dribble over the net. John Sincola done for the day, but we'll of course see him this weekend as well. We will take a short break, and I believe we'll have our men's winner bracket final on court next. I see Federico Staksrud climbing over a fence. So don't go anywhere. That is coming up next. Staksrud takes on Hunter Johnson right after this.
inside into our wildest dream. Follow me into our wildest dreams, our wildest dreams.
Welcome back, everyone. Look at that. Look at that finger. We're about to go live. Oh, Terry, you're being creepy, Terry. All right. So I totally misspoke, and that's not the mirror. Look at this is our crew, guys. This is our crew. This is Vi. Wave, Vi, wave. This is Ashley. That's Spencer, our production crew, rocking it out back here for Pickleball TV. We love it, bringing us all the action here. I, of course, Lauren McLaughlin here with Adam Stone. And I misspoke. We have our women's winner bracket final on deck first before we get into our men's. So we have Lacey Schneemann and Megan Fudge facing off here as the wind is starting to whip here on center court. Unfortunately for our ladies, but we saw Megan Fudge already. 35 years old, originally from Germany, now in Villier, Florida, of course, with husband Ryler DeHart and their 2 young children. And Lacey Schneemann, 26, in Redondo Beach, California. She's a bit of, I would say, an up-and-comer.
Oh, definitely.
I think people are starting to learn her name, starting to recognize her. Super competitive, has started to get some good results. Saw her playing in MLP last weekend.
Mm-hmm. She's a shot maker.
Mm-hmm.
There's no question. Very explosive.
I think we'll be seeing some good things out of her to finish out the year for sure.
Yeah, I would expect it, to be honest, I would expect it to be very little similar to the Paris Todd match and Megan Fudge, where Megan Fudge was making a lot of balls, playing that defensive style, and Paris was coming at her. I expect Lacey to do the same thing.
I do think it'll be slightly different in that I think Schneemann gets herself to the net.
Oh, yes.
Pretty
yes, right.
consistently, like you would be used to seeing on the men's side. You can see her following her return right up to the net immediately. So I think that will change here, where Paris stayed back a little, her and Megan Fudge, a lot of ground strokes. I think Schneemann's going to be crashing that net much more often, putting the pressure on Fudge for sure. Oh.
I like to see that.
Mm-hmm.
And you're exactly right. It was more of a gradually move a little more forward in the court, come in on my kind of ball, as opposed to just a complete smash and grab, come forward type style.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and I mean, again, when you're Fudge and you're used to staying back, that is not going to work nearly as well for you if Schneemann's going to keep coming to the net and completely cutting off, some of the options you had before.
I mean, she's probably, 7 for 7 in opportunities coming to the net. Yep. I mean, not that she's won all 7 points, but she has come forward every time she's had that opportunity so far. Just a really explosive mover. Not a very big person, but man, does she explode to the ball very nicely.
Oh, yeah. We have some real petite ladies on tour that just have so much power in some of their shots. Just so athletic.
Wow.
I mean,
She just glides to her left to hit that inside-out forehand, and just, obviously very early on in this match, but impressive start from Lacey Schneemann. And I've seen her play some doubles as well, filling in at the previous MLP and then actually being on a team this past MLP. Also seen her play the prof a couple times at some of these tournaments and doubles, and from what I've seen, it is a mixed bag of spectacular and a couple errors here and there.
Oh, wow, what a shot there from Fudge. And again, we've talked about it already today. She's got all the right stuff to make her one of the most competitive females in the game. She just needs the consistency now. She needs the reps. She needs that high-level tournament play.
Right, and you're right. I think some people don't ever quite get that grasp of consistency, and some people just need the court time for it to develop. So it's kind of yet to be seen with a lot of these players that we've talked about as I say it all the time, talking about some players just keep going up and some kind of plateau. So if these handful of players that we've talked about, Schneemann in that group, can find that consistency with more court time and more consistent tournament play, watch out.
Yeah, absolutely.
3-3.
I think, too, the ladies' side is a little more open for that new talent to come in. Not quite as deep a field of talent as perhaps the men's side. Not to say, of course, there isn't amazing talent, just not quite as many numbers-wise. So I think a little bit easier for one of the ladies to make a name for themselves with kind of a big coming out, in that they can be competitive sort of right out of the gate if they have the talent.
Oh, my.
Someone in the crowd said, woo,
Yeah,
and I
right.
agree.
Right, and I think you're right. In this moment in time, I think that is correct for the ladies. We'll see in a year or two or three or whatever the case may be. But right now, I would agree with that statement for sure.
Nice. Doubling up there. Good spot. I think we're in like a really special window of time in the game of pickleball where it's kind of, this wide open door for anyone to kind of come in and sort of establish themselves at what level to be determined. But I don't think that door is going to be open forever.
It's hope.
Yep.
Hope is a strong emotion. So not to say that all these ladies and guys out here aren't spectacular, but there's still like something in the infancy of the sport that allows you to think that you can get in the mix, and I think you can in this moment.
Yep. Wow, great little slice volley there from Schneemann.
Yeah, a couple of those now, but just a crisp angle and a very short, compact, technically sound volley from Lacey Schneemann, and a quiet timeout called for Megan Fudge.
Yep. James Otto is our USA Pickleball certified referee for this match. And I want to say that Lacey Schneemann,
I think I've seen her wear a USC hat before. Is that a thing?
yes. Yep. USC class of 19. I think she played another sport very high level, though, if I'm not mistaken, but I
would love to know.
blanking on it right now.
I believe whatever you tell me.
I mean,
Already can tell from, 7 or 8 minutes into this match, she's one of the best movers out here.
extremely athletic without question.
Time in, 7-4.
Great up the line pass from Megan Fudge, catching Schneemann on the full stretch. Couldn't come up with the volley.
4-7.
So maybe this is what I was thinking of, that it wasn't the sports, but she's a product design engineer at Boeing.
Oh.
So
wow.
She's got the brains as well as the athletic ability. So
Jeez, some of these players' day jobs are pretty impressive. You don't think about it much because you just know them as a pickleball player, but man, no big deal, Schneemann.
I know, right? Oh, so nice there from Megan Fudge.
Yeah, great spot, the initial pass, and then to be completely ready to finish it up the line. Schneemann maybe thinking it would sail along, pulling her paddle back, but either way, great shot from Fudge.
Oh, yeah, she's just starting to hit her spots now.
That's what it is. You give her a target, watch out, because it doesn't matter if she's on the run or you're in control of the point. If she gets a target, she can hit that thing. Wow, very reasonable middle approach from Schneemann too, but just a great two-shot passing shot combination from Fudge that we've seen a couple times in the last few points.
We're going to have a timeout here from Schneemann, and she did play club tennis at USC.
Okay, gotcha.
So that is correct. And Megan Fudge played her college tennis at the University of Illinois.
The Fighting Illini. Yep, I had remembered that, but I wasn't sure if Schneemann exactly was club team or played on the team. I just know I've seen her in that USC hat a couple times.
Yeah, and as we mentioned before, here's our standings for our ladies. Megan Fudge in that number 5 spot, while Schneemann looking to get into that top 10. Star on the rise. You can see her talking to Team Yola over there.
Right. Well, if she continues to upset number 1 seeds, it won't be long before she's on that list.
Absolutely. She's just, again, it's the reps. This is a accumulation of a year's worth of tournaments. So certainly some of the players in those top 10 have been playing a little bit longer than some of the newcomers. So working their way up.
I would say I didn't really hit my peak to where I, was just barely getting better until probably about 2 or 2.5 years for me personally.
Tough.
Yeah, very tough break there. Some people, hit that peak earlier. For me, it took a little bit longer, and so we'll just have to see moving forward with all this talent what happens. Yeah, a little bit too big of a swing there from Schneemann. Not the best passing shot attempt from Fudge. Schneemann didn't need to do quite as much as she tried to do with that high forehand volley. I mean, she's a battler.
Yeah.
You can see the intensity, she's got that intestinal fortitude. She's ready to dig deep. You can just see it.
Wow, what a pickup. Oh my gosh. Megan Fudge, just a little too much to handle here once she got in that driver's seat. Did not take her foot off the gas pedal. Good start for Schneemann in the beginning. Couldn't quite hang on to it, though. Let's see if she can do a little bit better in game 2 as we switch ends back into the action here in our winner bracket final for the ladies right after this. Back into the action here as our ladies have switched ends. Lacey Schneemann now on the near end, taking on Megan Fudge on the far end. For game 2 here in our winner bracket final, winner of this heads to the gold medal match. Loser heads to bronze.
Fantastic backhand carve volley from Lacey Schneemann. And, you know, no big deal. Win or lose, she can just go build a 747.
Yeah, whatever.
Boeing. Engineer. Impressive resume from Schneemann on and off the court.
Side out. 0-1. Point.
Yeah, Schneemann off to a really great start in game one. Had a couple quick points, but Megan Fudge made the adjustments she needed to. Kind of rolled ever since then.
It's been a really nice shot from Schneemann as that backhand volley. Kind of shorter in the court. It's not necessarily a total drop volley, but definitely making Fudge move forward and out of her comfort zone.
So we have... Oh, nice angle.
Yeah, nice loose arm there on the overhead.
We have two matches going on in our back draw. Paris Todd taking on Allie Phillips, and then Jenna Hessert taking on Lina Pedigamete. The winners of both of those will play each other to get into bronze.
Gotcha.
So nearing the end of the ladies' back draw.
3-1.
Good fight from Megan Fudge, weathering the storm, a couple crisp Schneemann volleys. Yeah, too much. Way to go get it from Schneemann, not waiting for the ball to travel to her, exploding out. I think she even made contact inside the kitchen there, taking the time away from Megan Fudge. She thought she missed the serve. Seen that a couple times today from the fellas and the ladies. And that's what happens. Another factor with the breeze. Thought for sure she missed it. Maybe the breeze helped bring that back in. 14.6 MPH on that last graphic, Lauren. It's not. I think it's died down a little bit, but I have no doubt it'll kick up again here shortly.
3-1.
Yeah, that did look a little long from Schneemann. Very similar start on the scoreboard, though. Schneemann with a bit of a lead here to start off. I think certainly going to want to stay out in front of Fudge.
Wow, very nice. Big shot making from Lacey Schneemann. But yes, you're exactly right. Can't remember the exact score, but
she was up 3-0.
Okay, right. It was kind of
came back, and then they went back and forth a little bit, but
just trying to weather the storm right now.
Yep.
Good way to do it. Some really high-level passing shots from Fudge we've seen today, and not a huge amount of topspin either. So she has been able to have her opponent hit up on the ball in a lot of situations today without a ton of topspin, and that is a very, very difficult thing to do.
Point. Three.
Good spot on the inside out. I think several times of the last 4 or 5 she's had that shot, she's gone cross with it. So a nice job of changing the pattern and kind of wrong footing Megan Fudge.
Spot. Seen a couple fellow pro peers in the comments. Cheering on Lacey. We got Rachel Recker in the house as well as Mary Brasha.
Oh, nice.
4-3.
Mary saying Lacey's repping SoCal.
Point.
Nice job from Schneemann keeping Fudge back there. Again, Mary Brasha was supposed to be here this weekend, but she fell ill, so was unable to attend. So we're certainly sending lots of love and good wishes to Mary Brasha for a quick recovery and hope to see her soon.
Oh, nice body shot from Megan with a low volley from Schneemann. Not a lot of options from Fudge. Fine with the body attempt there. I'll tell you what, no one reps SoCal better than the Brasha sisters.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, no, she had it. Tough break with the let cord. Really balanced, really well struck from Megan Fudge. Just couldn't quite avoid that net tape.
5-3.
Yeah, great close. I mean, she's just, the guys, they can just take one step and be at the kitchen,
Yep.
but she's just there. I mean, she hits her approach or her return, and it's just there at the kitchen. So, impressive movement from Lacey Schneemann. A little too much. Wondering if she has any other options on that low backhand. Obviously, her cross-court angle volley is very good. But with someone with the speed, court coverage, and defensive ability of Megan Fudge, possibly occasionally going to a different spot cannot not give Megan that head start.
4-6.
Yeah, and I think that might be, part of what we talked about. When you play more tournaments, you see more high-level players. That's something maybe you start to recognize is, this is a shot I like to go to a lot,
right,
and it's not working super well for me. So I've got to incorporate other options and kind of well-round your game. Because otherwise, you'll only get so far.
No, definitely, and it's an amazing shot for her. But I bet it works 100% of the time in rounds 1 and rounds 2.
Absolutely.
So playing a little different opponent, you gotta occasionally go somewhere else. And I'm really less concerned about that error that she just made, but Megan was there. Megan was there.
Yep.
That's the key to that statement that we both just made, is that even though she did miss that, Megan was very much there. And those first handful of volleys that she hit in the first game, Megan was late getting there, and now she's on it.
And I'd like to see maybe we talk about Schneemann doing such an amazing job getting up to the net, closing that ground so quickly. But every once in a while, perhaps if she's fully outstretched, because she is a little smaller, maybe just taking that one step off the line, letting it bounce, and giving yourself maybe more options off the bounce instead of, overextending yourself to try and take the volley.
6-5.
Just as something to mix in there.
You can see she tried it right there. She saw Megan running, and I think she changed her spot a little bit. So a little less comfortable going line, but I like to see her make that adjustment. You can tell her the wheels are turning in there.
Good hands. Fudge just hanging on one shot longer. I think we're going to have a timeout here from Schneemann.
Yeah, I was feeling that vibe as well. Did a little bit of self-talk the previous 2 points. Usually that means that a timeout's brewing.
And I mean, when you're coaching people, when you see it, when you are starting out, there is a level of you play more tournaments and you continue to get into that next bracket. And the reason you do that is you learn what you need to work on. Playing better people will instantly show you the weak spots in your game and what you need to spend more time drilling, focusing on, whatever the case may be. Like, that's how you learn. That's how players get better.
That's what I tell a lot of my students, is being self-aware, knowing knowing when something's working because the competition's a little lower, or knowing what is really the optimal patterns for you in your game. So you really can't fully see that until you're playing competition at your level or above. So you're exactly right. The more reps, the more touches, the more court time you get with players, whatever it is, any game, any sport, whatever the case may be, it's the quickest avenue to getting better. Tough break, lost her footing. Really good court coverage at the kitchen. I think she blew out a tire on that right foot and couldn't get back to the open court quick enough.
8-6.
Wow. I mean,
Nice
great dig
job.
from Fudge, but
Nice job, and you see Schneemann going to that one-hand backhand roller. Megan, as soon as she hit the ball, started sprinting to the open court. So good adjustment from Schneemann. We know she's got a big brain, so she'll figure it out.
I think that is, again, in any sport, a player has to be open to learning.
Mm-hmm.
You can't say, well, you know what, this is my game that I'm going to play, and maybe
Right.
it only gets me so far, and that's as far as I'll go, because the talent above me can handle it. You have to be open.
Yep. So if you're open to it, you have a certain level of intelligence. It's just going to expedite the process of improving. So I couldn't agree more in that regard. And there's plenty of people who are intelligent who aren't open, and vice versa. So you got to have them both. And I think it's a super important, maybe overlooked aspect of this game.
Fight out.
Good look. She struck it well. Can't make them all. I'm completely fine with that decision, and technically everything looked good. Just couldn't quite get it over the net.
Oh, clips the net and keeps it in.
Yeah, it was. She was guessing pretty hard to her backhand side there. So obviously, clips the tape is a little lucky, but
yeah,
it was going to be a good ball either way.
9-8. Fight out.
Just really nice. I mean, you can just see that ball tailing away from Fudge. So a lot of pace on that forehand return from Schneemann, and just a little hint of side spin, her coming inside of the ball, moving it away from Megan Fudge, making it harder for her to get set for her passing shot.
Point.
Yeah, right on the line.
Yeah, great serve.
Yeah, it really was. Caught her on her back foot. Really no way to avoid being on your back foot when your opponent hits a shot like that.
9-9.
Uh-oh. So not the call is wide. Referee was watching feet. It's tough with that
Yeah, the
shadow right there. I'm not exactly sure. Great replay
yeah.
from the boys and the girls and the.
9-9.
But yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, it's far away. It's hard to tell. It was close.
Wow, unusual miss hit there from Schneemann. Every now and then, that ball does not come up for whatever reason.
All right, we're going to have a match point here for Megan Fudge. And she will get it done with a long return. But Schneemann, very competitive second game, competitive match. She heads to bronze, so she's on the podium regardless. Certainly could get herself a rematch here with Fudge in the gold medal, but Fudge will head straight to gold. No stopping to collect $200. But we'll take a short break, head to the Franklin studio, and then our men take center court for their winner bracket final right after this. Welcome back to the Franklin Studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Megan Fudge as she is heading to gold. And I was just mentioning as my hair was whipping around my head that it is so much breezier out here than we can feel in the booth. How much has the wind played a factor here today?
No, definitely. I mean, like, the wind is all over the place. It's hard to predict. Like, even when we're choosing sides, it's kind of like twisting and turning, and we're constantly adapting right before the point starts. So we definitely felt that today.
I mean, Lacey Schneeman, kind of an up-and-coming player. This is the first time that you have ever played her. Looked like sort of both in games 1 and 2. She was kind of out to a quick start, and then you kind of made some adjustments. Anytime you're playing a new player, is there that bit of adjustment period until you sort of settle into the game you want to play against them?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like, as much as I watch tape on players and watch them play to study the game, but actually feeling the ball off their paddle and seeing what kind of spin. Lacey's a phenomenal player. She has a lot of power and a lot of spin on the ball too. So I had to definitely adapt at the beginning. And she's, it was kind of a roller coaster match where she hit some phenomenal points, and then I was able to scrap a few out. And so it was kind of up and down.
We, of course, mentioned seeing you in Alabama. The defense, you will grind out anything. You are scrappy to no end. Is that just sort of something you rely on and know is a good part of your game, that you have sort of those defensive skills that you're going to be able to hang with players and keep rallies going maybe a little bit longer than they would like?
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously, I got to use what I have in my advantage, and I think sometimes my legs are fast, whereas other people have strong hands and strong arms, so I just got to use what I got.
All right, you're heading to gold. Still unsure who you're going to play. It might be Lacey again. Going into that, what for yourself is going to be what you're going to be sort of mentally focused on to start that match?
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously it's a totally different day, right? I mean, we're playing on Sunday. Is that right, I think?
Oh, my gosh, we are. It's Championship Sunday. Megan, thank you. I literally was like, we're going into, like, look at this. Like, see, this is what happens when I don't know where I am. I don't know what day it is. Championship Sunday. You're done. Okay. You're done for the day. What a thank you, Megan. So again, let me start again. Championship Sunday. You have a couple days to rest before you're going into that. Once you know who you're playing, what's going to be your preparation for Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm gonna watch them play now, the bronze medal match, and kind of see how they play. But Sunday could be a totally different day, especially with the wind going on today. I'm going to focus in on mixed and women's doubles for this weekend. I'm super excited about my partners, so I want to lay it all out there for them, and then whatever happens Sunday, happens Sunday.
All right, well, again, Megan Fudge, done for the day, into the gold medal match, and reminding me of things I should know already, that we have Championship Sunday this weekend. So congratulations. We'll see you on Sunday in at least one match, and of course a couple more times here this weekend. But our men's winter bracket final is coming up next. One of them also will be done for the day as they head to Championship Sunday. We'll find out who it is right after this.
should have said inside into our wildest dream. Follow me into our wildest dreams, our wildest dreams.
All right, back into the action here on Championship Court. We have our men's winner bracket final. And I think some people that did some fantasy drafts, I'm looking at you, NML, might not have put Hunter Johnson on the podium, and you would have been wrong.
Oh, I would have. Not just because he's my buddy and my teammate from last weekend, but
You're all in on the Johnson.
Yeah,
race.
well, no, I would have put Hunter as a
contender
to medal for sure.
So Hunter Johnson on the far end in white takes on Federico Staxrud. Staxrud, the number 2 seed in our men's pro singles field. Hunter Johnson, the number 5.
Well, I believe that if Hunter plays too loose, like he possibly did against his brother, I will be worried for him in this matchup.
Yeah, I think Staxrud is not going to feel quite so generous about anything.
Yes, now, and you know, I don't need him to be Rafa Hewitt out there going crazy, but I think if he needs to find some middle ground between that looseness and that intensity if he wants to challenge Mr. Staxrud. I think I heard someone or saw someone in chat call him Stax Polite.
1-1.
Oh, what a pickup! But
yeah,
he's there.
Yeah, I still in this matchup, I still think that some of the shot making and flashy stuff favors Hunter, but just the rock solid, consistent battler is definitely Staxrud. So it's kind of a cool matchup in that regard, where if it's just full-fledged on fire, I could see Hunter Johnson taking this, but man, he is going to have to come up with a lot of shots against Federico.
little long there. Someone in the past was mistakenly calling Federico Frederico, and so I call him Freddie Stacks.
Freddie Stacks, fair enough.
It's like a mobster name.
Oh, good look, Freddie Stacks. Yeah, like Jimmy 2 times.
Exactly.
A little shout out to Casino, or Goodfellas. Goodfellas, one of the best gangster movies ever.
I mean, again, yeah, he looks so loose and free on some of these shots.
4-1.
Yeah, Freddie Stacks, no doubt, could be in the Gambino crime family.
100%.
There's no question. Yeah, old Fed, and then we have Brown Fed, DJ Young. That's another classic nickname. Ooh.
Some great nicknames in pickleball.
There really is. Hunter pulling the paddle back. He was very much in position to hit that ball. The ball landing well inside the line.
This could be a situation where Johnson kind of out to an early lead, and then Staksrud makes the adjustments. Maybe starts coming out a little bit stronger. Oh, a little wide on that, though.
I mean, you just know, as Staksrud's opponent, that you need to play 8 or 9 or 10 out of 10. If you dip at all, you're not getting anything from him. I mean, he might not just completely blow you off the court, but he's not going to give you anything.
Yeah.
5-2.
Johnson, 28, out of New Braunfels, Texas, about an hour outside of Austin. While Federico Staksrud, originally from Argentina, now in the Fort Myers, Florida area.
Loose return error from Hunter Johnson, narrowing the gap to 2 points. Fed serving at 3-5. And basically a complete guess from Hunter Johnson, giving Staksrud the inside-out forehand, and fortunately for Hunter, Staksrud hit it right to him.
5-3.
Great shot making early on from Hunter Johnson.
6-3.
Yeah, nice deep return. And I look for Federico here to pick a couple inside out forehand spots. That was his bread and butter earlier in the day. He's already gone inside in or cross court a couple times. I look for those next 2 or 3 forehand passes to be inside out. Completely cross court. Different situation, because he didn't get rid. Hunter didn't return to his backhand, so definitely a different situation. But oh, great ball, very nice. Federico looking to step over and take a forehand. Return was too good. Goes with the two-hander and paints the line in the back corner. Beautiful execution from Fed. Uh-oh, here we go. Just like that, 3-point deficit turns into a tie game at 6 apiece.
And again, I don't believe that Staksrud and Johnson have played each other all that often. So I think, given that, I think Staksrud, to me, seems like it was a feeling out process for sure here in the beginning of this first game, as he's not quite used to Hunter's style.
Right.
And now he has sort of made those adjustments and starting to play his game a little bit more consistently.
No, definitely. And these, oh, here we go. We got a schedule up. Look at that.
Look at this bad boy. Look how pretty that is.
That is
I
nice.
certainly appreciate that we have a little less tournaments next year. Makes my life a little bit easier, but super excited. As we mentioned, we kick off in Punta Gorda, Florida in January, followed immediately the next week in Boca with our Masters tournament, but a couple Florida stops, couple Cali stops. We're all over the place, so go ahead and check out our full schedule, which is up on social media or the website. Start to plan your year, get those dates, get those cities you want to visit locked in, start to talk to some partners.
For sure.
Have something to look forward to for next year.
There it is, a gift from the Ned. Hunter was quite on that, but talking about that 52-week rolling list. I had a pretty good run in Boca Raton last year, and when that falls off, it's going to be a very sad day.
It's tough. It'll be a little painful.
I think I might be still in the top 10 up until that point, but when that tournament falls off, it's not looking good for your boy.
Oh, great hands at the net.
Oh, yes, fantastic hands. Yeah, Hunter showing the first real signs of obvious frustration, kind of
he hit
flipping.
himself with his
yeah,
paddle.
it's almost like he hit his leg and the paddle just fell to the ground, but definitely mumbled a couple things under his breath previous in the day. Almost all of us do, but definitely showing some frustration there after coming out to a 6-3 lead and then having the 6-0 run from Federico Staxrud.
Yeah, and again, winner of this, done for the day. They will be playing in gold on Championship Sunday. Loser will have a bronze medal match in their way if they want to find themselves in that Championship Sunday gold medal match as well.
And Lauren, I believe that is Yates Johnson versus Ryler DeHart.
Okay.
So the winner
final
of
feeder.
that will play, will play the
All
loser of
right.
this match right here in the bronze medal match. So you're exactly right.
Oh no, we could see another twin-on-twin situation.
I mean, that would be a little wild.
That would be a day. Oh boy. Oh, blew a tire.
Uh-oh. Oh, I think he was wiping his hand. I thought Hunter was kind of grabbing at his hamstring, but I think he was wiping his hand. Okay, that's much better situation.
Oh, good. Oh, I don't know. Oh. All right. I mean,
you never want to see that. So, but yeah, I think just from the way he's moving after that point, I think he's good to go.
7-9.
I mean, I don't know. Wow.
Wow, crazy.
What?
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, it's not even like Fed hit basically any of those 5 or 6 shot combination. They were all high-level shots, and Hunter somehow dug out of it with the crazy lob and then the defense of the Ernie.
I mean, that was very impressive. Great hands. Oh, he's there.
He was very there after the patented Federico lunge forehand, and somehow Hunter was in perfect position. Just couldn't quite get it over the net. Shoot.
And we have a timeout, I believe, from Staxrud here offensively before he gets serving here. That was a pretty successful timeout, though, I would say, for Johnson after he was obviously extremely frustrated going into it. Had a bit of a paddle toss. Came out, put a couple points on the board.
That's right. And, hey, if you're gonna get upset a little bit, you might as well do it right before a timeout. So I guess that was good timing for him to show a little frustration, and he gathered himself in that minute timeout and has come out playing very well here at the end of game 1.
Now we'll see if he can
they're trying to get
maintain. I know we're trying to get that windscreen back up.
Trying to. See the fellas working hard back there. Appreciate that.
Wow, that was a two-handed backhand block from Johnson.
Very nice, too. A lot of people, when they go for that Ernie on the left side, only have one real option, cross-court. To hold that and hit it up the line with 2 hands, very impressive from Hunter.
All right, and we are tied up at 9s.
Wow, Hunter Johnson. Some great shot making, especially on the backhand side. Dane Gingrich dropping his water bottle on the sidelines. That was very funny.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, what a finish. Way to hold on here for Hunter Johnson after he looked like he was in trouble Goes into that timeout, doesn't look back coming out of it. We'll take a short break. Game number 2 here in our men's winter bracket final right after this. Back into the action. James Otto, our USA Pickleball Certified referee for this men's pro singles winter bracket final. Game 1 going to Hunter Johnson in the white on the near end now for game 2. Federico Staxrud on the far end.
Wow. The middle approach, too, to create that angle from Hunter Johnson is fantastic. And I'll tell you what, I think that the wind being a little bit calmer, I think this has probably been one of our cleanest games of the day. There was a lot of shot making. No one really lost that. That was just high-level play from the fellas. Whereas, it's just good stuff. But I think occasionally in some of those earlier matchups today, it would be a couple quality points and then a couple freebies here and there. So to see just some really good shot making and more winners than unforced errors is always a treat.
And I know Hunter and Yates' dad is here watching them. Did not catch his name earlier.
Well, let's just go with Mr. Johnson.
Exactly.
There you go.
Mr. Johnson in the house, cheering on the boys. They love a good 360, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, they do. He looks back, yeah. I think he was questioning whether that ball was in or not on the sideline. He played it good, and he checked with his crew back behind the court, and they confirmed.
That was a nice dipping shot there from Staxrud.
Very nice backhand. Controlled, simple, no wasted motion. Very efficient with that stroke. I mean, it's what is it? 2 minutes into the game, we have 2 3-point runs. He missed that one. Just the previous one was straight onto the target. That one, he got a little inside the ball and forced some side spin, which caused him to create the error on the sideline. Yeah, that's a patented Staxrud banana ball, where it is literally out for the entire travel of the ball until it lands in. Very impressive.
In the splits?
Yes, exactly.
The banana split?
Yeah, he curls it so incredibly. And, it's you demonstrate a skill enough, it becomes a skill. He just has that in the arsenal, and it's very impressive.
I definitely appreciate that he took that out of the air.
No doubt.
Just didn't execute it the way he needed to.
No, you're exactly right, though. If he would have let that one bounce, that would have been a mistake. I understand he made the error, but oh well.
Good effort.
Yeah, definitely. You see the difference in singles and doubles there. Obviously, in doubles, he plays a very safe shot into the kitchen on that ball, but having to cover the whole court yourself, you cannot blame him for just kind of slapping it and hoping for the best in that very tough defensive position. Wow, beautiful. Beautifully struck. Just the timing of stepping forward with that nice compact stroke cross court. High-level stuff from Hunter Johnson.
I mean, every time I watch either of the Johnson twins play, I can't help thinking they could be at the top of the game, and except for those stretches that you watch them play where they're putting in the net, sailing it out,
right.
They have these stretches of just bad shot making, and then these moments of brilliance, and you're just like, if they did more of the brilliance, they're at the top, no question.
That's pickle. You can't just be a shot maker. You got to have some balance in there. And basically, I think, they play some points like they were playing each other that we saw earlier. They hold it together a little more crisp and a little more solidly when they're playing other players. It was some interesting stuff going on when they were playing each other. But I totally agree, and that's why we have these. We have these rocks. We have these guys that don't have a lot of winners, but don't make a lot of errors. And then you have the flashy players that have inconsistencies, but just come up with the goods in crazy spots. So definitely, this game is far from solved. There is no perfect way to play, and and to have a little bit of balance of both is right now probably the best situation to be in. Just very tough to have that.
Our next few stops coming up this year. We're almost done with the year, Adam. Can you believe it? We're in the middle of October. This is wild. Next week, we are in Hilton Head, South Carolina. We have the World Pickleball Open in Palm Beach Gardens, Florida. Our final next-gen tournament will be in Kansas City in November. And then we conclude the year in Mesa. So back to Legacy, Bellbank Park. Awesome venue there. Excited to close out the year. And I can't believe it. We're almost done, guys. I mean, it's just so good.
It's too good. It's too good, right? So, yeah, and I think you're right about Bellbank Park. Seems like I believe it was the very first tournament they had there at the beginning of the year. And the couple times I've been back, it's been a little bit better, then a little bit better each time. So,
what hands.
Wow. Wild stuff right now from Hunter Johnson. Let's see if he can just lock it in for a couple more minutes to seal the deal here against Federico Staksrud.
Yeah, this would be if Hunter can pull this out, this will be a huge win for him.
Wow. I mean, it's crazy stuff right now. Such a high level.
I mean, come on, Hunter Johnson. What? Johnson twins, let's get it done. Unbelievable. I mean, it's just that's the thing. He strung enough of those brilliant points together that he got it done here against one of the top players in the game right now. I mean, what a job he's done for the day. Hunter Johnson in our gold medal match on Championship Sunday. I think there's a good chance Staksrud might join him again for that gold medal match, but we'll see how it goes. Anything is possible. We take a short break, head to the Franklin studio to chat with Hunter one final time before he packs it in for the day, and then we're back into the action and into our medal rounds here coming up shortly at the APP Sunmed Houston Open. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Franklin Studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Hunter Johnson once again. This time he's heading to gold. You're done for the day. A spot in Championship Sunday already secured. I mean, it seemed like game one a little maybe back and forth. That second game, you just seemed fully in control, super confident, hit, I mean, so many of those shots. You had, it just looks like you felt really good in that match.
Yeah, shout out Diadem, best paddle out there. Got to give the credit there because it's helping me make those crazy good dipping shots. Yeah, I don't know. I just kind of stayed focused. I feel like a couple parts of the match it lulled a little bit, and I maybe could have lost it, but I just kind of, again, like you said earlier, I stayed positive this time, and it just kind of paid off, and I was rolling in the second game. So luckily it's great to get the win again. I
mean, you're coming in playing Federico Staksrud, you know, one of the best players in the game right now, consistently getting the results, hitting the podium. I mean, what are you thinking as you're coming in to that matchup against him? What do you know you need to do? What's the strategy against him? Yeah, I mean, I think I've played him 4 times. I beat him once in the game to 15. So this is the first one where I was able to just get over the hump with the 2 out of 3. Yeah, I just went in there, just kind of relaxed, played my game. I knew that every time I play him, it's going to be a shot here or there that kind of takes some momentum. And, yeah, I just used that momentum this time and didn't let him back in the match, and it ended up working out. I mean, you have a couple days now before you're into that Championship Sunday. Still have some play to do, of course, over the weekend in other brackets. But with that break, good chance you may see him again on Sunday. What's going to be your thought process with those couple days to prepare for at least that singles match on Sunday? Yeah, I mean, just kind of play my game, really. I mean, it doesn't really matter who's on the other side of the net, just as long as I play my game. I think, I don't know who's in the back draw, but I'm sure it'll be close, whoever comes back in the back draw, and I'll be ready for whoever it is, yeah. All right, well, congratulations. Excited to see you on Championship Sunday in that gold medal match. Hunter Johnson done for the day. We are into, I believe, our final feeder match of the day. Yep, this must be final feeder. No one gives me any of the answers. I just want you to know I'm just flying blind out here. Winner of this plays. Yes, so Ryler DeHart and Rafa Hewitt are playing to 15. They head to bronze, where they'll face Federico Staksrud. We'll see who's going to get there, and then ultimately who takes on Hunter on Sunday. So don't go anywhere. Back into the action here in Houston right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to our final feeder match of our men's pro singles. Ryler DeHart on the near end takes on Rafa Hewitt in his first appearance on center court here in Houston. This is a match to 15. Winner of this gets back into bronze to face Federico Staxrud. Loser will be our fourth place finisher. We have Diane Anderson back as our referee. And if anyone watched any of Alabama 2 weeks ago, this is the match that got a little crazy.
That was Yates and Hunter's father, Jeff, letting us know that we can call him Jeff, not Mr. Johnson on the stream.
Good. We're buddies now. But yeah, these two got a little testy in Alabama.
Nice shot. A quick start from Ryler. A couple let cords and a couple nice shots to take that 3-0 lead. Rafa with a nice ball there. A little lefty on lefty violence going on here. Yeah, definitely Rafa in that category of shot maker, really big ground strokes, and probably I'd say one of the keys for him in singles is that he's very good on both wings. There's no real, huge advantage. He can. Yeah, too good from Ryler DeHart, but no real spots to go on Rafa. And I'll tell you right now, he's a little bit of a bigger boy, but man, he covers the court well.
Oh, he sure does, absolutely. Good recovery off that net cord there for DeHart.
Wow, beautiful close from DeHart after a nice knifing slice. No, I thought in his mind of staying back on that one. Love to see it. Rafa definitely a little junk on that serve.
Yep.
And doesn't always jump, but it certainly does sometimes. That's two right there. Boom, boom. As you can see how effective, especially in the game of singles, a high-quality serve can be, whether it's spin or depth and power.
Oh, my God. I could just hear Ryler like growl breathing in the court mics in my ear. It's not like, it's like putting in the effort.
That's right, and I've been really impressed with the smoothness and the control of Ryler at the kitchen line so far today in singles. His opponent's hitting some big shots, some big passes. He's just staying real steady up at the kitchen. Yeah, great sound bites from the net mics for sure on Ryler DeHart.
The bear foraging in the woods.
No, he didn't. Completely turned around from the court, stabbing at a backhand volley and carving it into the kitchen beautifully.
And we'll switch ends at 8 here in this match to 15. And the wind is definitely picking back up again here, no question.
I shouldn't have said anything.
Oh, that was nice.
Just too good. Really nice going to all the spots there. We've seen him rip that line, and we've seen him push it inside out, keeping his opponents on their toes. Thought we were going to get our first action of the day in the commentary booth, but clip that APP store banner. I was looking for a chance to show off my hands. Didn't do it much on the court today, so
Making up for it in the booth.
Right. So I don't really know what else to say here. Just DeHart on fire.
Yeah.
Hewitt I mean, a loose error or two, but not many. And DeHart just controlling the points, whether it's off of that third shot drive after the serve or getting in tight to the kitchen line after his return. Well played by him so far. We'll see if Rafa can turn the tides as we start the second half of this match very shortly. Missed the easy one. We've all been there before. I didn't hear that, Rafa.
Nope. Didn't see it, didn't hear anything, officer.
I mean, it takes just a teeny little sliver for Hewitt to get going and get that fiery composure to affect those shots in a positive way. So, I mean, it could be just that serve return right there, a big backhand that he had on the previous point. Let's see what he can do.
And again, with the end change, you have an entirely different wind scenario.
You have some slight sun. Yeah,
background.
Slight, for sure. Backdrop, very underrated. Just see the ball a little bit differently. And being a little fortunate also helps as well.
I mean, yeah.
A little clip off the tape, right off the DeHart paddle. Nothing he can do with that one. Payback, just like that.
Yeah.
Hey, it all evens out in the long run.
Hewitt just hasn't been able to quite get up to the net, I think, as much as he needs to.
I mean, he's I can count on one hand, I think, when he's been up to the kitchen line so far in this match. Yeah, Ryler DeHart kind of pulling off that backhand slice, didn't stay down with it, creating the error in the net, talking to himself about it after the mistake.
All right, Hewitt getting a little loud here. Did he, what is it, saddle whip?
Buggy whip.
Buggy whip.
Buggy whip.
I was like, something with a horse?
I'm not even really sure what that is, but I know what it looks like in terms of tennis/pickleball technique for sure. Yeah, he's on it. He's right there. Had a good look at that forehand cross-court pass. Yeah, good ball from Rafa, but just a step or two off of the kitchen line from Ryler, I think, was the main culprit for that error. Yeah, Rafa definitely had a nice window there, but still, full extension, full stretch. DeHart able to put a reasonably quality ball back in the court.
I mean, Hewitt's done a lot of work here since the end change. No question. He's gotten DeHart's lead almost gone. So he's definitely keeping the pressure on here.
Yeah, he's telling himself to move. One of those situations we've seen a few times today. Stepping around to hit a forehand, but not clearing the body and the footwork. Feet work. Hour 6. Sometimes some wrong words come out of the mouth. What can you do?
Just roll with it.
You got to roll with it.
Just saddle whip it and keep on going at him.
I feel like it's a good Texas term, buggy whip, picking nits. It's good quality Texas stuff. Well, let's see, Rafa fired up. Very, very audible player.
Ooh, I just got serious deja vu for a second.
Uh-oh, glitch in the Matrix? What happened?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been here before. Another timeline. Oh my gosh, it's still happening.
A little late getting through on the backhand after a very quality drop from Ryler to Hart. She doesn't say words, she just shakes her head. He's asking her to watch the feed, and she just shakes her head.
He did look a little tipsy on that line.
But I think she was looking at him.
I would assume so.
I mean, that's her responsibility. I mean, I can't say for sure, but yeah, the footwork has been pretty tight on that kitchen line several times.
It's Peter Hitchman, my favorite person from England.
I don't know who that is.
You should.
Dare I say he's across the pond right now.
He is across the pond. He sure is.
One of my favorite sayings of all time. Yeah, I think we were doing. I was doing next gen when you were over. Yeah, so I said across the pond about 35 times. Man, really impressive stuff here from Rafa Hewitt. I believe it was 8-3, was it not, at the side switch?
It sure was.
I think it was. So great shot making, and just, he digs deep. He's one of those guys who plays with fire, but it doesn't affect him negatively. Some guys get real animated or possibly upset with himself, and I believe it leaks over to their game. I think Rafa Hewitt does a great job of kind of, compartmentalizing that and not letting it affect what's actually happening in between the lines.
When these two faced off in Alabama, it got a little contentious. It was over some line calls, which we haven't really had in this match. So I think that was really what kind of fired these guys up previously. So haven't really had that here. Certainly, again, competitors going to be giving it everything they got. Hewitt with his first lead.
Yeah, crazy little hold on the backhand from Rafa Hewitt to flip it cross court with a short stroke, but DeHart able to get that volley behind him. Big volley there from Ryler. Staying right on the kitchen line. Rafa Hewitt letting him know it's too good. Slightly sarcastically. Oh no. Too juicy, too easy.
I mean, what seemed like almost a runaway foregone conclusion here for Ryler DeHart into the bronze has turned drastically around here.
Ooh, Kathy.
I hear
Team Rafa.
I don't know if anyone's noticed. We got cowbell.
Oh, Ryler looked at Kathy and said something.
Oh.
No idea what it was, and I don't think she even noticed, but he said something to Kathy for sure.
Match point here for Rafa Hewitt. Oh, I wanted that in the air.
Uh-oh, here we go. Watch out here. Oh, wow. I think the kids might have saved him. I think he might not have wanted to do anything in front of the kids, but he was going to say something to Kathy, I believe. I could be mistaken, but
I mean, people get heated. It's things can affect. I mean, we don't have to go to an interview here. What are people have brought that up before. The sort of in pickleball that the crowd's too quiet. They want them to fire up. You were just at MLP. The crowd goes absolutely
crazy, banana
cakes at MLP, and the players love it. Don't you guys want more of that? If it was all of it, sure, but this isn't. We don't want it to be tennis. We don't want it to be deadly quiet throughout everything. And it's what's the balance?
And I agree with you, and I think that there is a balance, and I think maybe what a couple people might have in terms of an issue is that there could be one. And so instead of the whole vibe happening, you can really hear and notice that one person. So, I love it, and I think it's great. But there probably has been a time or two I was like, what is happening while I'm playing? So, can't have it both ways, but I'm not sure what the perfect happy medium is in terms of, crowd participation and crowd noise. I really have no idea.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see maybe, some more player perspectives on that. And again, I think until we get to the point where we do get more crowd sort of participation in a way where, and again, at an MLP, everyone's doing it. You're just sucked into it. And so I think it's hard at some tournaments where some people are cheering, other people aren't comfortable cheering. It's a little weird seeming maybe if it's just them.
Right, and I think you're right. You can't hear anything specific in MLP atmosphere, but when it's a little quieter and a little not dead, but just a little quieter atmosphere, and then you hear something specific, that kind of could possibly trigger something and make you notice it a little bit more.
I think the takeaway is everybody, when you go to a pickleball tournament, lose your minds. Cheer, let's go. It's just
we got Rafa
pickleball.
We got Rafa in the booth letting us know.
Let's fire up, people. Go to a tournament, cheer your face off. That is the takeaway here. We're going to take a short break. Our ladies' back draw is playing a little bit slower into our bronze. We might take a break and be right back into our men's bronze medal match. We'll keep you guys posted as always, but don't go far. Keep that stream up and rocking, and we'll be back into the action here in Houston right after this.
We are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
Welcome back, everyone. Lauren McLaughlin along with Adam Stone here courtside for possibly our final match of the day, which is our men's bronze medal match. Our ladies were taking a long time through the back draw, so we're not sure if we're going to be able to have their bronze medal match before we have to shut the stream down. But
Oh, 1 minute. 1 minute.
Ron Ponder.
Hey, it's okay. It's his birthday, right?
That's what I heard. I heard that we needed to give. It is just birthday fever up in here. It's your dad's birthday. It's Louis Laville's birthday over in England. It's Ron Ponder's.
So it's Louis Laville, not Lavallee. It'd be so much better if it was Lavallee. I like that.
feel like he would allow you to say it.
Yeah.
However you'd like to.
I've never met him, but he seems like a nice guy.
He's decent. I'll give it to you.
Yeah, I gave out of my box lunch. I gave Papa Stone a nice little macadamia nut cookie for his birthday. He loved it. It was perfect. Perfect.
All right, bronze medal match here. Federico Staxrud, after being dropped down in the winter bracket final by Hunter Johnson, faces off now against Rafa Hewitt, who we saw come back from behind and defeat Ryler DeHart in the final feeder match to get here into this bronze medal match. We are, of course, 2 out of 3. And winner of this heads to Championship Sunday.
Yeah, great job by Rafa Hewitt, bearing down at the end of that game to 15 as he was in a pretty big hole at the side switch. Yeah, nice pressure from Rafa. And I'll tell you right now, I don't think Federico Staxrud played bad or did anything wrong. I think it was just Hunter Johnson's day in that match. So Hunter Johnson, great shot making and great play. Staxrud, it just happens. It's pickleball. Some days you can't make, some days you can't miss. And today was Hunter Johnson's day, and Staxrud very much looking to win this match and get another crack at Hunter on Sunday. Nice little inside out from Fed.
Freddie Stacks.
Freddie Stacks. He's either playing pickleball or offing someone.
Point. Three, 1. Point.
Quick 4-1 lead. Rafa Hewitt with another sarcastic good serve.
Oh.
Good
recovery.
Yeah, very nice recovery. That's always tricky. I don't care how fast your hands are when it clips the tape like that. I mean, incredible shot from Rafa Hewitt.
He's one of the only players that consistently will do that slide, and he gets jammed really close to his body, but that's where he wants to hit. He slides and hits right by his ribs on that forehand side since he's a lefty.
Yeah, I thought I caught him a couple times in mix this past weekend in MLP, and it's almost like he caught it behind his body, but he hits it with authority. So kudos to him. A little goofy on the technique, but he gets it done. Yeah, nice penetrating return from Federico Staxrud. Rafa Hewitt couldn't quite get his balance and his legs underneath him for that passing shot. Fed giving it right back.
1-4. Point. 2-4. Side out. 4-2.
Great initial shot from Federico Staxrud to set that up with the easy controlled pass up the line. And a rock solid start for him, up 5-2, game 1.
5-2. Side out.
Nice ball from Rafa Hewitt.
2-5. Side out. 5-2.
Nice ball from Rafa Hewitt. Couple side outs from the guys. 5-2 for a couple points here.
We are, of course, as you can see, getting close to having a fully shaded court now, but when it's not completely shaded, it can start to be a little tricky as you're getting the ball kind of in and out of the sun.
Yeah, definitely shadows play a role, no doubt, and some of the ability to see and some of the cleanness with the contact on these fast-paced singles exchanges. Yeah, it's a great ball, just completely off the court, Rafa Hewitt, and dropping it in the back corner. Very high degree of difficulty and well executed from Rafa.
Yeah, I mean, he's always been a player that people talked about as being very dynamic, can do so much, just so much potential. And I think he just struggled a lot with, we've talked a lot today about the consistency, about really delivering, at a level that got him, to the next match, And I think he has really started to hone in on that, certainly the later half of this year. He's getting better results, playing more consistent.
You never know when it's going to fully click.
Yep.
You're exactly right. So different timelines for everyone, and it is nice to see him kind of find a little bit more of that consistency in results.
I mean, no matter what, I know Rafa Hewitt is bringing the entertainment factor to the court.
The triple yep. Yes, that is correct. 1 or 2, not enough. Triple yep.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
My.
little sexy time from Federico Staxrud there on the cross court backhand, letting Rafa know he's a shot maker as well. Rafa looked down the door.
That is definitely the first time I've seen that.
Oh, yeah. But tapping the paddle right after. He knew it was a big shot. Uh-oh.
I'm going to call numbers until I get it right. 5-6.
Ron Ponder dropping his pencil. I have no idea. Let's look at the replay here. I couldn't see it land in real time.
Fed called that out.
Yeah, I have no idea.
It was close.
Man, that was so tough to see.
Yeah, if it did, it would have hit like right on that back corner.
Yeah, I don't know. I know we'll just keep it in the past, but I wish I could have seen it in real time.
Yeah.
But a little blocked by this barrier. That happens. Nice approach from Fed. Keeping Rafa back behind the baseline where it's obviously more difficult to come up with the passing shot.
Again, he's going for that back corner and just missing it.
Yeah, definitely less reaction there. I think he knew that one missed. I believe it was long, not wide. Wow, crazy court coverage from the fellas there. Rafa Hewitt showing a little bit of frustration. Hopefully still not thinking about that call, which was very close, but hard to tell from our vantage point on the replay.
I mean, I'd like to see a timeout here from Rafa.
I
At any
so.
point in the last 3 rallies, I would have liked to have seen one. He falls into my camp of a little stubborn with the timeouts, and all right, a little chippiness is
that's right.
starting.
So
game
yeah.
1.
No paddle tap, and he says under his breath, big momentum change on that call right there. So
all right, so let's look for game 2 to potentially get a little chippy as well. We're back into our bronze medal match after this quick break. All right, back into the action here. We had the windscreen go down earlier in the day. We had our barrier go down. Now a box literally tried to attack you just now. I mean, if anyone thought the wind wasn't a factor, my goodness, it is just blowing things over left and right.
Yeah, and not just the kind of the theme of the day. It's the zero consistency with it. Like
Exactly.
I mean, we've had matches where it's pretty much calm, and then
Yeah,
we've
like
had swirls as well. So
Yeah.
we were chatting a little bit on the timeout with Rafa Hewitt, who was definitely talking about the momentum
He's still
change of that
a little
call.
heated. He's
So
a little heated.
let's see if he can shake that off. And really, I'm lowering my voice here because I don't want him to hear me as he's very close to us right now. But I think Ron should just get those balls off the court.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, I think that's a good move. Good call, Rafa. But yes,
Yeah, because they could easily blow
right
away.
Yeah, I think that's a good call, and let's just see if he can harness some of that negative energy and make it positive here, starting out game 2.
So Rafa Hewitt on the near end, Federico Staksrud on the far end. Ron Ponder, our referee. Again, this is game 2 here in our bronze medal match.
Hour 7.
Yep,
Hour 7.
exactly.
You say whatever the heck you want to, partner.
I was just saying it fancy. The match,
Yeah,
guys.
right.
The match is
That's
happening.
right. That's right.
Staksrud takes game 1, 11-5. Again, got a little chippy there at the end with a couple calls. Hewitt wasn't happy about. The hat is backwards now, so definitely. Oh, no, it's back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the quick switcheroo.
0-2. 1.
The tough thing is, Rafa did not take a timeout at all in that first game. He tends to be a little stubborn, wants to gut it out, and I think, he can use things that he's upset about to fuel him for sure. But that's also just a risky move. I'd like to see him, as his play gets more consistent, to see sort of the emotional side follow that as well. And just kind of recognize, okay, like I'm a little heated right now. Like, let's just take a timeout. Let's cool myself down. And not that you can't still use that, or he wants to kind of bring the fire, but you just have to, you got to balance it.
Right.
Wow.
Oh my, yeah, too good there.
I mean, what a pickup from
and
Fed.
it's crazy that that these veteran competitors can get a little bit blinded in the moment, you know? And
Yep.
it's just something that is very real, even no matter the experience that you have.
Side out. Zero two.
Yeah, too much kitchen line coverage from Federico after several quality passes from Rafa Hewitt.
2-0.
Again,
Wow.
a couple of these gets from Fed have just been unreal.
Yeah, full lunge.
0-2.
We almost fell down on that one. Wow, what a shot. Ridiculous angle created from a low position from Rafa Hewitt. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's only a foot or two past the kitchen line with that angle. Very nice.
That time gets the back corner.
Mm-hmm.
Two. Point. Outside out.
Yeah, Fed definitely dropping the shoulders a little bit there. Not thrilled with that volley attempt. Ponder confirming the out call.
Side out. Two, three. Point. Three.
Great close from Rafa. Really getting in tight on that one. I like to see that forward movement from him. Yeah, nice play. Definitely, it's hard to blame him too much because his ground strokes are so good, but I do think he does get stuck back there occasionally and just hits 3 or 4 or 5 passing shots instead of moving forward. So maybe balancing that out could help him a little bit, but as I said, the passes are very high quality. You can't fault him too much for ripping away on both that forehand and backhand wing.
Yep.
3-3.
Yeah, too good there. Great job by Fed to even get that first ball back. And what was that, a flex?
It was
what
like
do you do?
I was gonna say it was like almost a double fist pump on both sides, but it was more just like a pose, like a
Yeah, I don't think he has a go-to celebration. He just does whatever
exactly.
feels right.
It's just whatever comes
Hey.
to him in the moment.
Hey, I like things that feel right, you know.
I see what you did there. I got you.
Yeah, he missed it.
Side out.
Well, quite a battle here in game 2.
You're serving 4-3.
And Fed wants to sit down and think about it for a minute. Probably not the worst play, as Rafa Hewitt has played very crisply so far in game 2.
Yeah, definitely keeping right with Fed here. No one really pulling away yet. Still fairly low on the scoreboard for the second game. And Rafa Hewitt cracking into the top 10 at number 8. I think his double golds in Alabama certainly helped that momentum up the APP standings list, while Federico Staksrud holds the number 3 spot.
I think it's just for it's just for singles. It's just for singles. But yeah, either way.
Just the singles standings. Gotcha.
Well, they missed a name, Adam Stone, on there. What the heck?
I mean,
singles points. Come on. I think I got about 40.
I mean, you should.
maybe
on
zero.
The list.
Maybe zero. Actually, I do think I have 0. I'm proud. I'm proud of that.
Congratulations. No, he didn't have it. I was like, don't wait for it, Rafa. Just
sometimes you go with the full commitment there.
he was hoping he had it.
I think he maybe even could have waited a little bit longer, but either way, that was going to be almost impossible.
Yeah.
Yeah, great volley from Federico. Yeah, it's tough, especially on the forehand side. A lot of players looking to slice that on the backhand side with the ATP. I would say Kyle Yates, one of the better ones of getting around the outside of the ball. I think he would have needed a little help with some spin to pull off that ATP.
Staksrud has gone in search of the ball, and I think possibly
long,
underneath.
long search.
Underneath.
It's a
He
long.
got it. He got it. He got it. Everybody. Freddie Stacks got the ball.
Yeah, long singles day today. Usually a little bit smaller crowd on Thursdays. You can't blame everyone.
But you know, we're getting in the evening. It's
for sure.
dinner time.
Look,
the kids are coming home from school.
Those.
We had a good crowd today. Earlier in the day,
it was a fantastic crowd for early in the day, and it's
good
just
turnout for Houston.
Yeah, I mean, it's scalding over there in the sun right now, as you see nobody wanting to sit in the sun, and I can't blame them. That was a righty, yeah, a little switcheroo from Rafi Hewitt, but too much kitchen line pressure from Federico, who is taking a solid 2-point lead in game 2. Yeah, thanks snowballing a little bit for Rafa Hewitt. Got a snap out of it.
Yeah, very similar to game 1. All
Attaboy.
right.
There he finally did it. But yeah, just two tough return errors from Rafa Hewitt, and yeah, smart. Maybe a point or two too late, but definitely glad he stopped play and cut off that momentum for Federico Staksrud.
And another quick weather update here. Memorial Park in Houston, Texas. 82 degrees is what we settled at here, probably for our high of the day. Wind still a little breezy at 12.4. Humidity starting to dip a little. I know it's going to get chilly tonight.
Yeah.
The mornings and evenings are cool here in Houston right now, so it is that time of the year.
I like that 30% humidity, though.
Yeah,
that makes me very happy.
All right, good side out here for Hewitt out of the timeout. I mean, Hewitt's got some amazing passing shots, and right now I don't know if it's a little fatigue setting in, but he's going right at Staksrud a lot more than.
I'm going to go with the former. I think a little fatigue setting in.
Yeah. He's just kind of giving him too many opportunities.
For sure.
9-4.
I think that was good.
Yeah,
based on
the reaction. I think you're exactly correct on that. And of course, you are.
Not of course. Don't put that pressure on me. Match point here for Federico Staksrud to get a rematch on Sunday with Hunter Johnson.
Sorry, I thought you were prof. That's why. Of course, you're correct.
I mean, I understand the natural tendency to say that. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, great ball there from Rafa, doubling down on the cross-court backhand, catching Federico, leaning a little bit more to Fed's backhand side. Oh, wow.
And again, he's just going right at Federico.
Not creating.
He's too good. You can't do that.
Creating the angle. Federico even looked a little awkward on that ball, but still put it in the perfect spot.
Another match point. Oh, thought he might have had it there with that little drop volley there from Hewitt that brought him in.
5-10. Side out.
Here we go.
10-5.
And that will do it. So Federico Staksrud will get a rematch in the gold with Hunter Johnson on Sunday for Championship Sunday. Rafa Hewitt, our bronze medalist here in Houston. So I think still a good showing for him. Did some battle in the back draw, had some good wins.
Hey, anytime you beat the number 1 seed, it's a pretty good day, right? So can't.
Pretty good day.
Yeah,
Pretty
great
good
run.
day. So that is going to do it for us in Houston today. We'll head to the Franklin studio one final time before signing off. But we are back tomorrow with our mixed doubles action. Lauren McLaughlin, Adam Stone here in the booth. Adam, you'll be out on court tomorrow playing, so we will not see you in the booth, but I'm sure we'll see you later in the weekend. Thank you so much for joining. But a big thank you, of course, to our USA Pickleball certified referees out here today, for our Pickleball TV production crew, Spencer, Vi, and Ashley, rocking it out, keeping everything flowing well today. And again, thank you for joining us at home on YouTube and Facebook. We're back again tomorrow. Do we know what time yet, Spencer, tomorrow we kick off? At 10 a.m. Central Time. That is 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Let's go to 8 o'clock Pacific Time, 9 o'clock Mountain Time. Wherever you are, I got you covered. I got your time zone. I got your times. Join us. We'll take a very short break here. Again, one final time in the Franklin studio, and then we'll see you guys tomorrow. Welcome back to the Franklin studio, everyone. First and foremost, congratulations. But I lied. We're not done yet. We will have our women's bronze medal match coming up. Don't go anywhere. Don't leave. My mistake. We got told very last second that we are going to have the women's bronze medal match. So Paris Todd takes on Lacey Schneeman after this. Don't leave. Don't leave. But Fed, congratulations here with Federico Staxrud as he is heading back for a rematch on Championship Sunday with Hunter Johnson. You're facing Rafa Hewitt. You know he's dynamic. He can always be dangerous if he gets hot. Can be a little streaky. What do you always do when you play Rafa? Is there something that you know going in to him that you need to do, you can't do? What's the thought process when you face him?
I mean, Rafa is a competitor. I mean, he's such a great competitor. He's always going to give his 100%. He's going to always be positive. So I try not to, like, show myself down. I think, like, that fits him up. So I always try to be, again, positive and regular in my shots and trust on my game.
Headed to that rematch on Championship Sunday with Hunter. Seemed like he kind of had your number just a little bit in the winter bracket final when you faced him. What are going to be the things you know need to kind of happen differently when you face him again on Sunday?
I mean, pickleball is a game of adjustments, and I clearly didn't do any. I just let that game go, and yeah, I'm going to have to change my game plan for sure and be ready for his passing shots because, I mean, he's an unbelievable player, and he's getting way better every tournament. So, yeah, I got to be ready for that and try to adjust better if something happens.
All right, and again, you're teaming up tomorrow in mixed with Simone Jardim. I know you've been training a lot with her, doing some videos with her. First time for you guys playing in a tournament together. Are you excited for that pairing tomorrow?
Yeah, doubles. I really like mixed doubles. So Simone is one of the best of all time. So I'm really excited to play with her, and we're gonna try to, for sure, try to look for a spot in Championship Sunday.
All right, well, congratulations. You got one already under your belt. And again, our women's bronze medal match. I said match again. I did that before, Fed. It's going off the rails. It's going off the rails. The match is coming up next. Lacey Schneeman takes on Paris Todd, and that will be our final match of the day here in Houston. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back. Kathy, for sure, is still in the house here for our final match of the day. Lauren McLaughlin here with Adam Stone. Again, apologies for that misinformation. We were told we were going to be done, but then again, we want to bring you the matches you guys want to see at home. So our final match of the day now on deck. Just pretend that I said all of those thank yous and goodbyes at the end of this match.
You did
great. I already did it, so that was covered. We thanked all the important people. But we are going to have Lacey Schneeman here taking on Paris Todd here in our bronze medal match. Megan Fudge is sitting pretty on Championship Sunday after knocking Paris Todd down in our winner bracket final.
Well, I think this will be.
Was it Schneeman that was in the winner bracket final?
Correct. Yes. So it
Apologies.
was. It was Fudge that beat Paris in that semifinal matchup.
Yes. Okay. Defeated both these ladies then.
Yes. Quite a day for her. I'm not sure we saw. That was a clean winner from the baseline. You don't see that too frequently. But I think that might be the first point we've seen Schneeman stay back for multiple shots.
Yeah, and I think we might see that a little bit more just because she knows perhaps Todd's a little bit more dangerous from the back of the court with those passing shots. Might be a little hesitant to come up. We'll see.
For sure. I think that is definitely true with that Paris firepower, especially when she's got that spot to hit. But, hey, Megan Fudge, those passing shots not too shabby herself. As you mentioned, sitting pretty there on Championship Sunday.
Diane Anderson back as our USA Pickleball Certified referee for this match.
Tough one off the tape, but really love to you can hear the little adjustment steps that Paris makes right before contact, and I really love to see those little steps, those little shuffles that really get you in perfect position and create that consistent contact point. And we saw earlier, Lauren, where Paris was a little off with her contact point, and I think that was a combination of very good play from Megan Fudge and also a little bit of breeze. So We'll see if she can rein that in and really get locked in and consistent and repeat those mechanics and hit those big groundies that we know she can.
Todd, the number 2 seed here today in women's pro singles. Schneeman, the number 9.
Laid on a couple backhand volleys from Schneeman. A lot of pace coming off that paddle from Paris. Yeah, ridiculously good approach from Schneeman on that ball. Stayed back for one and one only.
I think Paris is asking to just have a beat more time before the score is called because, she does have that routine. She kind of faces backwards for a minute, collects herself, and I think she was just asking the ref to sort of notice when she's actually ready.
Yeah, and of course there is a threshold that she cannot go over, but that's very much within her rights to request that.
And she certainly doesn't, I think, take too much time or make it to the level where you'd think she was stalling by any means. So,
yeah, and if Schneeman ends up staying back a little more frequently, which we've seen a couple times already, I would look for Paris to really target that backhand side. So I would say that Paris relatively even, maybe even possibly has a bigger backhand than forehand. But Schneeman definitely has more firepower on her forehand side.
I think it probably would be the smart strategy for Todd to be targeting that backhand a little bit. We'll see if that actually happens.
Right on cue. Big forehand shank from Lacey Schneemann. That's we've seen a few mishits from Schneemann. I think I commented in the previous match, uncharacteristic, but I've seen a few, and she really whips through that ball and really creates a lot of spin and power. So having to have that timing perfect, I guess it makes sense to have a few mishits along the way. And you see right there, I think that was backhand protection.
Yep,
I think
100%.
I think she was protecting herself from her backhand and got a little ambitious with her footwork.
Yep.
Even though her footwork and her movement is very good, just a little too much to ask on that specific shot.
Yeah, I mean, I think, it's tough if you're a player that knows maybe a certain shot, a certain side is a little bit weaker. Obviously, you'd think that would be what you'd want to drill a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
You'd want to spend a lot more time working on it so that it just becomes more comfortable. It gets stronger. But it's tough. I mean, is it as a pro player? Do you know what your weak spots are?
Oh God, yes.
Do you know that right out of the gate? Is it something you learn over time?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's probably a little bit of time needed to find that, but absolutely, I know exactly what I want to hit and what I don't want to hit, and in this situation and that situation, for sure. Yeah, I mentioned it before in the stream with some of my students, but same thing at the pro level. Be self-aware. No, a lot of people, even very smart people, sometimes aren't self-aware. You have to know what your weaknesses are, and your strengths, for that matter. Yeah, too good.
Schneemann really staying on top of that, staying locked in.
And I would say if there's any hole in Paris's game movement-wise, it's the forward movement. The lateral movement is very, very good.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe not quite at that, full-fledged comfort level moving forward, especially with those big, powerful strokes that she possesses. Maybe, kind of on the flip side of the coin, I think Schneemann has all the movement. So, just everyone's got certain things they do a little bit better than others, and that's just the way the world works. I think Paris had a good beat on that cross-court pass. Couldn't come up with it, though, and, not a good, not a bad approach from Schneemann. Completely fine with her coming forward on that ball. That's good pressure. Always stepping in from Lacey Schneemann. That takes its toll after a while.
Yeah, we're going to have a timeout here from Todd as Schneemann back within 2. Certainly making Todd a little uncomfortable here as her lead dwindling away.
Yeah, I think she did. I think it was 7-3 at one point, so two quick ones for Schneemann.
And again, looking at our schedule next year, 20 tournaments on the APP at 2022-3 season. You go, Adam. Words are hard for me now.
No, as you mentioned earlier, I do like they consolidated a little bit, took out the tier 2s, and we just, as you can see, we have some majors and some a spring and a fall championship, New York City and Mesa, Arizona. So I like what they did with the schedule. It looks great. So as you said, get that calendar going, plan out your tournaments for next year. A lot of great ones to choose from.
Oh, just too good.
Yeah, great ball.
Looks like Schneemann might have been there, but I think was hoping it was going wide.
Yeah, I'm not sure Yeah, that was a tough call. Maybe she could have got it, but it might have been a little out of reach too. Very well struck from Paris. Yeah, that's the Schneemann special. We saw Fudge get a little beat on that shot throughout the match, but very successful with it early on from Schneemann, and right there, no different. Just really carves and gets around the outside of that backhand volley very nicely.
Wow.
Yeah. Great adjustment from Schneemann, and also great hands from Paris, who, Schneemann wasn't able to hit that particular backhand volley quite as crisp, and she paid for the price on it at that point.
Paris getting a little loud after that. She's not a super vocal player in singles. I would say certainly in doubles can get a little bit louder.
Yeah, I think that's actually one of the things that I really like about her game. She goes to a special place, kind of that Anna Bright spot where they're kind of present but not really, like in that very special zone, and to have that intense great ball, that intense just mental focus is definitely something that, combined with good physical skills, makes for quite a package.
Absolutely.
Yeah, a couple of times now, Paris with a really good down-the-line backhand after Schneemann steps a step or two to her left to hit that forehand approach, kind of giving up a little bit of court positioning, and Paris doing a good job of taking advantage of that. Yeah, great ball. I think it was the first little side spin serve. That was a little different, just kind of throwing off the rhythm of Schneemann. I'm not sure if the serve particularly worked, but the up-the-line passing shot certainly did.
Yeah, Paris can get a hold of that shot like she wants to. It's just so like pinpoint accuracy that she hits those with. So tough to do anything with them. Oop. Same lady.
That's the pickle.
The serve error followed by the return error.
Yeah, good eye. You can see Schneemann almost hits flat, occasionally gets a little underneath that backhand, but doesn't get the rotation that she does on the forehand, meaning the spin. That forehand from Schneemann is tumbling down into the court. A little different on the backhand side, but man, she can close in tight. Very impressed with her movement so far today.
You mentioned it a little bit earlier, I think, when we were watching Schneemann. She's an extremely wristy player.
Yes.
That wrist is just super flexible, and she really moving a lot through her strokes.
Oh, yeah, whips through, and I think that could possibly be some of those mishits that we see. It's so just quick and explosive through the ball. And,
it seems like a little harder to control maybe some of her shots.
Absolutely. So, it's a give and take in this game. You know you're going to get some benefit with some spectacular shot making, but, when you're whipping through that quickly with that much paddle head speed, it does make it tough to control.
What a rally for both ladies.
Yes.
Unbelievable. It's Todd that comes out on top, though. Oof.
Yeah, great point from both ladies. Nice adjustment off the tape from Schneemann, who I think was probably one of her most well-struck backhands on the approach coming forward. But Paris there, 4 or 5 shots later, able to roll that backhand up the line for a beautiful winner.
Oh, my. Wow. I mean, Todd did not think that was coming back.
Yeah, Schneemann kind of apologizing, and maybe she mishit it a little bit, but I mean, that's a lot of skill involved. Maybe a teeny bit of luck, but a lot of skill with that shot. She might be a little labored moving. I don't know exactly. I mean, I can't tell exactly for sure, but
I mean, I think there's going to be...
Yeah, she called a timeout.
Yeah, I think there's going to be, for people that are not aware, Paris, pretty significant hamstring pull situation at the MLP event in Newport.
Yes.
And she was out, I think, the next several tournaments that she was going to play in, was hoping to come back, wasn't quite ready. Certainly has been putting in a lot of training, a lot of working out, rehabbing that. Certainly has looked pretty sharp the last couple tournaments that we have seen her in. But again, the singles, as you mentioned, so much harder on the body.
Yes.
The movement so much more dynamic, and there's absolutely a good chance she's not 100% yet in the singles.
And it could be
sphere.
just kind of one specific thing that you can kind of mask it and get by with it in doubles, but in singles, that one thing. And myself coming off a hamstring injury, you can't downplay. I mean, a calf injury, you can't downplay that little mental hesitancy as well. It just kind of sticks in your mind, even if you're not necessarily feeling it physically. It's still in your head, and sometimes you just don't want to fully push it.
And of course, I mean, Paris is still playing.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Yeah, I mean, this is just speculation.
Whatever percent this is crushing most of us on the court. But
this is just talking heads trying to come up with something here.
I think there's a good chance she's not 100 yet. I'm not sure she would admit that, but maybe like a 93 we're looking at. So.
It's certainly 90-something.
Game point here for Todd.
Wow.
She got it, I guess. That was...
I mean, interesting way to deliver that information from the referee.
I mean, all right, so game one goes to Paris Todd, 11-8. Schneemann certainly, pushed her here in this first game. For sure, kept it close, kept it competitive. Let's see what happens in game two of our final match of the day here in our women's bronze medal match. We're into the action right after this. Welcome back into the action here in game number 2 for our ladies bronze medal match, our final streamed match of the day. One of these ladies heads to Championship Sunday where Megan Fudge is waiting. Paris Todd and Lacey Schneeman looking for rematches with Fudge, who defeated both of them here today. Todd has 1 game under her belt so far. Just needs 1 more. Let's see if Lacey Schneeman has what it takes to push her to a 3rd game.
Nice crisp up the line volley from Schneeman.
I appreciate the crisp terminology. It's a very fall / autumn word. Yes. I like it. It's the season.
It was the weather this morning. It was crisp when I walked outside.
It was crisp.
Very crisp. I like crisp. I'm a texture guy. I like chips.
Yeah, I agree. A crisp apple.
Honey crisp. Honey, yeah.
The best kind.
Yes. It's just like, I mean, what are you doing, Granny Smith, Gala?
I know, get out of here.
Honey crisp, so much better.
Used to be top of the apple charts. No more.
I know.
No more.
That's the one.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a great shot to neutralize that dipping backhand. So, yeah, I mean, Schneeman showing off that shot pretty much the entirety of the day. Yeah, the only thing that's been able to stop that shot so far today is just the flat-out speed of Megan Fudge. The speed and the anticipation combination. Just a very slight sliver of frustration on the face of Paris Todd after that last backhand miss. I have no doubt she'll rein that in. Turn it positive. I do like to see these women's matches where it's pretty quick points and some real shot making and some very nice volleys along with the ground stroke. So I like to see the well-rounded game from the ladies, and this is a perfect example of that.
Paris thinking
Let's
she
take
might
a
have clipped a line.
look at it.
Oh, I mean, from that angle,
that's tough. From
a
that
terrible angle.
I would say it probably looked in from that angle, but
exactly.
it was very bad.
It's about the worst angle for us to look at.
So, yeah,
Thanks a lot, Spencer. Todd still looking to get a point on the board here in game 2.
Nice combination there with the taking the volley to the Paris Todd forehand and then finishing with that great cross-court slicer that she loves so much. But I like to see her go with that first ball occasionally to the Todd forehand. It just makes the cross-court one even better when your opponent has it in the back of your mind that you could, 1 out of 3, 1 out of 4, nothing crazy, still hit your best shot most of the time, but just try to balance out those frequencies a little bit. Schneeman hot and kind of gritting her teeth, really locked in right now. Paris Todd taking a timeout, and I think it's probably a good call at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Todd just not hitting the shots she needs to hit right now. Certainly the ones she is hoping to. Normally her dad goes to tournaments with her, see him coaching her a lot, but I was actually told her grandparents are here. Were here earlier. I don't know if they are still courtside. Oh, actually, I think they might be over here. Yeah, I think this is her grandparents in the gray shirt.
Okay, cool.
With the visor, and then the gentleman in the white in front of her, I believe.
All right, no, that's good.
So grandparents in the house.
You love to see that. Pickleball, a family affair.
See if Schneemann keeps rolling here. Oh.
Yeah, that's too good. Yeah, when she gets her feet set and gets around the ball to get the spin as well. So not only is it the placement of the shot, it's the ball moving away from Paris. Oh yeah, great inside out ball. So Paris can handle, you know, either one, but together that's what makes it a really, really tough shot. Nice return from Paris. Forcing Schneemann in to the slice backhand, which has been very effective for her at the kitchen line, but much different from the back of the court. Great ball. Lots of middle returns from Schneemann. I'm cool with that. We know she's going to come forward, so that one definitely a little too short in the court, but a deep middle approach can definitely cut off some of the Paris Todd angles that we know she can create.
And Todd finally on the board here. Still chasing a 5-point deficit. Ooh,
Yeah.
make that 4.
Yep, she gave him the crazy eyes too. I like it. She's getting locked in here. I don't blame her for wanting, even though the Schneemann forehand is fantastic. Once she comes to the kitchen, I don't blame her for avoiding that backhand. Yeah, I haven't seen seen some very, very good forehand volleys from Schneemann, but no drop volleys on the forehand side. That's a good spot.
She does love that two-handed backhand down the line for sure.
Mm-hmm. Lacey's saying something under her breath. I'm not exactly sure what.
I'm not sure if you just completely anticipated wrong
Yeah,
where
she
that was going.
Yeah, she went for it. Maybe she thought her return was worse than it was, and she needed to bail out with a guess. But she was definitely leaning towards her backhand side.
Quick little run here for Paris.
Yeah, four points just like that. Smart timeout after a firing away to a 6-0 lead. Paris Todd coming back with some very good ground stroke passing shots to close it to a 2-point lead at 4 serving 6.
I hear the chicken.
Yeah, the chicken. you know Kathy's still here.
I've never seen Kathy not having a good time.
No, that's for sure.
Like, never.
Yeah, and you cannot deny that. It is very infectious.
I think I just saw next Jenner Josiah Wagee, a.k.a. the Denim Demon, in the background.
I like that. Man, nicknames are fun. I really like it. The Denim Demon. And we have the Sep Attar, the Minister of Misdirection. He's a next Jenner too. I saw him at the OKC tournament.
Oh,
but
I did see his
the Minister
name,
of Misdirection. I mean, that's
wow,
a great
that's
name.
That's a mouthful.
That's a great name.
It's a tongue twister right there.
He had one of the best earnings I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah, she is just dialed in right
Yeah,
now.
she's picking her spots. She's got Schneemann leaning the wrong way on a lot of these passes. So,
and again, Schneemann's been playing so confidently, but these are the runs that rattle that confidence.
Mm-hmm. Maybe possibly find a different spot to approach to. As Paris getting a little locked in on those middle ones. She was trying to go inside out to the Paris Todd backhand there. I'm not sure I wouldn't try a few to the forehand side, because when Paris Todd gets locked in on that two-hander, it's pretty special stuff. Hey, made me
She
look good.
heard
Schneeman,
you.
nice. Made me look good. Atta girl.
See, everyone, Adam Stone says some quality things every once in a while.
Here and there. Here and there.
Just pepper them in.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Yeah, tough error. She knew she flubbed her technique there. She knew exactly what happened.
6-6.
Yeah, well, made me look bad on that one. Just really, I mean, just crazy passing shot making right now from Paris Todd on both wings. I had one sail on the forehand side, but the last 10 or so have been very, very nice. And they shouldn't even been saying, I need a tennis racket for that one. Need a little extra length. We've all been there before.
8-6.
Yeah, I like that timeout. Kind of tossing the paddle down a little disgusted with what's going on those last couple minutes. I can't blame her, but yeah, you got to stop the momentum somehow, and the first step to that is a timeout to think it over.
I mean, 5-0?
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
she was up.
I think that's right. So she, a minute can do a lot. Especially we talked about her, great resume off the court. She's got a good head on her shoulder. So just a minute to think it through, think about some patterns, realize what has worked a couple times and what hasn't, and see if she can make that adjustment. And she very much needs to, as if she can't figure it out, two or three more minutes, this match is going to be over.
Again, I mean, Lacey Schneeman, an up-and-coming talent for sure. We're going to continue to see more of her as she continues to get further in the brackets, have better results. Certainly a name and face to know going forward as she continues to play more tournaments and get some more under her belt. And I think we'll see her lock in a little bit more on some of the things maybe that are still a little loose in her game.
It's too good. It's just too good. I mean, the last 5 minutes has kind of been the Hunter Johnson Staxrud vibe, where not really doing a ton wrong. Maybe missing a spot or two, but it's just high level shot making right now.
And this is going to be a match point here for Todd to head to her first championship Sunday match of Sunday. Looking for more, I'm sure, and she'll get it done. Just too good from Todd here in this second game. Just too much for Schneeman to overcome. Ultimately, she is our bronze medalist here, though, in Houston, so a big congrats to her. Paris Todd heads for a rematch with Megan Fudge on Championship Sunday, and that was our final match of the day. We will officially. There's nothing after this, I promise. Nothing else is coming up. We will head to the Franklin studio one final time, sign off, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Mixed Doubles Day kicks off at 10 a.m. Central here in Houston at the APP Sunmed Houston Open. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you in the morning.
Welcome back for the final time in the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Paris Todd as she is heading for a rematch on Championship Sunday with Megan Fudge. I mean, Lacey Schneemann, she's kind of an up-and-comer. I think players are getting used to her, seeing her a little bit more, maybe for the first time. When you're playing someone like her that maybe you haven't seen a ton in the past, what's the adjustment like as you're feeling out a new player?
Yeah, you know, we've never actually played before, so it just took a little bit of time for me to adjust my game and figure out what she does and maybe what side she likes a little bit more than the other. So usually it takes, a game to figure it out, and then you kind of go from there. I got a slow start in the second. She came out firing, but I was able to, clean it up and then, so I'm very happy about that.
I mean, you did mention the slow start in the second. It seemed like there was just a moment in that second game, something kind of clicked, and you just kind of went like full Paris Todd mode and just never looked back. Did you feel that there was kind of a shift where you were like, I'm hitting my shots, I'm playing comfortable now, and I'm playing what I want to do?
I just had to stop missing, right? That's usually what you tell yourself. But yeah, just making those slight adjustments that maybe I stand a little farther back off the line if I keep missing. So when I started to make those passing shots, really felt like I was in control.
You're heading to Championship Sunday for at least one match so far. You're taking on Megan Fudge again. Is there anything you've already kind of decided in your mind is an adjustment that needs to be made as you face her again? Or will you sort of go back, look at some stuff over the next couple days and kind of suss out what you're going to do going into that matchup?
Yeah, I think I'll definitely go back, watch some of our film from today, and just see what adjustment I could have made. I know I wasn't at my best today, so Sunday I'll definitely be at my best, so it'll be a different story, so I'm very excited.
And I heard the grandparents were in the house today. Do we need a shout out to some grandparents?
Oh my gosh, my grandma was like, I'm going to bring the cowbells today. I was like, Grandma, if you bring the cowbells, you're never coming back. So, but yes, they're here supporting me. They live in Houston, so I get to stay with them and spend some time with them. So it's very special to me, and Houston's like a second home to me.
Love it. I didn't know. Well, we can always use more cowbell, Paris. That's how it goes.
Well, she said she was going to invite her whole pickleball community. You can't have that.
I mean,
we need the
I know. I was like, I'm okay with a bunch of cowbell grannies in the stand. So amazing. Well, congratulations. We'll see you at least one time on Championship Sunday in the singles. And we are done for the day. So thank you so much for joining us here for our first day of streaming in Houston. We're back tomorrow for mixed action. Who are you playing with tomorrow?
J.W. Johnson. I'm going to have to carry him tomorrow. My back might hurt a little bit, so.
He's tough. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He's not that great, really. I'm just kidding, Jada.
I haven't even heard of him. I don't know. We're just joking. Tomorrow, an amazing day of mixed ahead. We're back here on YouTube and Facebook and Twitter as well, streaming at 10 a.m. Central Time. We'll see you there.